Alright, let's try this again. Sonic the Hedgehog is irrefutably one of the most recognizable video game characters of all time. And yet, despite his success, Sonic's history has been an incredibly rocky one spanning over the numerous decades that he's been rolling around at the speed of sound. Any Sonic fan will tell you, for a gaming franchise with as rocky of a history as Sonic the Hedgehog, it's honestly a miracle that the titular mascot managed to get out of a lot of the ruts he found himself in over the years. I mean, yeah, the guy's had some pretty great games in his lifetime, but for every great game, there's at least one scourge hiding right around the corner to completely flip that hedgehog's good faith upside down. Sonic's had some very high highs and very low lows, and yet somehow this guy manages to tough it out through it all. I gotta give him respect for that at least. And this might come as a surprise to literally no one given the subject of this video, but I'm something of a Sonic fan myself, and for whatever reason, something in my brain has decided that I'm foolish enough to take on the challenge of playing every single Sonic the Hedgehog video game ever made. And yes, I mean all of them.
Several years ago, I made a video covering every backyard sports game, and at the end of it, I made a promise to myself.
You better believe me, I will never do something like this ever again because it was not worth it, and I doubt it ever will be. And then I did it for SpongeBob SquarePants.
Liar, liar, plants for hire.
What can I say? I guess I'm a sucker for torturing myself. But I have opinions on numerous Sonic games that I've wanted to share for a good long while now, as any Sonic fan would, no matter how controversial my takes may be in certain cases. And I wouldn't be a true Sonic fan if I didn't have takes that disagreed with a lot of the fan base, now would I?
'Cause you frickin' pricks just can't ever be quenched.
Obviously, with a premise as great as reviewing over 300 video games, I'm not going to be able to cover them all in one singular video. So, in order to help me accomplish my goal here, I've decided to break my coverage of Sonic's history down by eras. This video in particular is part 1 of my series in which I cover the classic era up to but not including Sonic Adventure. I'll be picking up with that game in the next part of this video series and continuing on from there, so make sure to hit that subscribe button and consider becoming a channel member so you don't miss future videos. Now, to clarify, I'm only aiming to beat the main story of every Sonic game here, not 100%. I'm not crazy enough to A-rank all 5 missions of every level in Sonic Adventure 2, or obtain every single move Emerald could learn in Sonic Battle, or complete every mission contained within Sonic and the Secret Rings. Otherwise, I'd be working on these videos until I turned 40, so I need to keep some level of scope creep in check here with something as large as this. I mean, you can see the runtime, that's like the main draw of this video. You can't even possibly imagine how many hours of my life I've put into this one singular project. So much so that I had to do it twice. As per usual with my large videos on things like this, I'd like to define the terms and conditions of what I'm covering here. Literally every Sonic game ever made. I'm not pulling any punches, I'm talking consoles, handhelds, PC, mobile, literally everything. So many others before me always like to cop out on things like this by ignoring the handheld versions or the mobile apps or the obscure one-offs, but not me. I'm a bona fide grade A reviewer who's not going to leave any stone unturned. As for how I classify these Sonic games, well, there's just a few things I'd like to call out really quick. First, I consider a Sonic game to be any game released featuring Sonic the Hedgehog or an adjacent character such as Tails or Knuckles in the title of the game, no matter the genre. The only exception to this rule is Sega Superstars games, which will also count in this category. If Sonic or his friends are playable in a game, but not mentioned in the title, such as Super Monkey Ball or Super Smash Bros., it isn't a Sonic game, but I will still be covering certain appearances like these that have a fair amount of Sonic representation. These are, of course, subjective and up to me to decide what I will and will not cover. There have been a lot of cases where Sonic has been licensed to other games, such as Cookie Run Kingdom, Angry Birds, and Fall Guys, to name a few, but these cosmetic skins and licensed appearances will not be included because they are not Sonic games first. Secondly, and this should go without saying, I'm talking about video games here. Other games like board games, amusement park rides, crossword puzzles are not the kinds of Sonic games that I'm talking about here. Certain video arcade games will be included, but the more physical variety of machines such as Sonic Space Tour, Sonic and Tails Spinner, or Sonic Blast Ball will not be covered since they are not primarily video arcade games. Plug-and-play devices such as the Fun Play 20-in-1 or Arcade Legends Sega Mega Drive Volume 3 will not be featured in these videos. I will acknowledge the small handful of Game Gear games that got a plug-and-play variant, but I will not go any further than that because most plug-and-play releases are just ROMs downloaded to the device with worse performance issues. If you're curious about games created for LCD devices, such as Tiger Electronics or the Happy Meal toys though, those will be covered. Furthermore, and I normally don't do this, but I'll make an exception this one time for the sake of going all the way, I will be discussing web browser games. Also, as an added bonus to these videos, I've decided to give brief reviews on Sonic's various TV shows, comics, music albums, and movies, just for the fun of it. I don't need to do this, but I think it'll be fun, so I'm doing it anyways. Third, I will be talking about all versions of a game no matter the circumstance. For instance, the Xbox and PS3 version of Sonic Unleashed is a different version than that of the one on the Wii and PS2, so I'll be covering both of those. But I won't be wasting time by comparing the same version of a game released on different consoles very much, since that'd be splitting hairs for the most part, barring a few side comments here and there. Same goes for games like Generations that received a console and handheld release. I will be covering both of them. I will also be covering compilations that contain previously released titles, but I will be focusing more on what the collection offers rather than the games contained within them, since I have already covered them. I will be avoiding most re-releases of a game unless I feel that version of it warrants the recognition, such as the 2011 version of Sonic CD, for example. And one final note, I'm going to be going through all of these games in chronological order of their American release dates, unless the game was a region exclusive, which will then default to Japan's release date, and if the game was not released in either of those regions, then it'll just be the release date it had in the region that it was released in. If I could not identify a specific release date for a game, then I will find the month it was released in, and if I couldn't find the month, it'll be the year based on my research. This all being said, if after all this I end up missing a game, I apologize that I'm not being perfect. Please leave a comment down below mentioning the game that I missed, and I will tack it on to a future video. No harm, no foul. I am talking about over 300 video games here, so I hope you can cut me a little slack. I am one guy after all, doing this all by myself. Also, if you disagree with the criteria of what constitutes a Sonic game as I laid out here, or just my opinions in general, that's great, and I'm glad you're thinking for yourself. Honestly, with as many games as there are, it'd be impossible for me to compile a list that everybody would unanimously agree on. If I were ranking all of these games, the odds of another person's opinion aligning exactly with my own on every single one of them are 1 in this number. So basically, it's impossible, and if anybody claims that they 100% agree with everything I say, I know they're lying. I always want to promote healthy discussion, and I realize that is a huge ask when it comes to this fan base in particular, but I'm rolling the dice with asking that. I'd love to hear everybody's own personal experiences with whatever Sonic games you wish to talk about in the comments section below. Just don't be a jerk about it, and remember, nobody's ever going to completely agree with one another if this number is anything to go by. That being said, I hope you're ready for one heck of a ride, because the journey you're about to take with me is one of the longest I've ever done yet. So, I hope you enjoy. It's time to sit back and relax as I take you through my reviews of every single Sonic the Hedgehog video game ever released. Let's get started. It all starts with Green Hill Zone, a lush compilation of checkerboard hills and green palm trees with waterfalls galore. Who could have ever expected that such a level aesthetic would eventually become the franchise's iconic look? For better and for worse. Yes, my friends, this here is Sonic the Hedgehog on the Sega Genesis, commonly referred to as simply Sonic 1. It's the game that really put Sega on the map and made them the major competitor to Nintendo in the household console market all throughout the 1990s, or at least the first half of it. Before Sonic, Sega was primarily known for creating coin-operated arcade games dating back to the mid-1960s, about 5 years after the company was founded. During the 1980s, however, the arcade business was going through a bit of a drought in popularity due to the oversaturation of the market, leading to a rapid decline in support and new game releases, leaving Sega with a choice: put all their eggs in one basket and hope that arcades would pick up steam again, or divert their direction down a new path.
Dave Whitney wanted the real arcade games at home, so he got them. Mike Rogers wanted them too, but he got a Genesis system by Sega. Why? Check it out.
With people losing the desire to visit arcades, perhaps having one in their own house would incline them to pick up interest in playing games again thanks to the convenience of not having to leave. Unfortunately, Sega was unable to match the success of their largest competitor, Nintendo, who seemed to be dominating the market with the Nintendo Entertainment System, or NES for short. But all that changed with the introduction of Sonic the Hedgehog and the Sega Genesis. Sega had spent years developing this, coming up with their own mascot platformer to rival that of the biggest player in the industry, Nintendo's Super Mario. And with the Sega Genesis, they had done it. The release of this game sparked a decades-long rivalry that, while much more subdued over time, never truly seemed to go away. What sets Sonic apart from most other mascot platformers at the time is that Sonic's whole selling point, the main appeal of his games, is speed. Sonic is fast, like faster than the speed of sound, as he's described in a lot of cases. And who doesn't love the thrill of going fast? It probably seems like such a simple, basic thing that shouldn't be as cool as it sounds, but there's a reason why racing is such a popular sport. It's fun, pure and simple, and competitive. There's an indescribable thrill about moving at high speeds, and having a game series where the whole point of it is to do exactly that and reward players for honing their skills and controlling both precision and momentum to complete these levels as fast as possible is such a novel idea. I mean, take Mario for example. I'd be willing to bet that most people would argue the biggest thrill while playing a Mario game is when you can run through a level, avoid all the enemies without getting hit, and jumping as high as he can, beating the stage as fast as possible. It gives you a sense of accomplishment and thrill knowing you're skilled enough at the game to do that. Sonic amplifies that 100-fold. And he's got an attitude, and 90s kids love that, according to demographic reports.
They say he's incredibly fast. Well, what's the hurry, mister? And about his attitude. Smarty pants! Why can't it be more like that nice boy Mario? Oh! Little brat!
That was the thing back then, where everything was radical and rebellious.
Sonic was and always has been more popular in the States and Europe than he has in Japan though, and I think part of that reason is because Sonic's localization portrayal fit that 90s culture that was springing up in the US at the time. So there's your brief history on the game and what came to be out of it, but I want to divert attention now onto the game itself. This is a game video, not a history video, after all. So, Sonic 1? It's alright. Honestly, it's aged pretty well, it's still perfectly playable, and graphically speaking, still looks nice several decades later thanks to the 16-bit processing power of the Sega Genesis. And the controls are pretty straightforward, too. You run and jump, and when you're on slopes, you can press down on the D-pad to roll into a ball, allowing Sonic to pick up even more speed and plow through badniks. The whole gimmick with Sonic the Hedgehog is physics-based platforming. Where other games tend to focus more on the actual platforming and precision and jumping aspect of it, Sonic is very much fixated on speed. The level design, not so much in Sonic 1 itself, but later on, would be entirely focused on how to have the character build momentum by rolling into a ball, jumping, spin dashing, and taking advantage of actual physics in the game.
Sonic has a little bit of acceleration when he starts to move, and he also slows down at a gradual pace. He doesn't just come to an immediate stop. Same thing with rolling. When Sonic tries to run through a loop versus rolling through a loop, Sonic's roll will actually slow him down up a slope faster than when he's running.
Likewise, going down a slope, if Sonic's rolling in a ball, he actually picks up momentum a lot faster than he does when he's on his feet. Other than those couple of things, I can also mention that the game does contain several different versions of power-ups, including speed shoes, which increase Sonic's speed, invincibility, which makes Sonic invincible, and a ring monitor, which gives Sonic 10 rings that he can carry, as well as a shield that prevents him from dropping his rings. In the game, as long as Sonic is possessing at least one ring at any given moment, Sonic can get hit without dying, just resulting in him dropping his rings. You do have the ability to pick up some of the rings that he drops, but after a certain threshold, Sonic's number of dropped rings will max out. And that being said, getting hit without any rings obviously results in you dying, lose all your lives, and you get a game over unless you have a continue, which allows you to keep going where you left off and reset reset your life counter to the default of 3. The main plot of the game is centered around Sonic chasing after the nefarious Dr. Ivo Robotnik, who's been turning all of South Island's animals into robots called badniks, who are now under his control. You got classic enemies like Motobugs, these ladybug enemies that speed towards you, Buzz Bombers who shoot little energy balls, Caterkillers who crawl along the ground and are spiky, Orbinauts who hover and either shoot their spike balls forward or maintain them as a defensive shield. Sonic was built on the idea of nature versus machine, a common trope that has only grown since this game in popular culture. And I think this game really excels at showing that off. Mostly. Tying into this whole idea, the entire progression of levels in the game is kind of based around it. Sonic 1 consists of 6 zones and a final zone for a total of 19 levels in its overall progression. Each zone contains 3 acts in which Sonic must complete in order to move on to the next one, with the third act also including a boss battle with one of Robotnik's various contraptions at the end. The first level of the game is, as already established, Green Hill, a sprawling checkerboard region full of bright green grass and gorgeous blue waterfalls and colorful flowers that then transitions into Marble Zone, a stage still covered in green but also more stone-like, given that it's definitely more ancient ruins inspired in its background architecture. This then transitions us into Spring Yard Zone, and while I absolutely love the level's music, the actual thematic design is a bit harder to understand. From what I've devised, it's essentially meant to be a theme park, actually, on the outskirts of a city. Some call this a casino level, but I don't really know that I can agree with that. But either way, despite the vagueness behind its interpretations, I really enjoy Spring Yard Zone. Fourth is Labyrinth Zone, and it sucks, but is essentially an underwater ruin. Fifth comes Starlight Zone, which despite the name is actually an area under heavy construction. It's a pretty big missed opportunity that they didn't name this level Construction Zone, I'm just saying. I, as with many others, really appreciate Starlight Zone because Sonic 1 has this known problem with its imbalance in speed across the levels. Green Hill is first and is chock full of long stretches of speed, ramps, loops, tunnels, the whole shebang. But then you go through the next 3 stages and not a single one of them ever really gets to that same level of speed again. Marble Zone is slow, with you primarily standing on these unhurried green blocks. Spring Yard is slow as you ascend or descend these giant blocks or shifting diagonal platforms, and Labyrinth Zone is slow because you're underwater the whole damn time. And that in and of itself is an arduous experience as you're basically forced to a crawl because of the movement resistance in water, and worst of all, Sonic can't swim. This is admittedly one of my favorite character traits that Sonic has, which he has continued to carry on through his entire existence because I love when characters have weird quirks about them, you know? That's fun, it really gives the character more personality, and I love that that's incorporated directly into gameplay. It's just that when you're experiencing that gameplay, it sucks. But I don't need to ramble on about that. Water levels in video games already have a known reputation for sucking, but at least it gave us the most stressful video game jingle of all time. Seriously, this jingle is just about as iconic as Green Hill, and the thing with it is it really does induce a whole level of stress and tension thanks to its urgent and threatening sound design. You could play this music over anything, and it suddenly adds a whole new level of anxiety that wasn't there before. Thankfully, exiting this zone leads us back to high speeds again with Starlight Zone, before taking it away with the last zone of the game, Scrap Brain. Scrap Brain really is a fitting name for this place because it feels like the level designers just scrapped together whatever their brains could think would equate to increasing the difficulty of the game without considering the negative impact that bad level design would have, because my god, I don't know what happened here, but this level design just completely caved in on itself. Not that Marble Zone and Labyrinth Zone were amazing, but at least they would mostly have a sense of thought put into how they were laid out, which I noticed as I was playing them. Scrap Brain is literally just 2 acts of slapping saws and fire and conveyor belts and spinning platforms and low ceilings and electricity together into an awkward mess of tight obstacles to avoid, and then the third act, which is really just Labyrinth Zone Act 4 but gray.
Dude, I really don't get what the obsession with Labyrinth Zone is here. I mean, this tells me either Sega had no idea what to do with Scrap Brain that they had to resort to using a different aesthetic for Act 3, or they were so proud of it that they brought it back for a 4th time. I feel like it's more likely it was the latter, but it could be both. It's just ironic because the general consensus is that Labyrinth Zone is the worst level in the game, and yet it appears more than the iconic Green Hill Zone does. At least once you get through it, you're just brought to the final zone, which consists of a boss fight where you dodge these cylinders from crushing you, avoid the balls of electricity, and hit Robotnik enough times to cause the whole thing to blow up. Eggman really isn't that bad, to be honest. The final boss may as well be Labyrinth Zone Act 4, all things considered. Oh, yes, by the way, this character's name is both Eggman and Dr. Robotnik, for the one person watching this video that didn't know that. Eggman is Eggman's Japanese name, and Dr. Robotnik was specifically made for the American localization before eventually being put to rest about 10 years later, and now he's just Eggman everywhere, but he goes by both names in America still to this very day. Honestly, the reason why I've spent such a long time fixated on the level selection in this game is because when it comes down to it, the actual gameplay of Sonic 1 is very basic. It's very simple, and it was designed that way intentionally. All you have to do in this game is run, roll, and jump, but it's meant to be accessible to anybody, and I really think that Sonic 1 does excel at getting a new player introduced. It's a great first video game for somebody, especially because Green Hill Zone is relatively easy to pick up and play. Now, you're immediately hit with Marble Zone, where that difficulty already kind of gets a little worse, but it's accessible, and I think that's one of the biggest things that made Sonic 1 such a well-selling video game. But going back to my comment on the level progression, because I really feel that that is the main center point of this game outside of the physics-based gameplay, Sonic 1's level progression is all over the place because it was originally intended for Labyrinth Zone to be the second level of the game, right after Green Hill, but that was presumably changed when the game designers realized that might be too big of a jump in difficulty right off the bat. My whole thing is, why aren't Spring Yard and Labyrinth Zone flipped? Or better yet, why isn't Spring Yard moved to the 5th zone instead of being the 3rd? The reason I bring this up is because the whole idea of the game is that it's nature versus machine, and the 6 zones are built behind this philosophy, with 3 being more nature focused and 3 being industrial focused. Wouldn't it have made more sense for the 3 nature levels to go first, followed by the 3 machine levels, thus indicating a transition in environment? I mean, think about it. You have Green Hill, then Marble, which works, and then switch a Labyrinth to put it 3rd, because that could totally transition from Marble Zone with both having a Ruins aesthetic to them. The final boss chase with Robotnik in Labyrinth Zone also works perfectly too to support this, because the entire thing is an upward climb. Sonic is going from the bottom to the top. That represents his rise up from getting out of the labyrinth and going straight after Eggman into this new environment. This fight isn't even a boss fight to begin with. It's a perfectly good storytelling representation of Sonic's exiting the labyrinth into the new industrial world. That shift would have been so amazing, thematically speaking. But oh well. Missed opportunity on a game from 1991. Again, this isn't a detriment to the game that it's not set up this way, but I'm just explaining how the game could be better from a narrative standpoint. Labyrinth Zone still sucks to play regardless though, that's never gonna change. Overall, the game really is fun to go back to for the historical side of it though. I mean, there is fun to be had here. I just don't recommend going for all the Chaos Emeralds. So that's the other big aspect of this game. See, when you clear the first or second act of a zone with 50 or more rings, you'll notice that a giant ring appears that Sonic can jump into, which takes him to a special stage in the form of these rotating grids that each possess a Chaos Emerald. If I could sum up my thoughts on these special stages in one clip, it would be this.
Well, this sucks.
As you can see, the first stage didn't go as planned. The playthrough I did for this video is actually the first time I've ever even bothered to get all 6 Chaos Emeralds in this game. And ironically, because of that little mishap, the first Chaos Emerald was actually the last one I acquired. You basically have at most 10 attempts to acquire all 6 emeralds before the end of the game because Scrap Brain does not spawn special stages for you. And yes, I said 6 Chaos Emeralds. Despite the franchise primarily being known for having 7 emeralds,
emeralds. In this game, there are only 6, and the only reward you get for acquiring them all is some flowers at the end of the game. Not really worth it in my opinion, hence why I never got them until this video. Beyond that, there's not much more to the game though. It's pretty basic in its structure, but hey, less is more, and in the case of Sonic the Hedgehog, that's definitely true, as we'll come to learn the hard way about halfway through this video series. But we're not there yet, and we've got a long way to go, so that's gonna do it for Sonic 1, a solid start that kickstarted one of gaming's longest running franchises.
Gotta go. Hey, guy, you're the first serious gamer I've seen all morning. Check this out. Brand new 16-bit Super Nintendo with Super Mario World. Wow!
What's this one?
Oh, this is a Sonic the Hedgehog from Sega Genesis. Hey, look at these radical colors, huh?
Wow, Sonic's fast, too.
No, over here.
I like Genesis, and it costs a lot less.
Wait, kid, that game
I'll
there.
take Sonic and Genesis.
I knew that.
Now on the handheld side of things comes Sonic 1 for the Sega Game Gear and Sega Master System. Released roughly 5 months after the Genesis version as an 8-bit counterpart meant for kids who either already possessed a Master System at home and didn't have a Genesis, or those with a need to take their mascot video game character on the go. The Sega Game Gear, Sega's answer to Nintendo's Game Boy back in the 90s, released in 1991 to a rather mixed reception.
Whoa. Color.
Hey, there's an easier way to get color. Get a Game Gear.
While technologically superior as a competitor to Nintendo, graphically speaking, its middling library and short battery life was ultimately its undoing. But that didn't stop Sega from creating a whole slew of Sonic games for the dang thing, and boy oh boy do we get to go through them all. Now, for this video, I'm going to primarily be focusing on the Game Gear version rather than the Master System version, purely because this is the version I'm more familiar with thanks to later releases, and plus I prefer the contrast of having a handheld version to compare to a console version instead of just another console version on inferior hardware. Not that there's anything wrong with the latter, but it is worth noting that there are a large number of changes between the two versions of the game, so these are by no means identical, just very similar with slight tweaks and maybe a different boss fight here and there. I'd like to shout out this YouTuber in particular who actually went through and made an hour-long side-by-side comparison video that walks through all of these version differences, so check them out if you're interested. Ultimately, I would say that the Master System version is the superior title, but again, because the Game Gear version is more accessible and more likely to be the version you yourself have played, that is the one I'm going to be talking about, as Sega seems to like to forget that the Master System versions ever even existed in the first place. So moving into our first Game Gear title, it's pretty similar in concept to that of Sonic 1 on the Genesis. You play as Sonic the Hedgehog on a mission to defeat the evil Dr. Robotnik, who's currently turning all of the poor helpless animals into robots. It doesn't get much simpler than that. Where the differences lie, however, mostly resides in the hardware limitations of the 8-bit technology, seeing as such a limitation resulted in a much simpler game in terms of level design, difficulty, and gameplay. While I wouldn't necessarily call this game a walk in the park, it's got all of these standard Sonic the Hedgehog tropes in having you run around the stages, collect rings, bounce on badniks, and rush to the end of the zone to defeat Dr. Robotnik in some sort of boss battle. Other similarities include the return of certain levels from Sonic 1, such as Green Hill, Labyrinth Zone, and Scrap Brain, and many of the same enemies like Buzz Bombers, Caterkillers, and Chompers making their appearance across several of the zones. Shields, invincibility, speed shoes, and ring boxes all return here too, and new to the table is the introduction of this down arrow box, which, upon breaking for the first time as a new player, seemingly results in nothing happening. I just want to clear the air on this. These boxes are actually the star post checkpoints of the game, so breaking one of these monitors is essentially a respawn point if you were to die. It's certainly different from the franchise's standard checkpoint format, so I thought this was worth acknowledging.
Man, Sega really must have been proud of Labyrinth Zone, given that it managed to sneak its way into 2 games instead of just 1, but man, does it suck even more here than it did on Genesis. Oh brother, you thought it was bad in the previous game? Trudging through the water is such a slog. I feel like complaining about the Genesis version is completely invalidated by this take on the zone, but hey, at least drowning is only an issue in the first 2 stages. For the boss fight, it becomes a complete non-issue, because even though Sonic still can't swim, he suddenly figures out how to live without oxygen just in time to defeat another one of Eggman's machines. The music's definitely superior in this version compared to the Genesis though. Apologies for skipping straight into Labyrinth Zone with this one, but there isn't a whole lot to say about Green Hill that wasn't already said. Green Hill gets brought back in so many Sonic games that I've kind of just become numb to it over a decade of my life at this point, but to really prove the point of just how overused Green Hill is, I'm going to introduce a Green Hill counter in this video that I'll be editing in with each time that it or a very similar version of Green Hill appears, that it may as well be called Green Hill even if it doesn't have that name. I won't really be acknowledging it verbally because I don't want to annoy you with it. I'd rather just let the counter speak for itself and pop up when it needs to. At least I can say Scrap Brain is easier. A little too easy if you ask me, given Act 1 is over in seconds and there isn't even a legitimate boss fight, as it is instead replaced with just a huge maze of rings and springs. But hey, I can compliment the puzzle as the main feature of Act 2. It definitely switches things up compared to whatever the Genesis version was supposed to be. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on who you ask, Marble Zone, Spring Yard Zone, and Starlight Zone did not make the cut, as they were instead replaced by Bridge Zone, Jungle Zone, and Sky Base Zone, respectively. Bridge Zone isn't much of a huge difference aesthetically from Green Hill Zone, but it does set itself apart with 2 key factors: the song and Act 2. While I can absolutely commend the catchy tune that accompanies Bridge Zone as you're running through the levels, an auto-scroller? Really? In a Sonic game? Why? Okay, at the very least I can excuse this for its time, but the concept of an auto-scroller in a Sonic game is antithetical to the entire idea of high-speed platforming that serves as the entire basis for what set the franchise apart from the other 2D platformers at the time. And I pretty much can never agree with the idea of putting an auto-scroller level into a Sonic game because it stops the player from going fast, which again is the entire point and appeal. But this is the only level in the game like this, so you know I can forgive it. The platforming in some moments is pretty tight though, likely due to the screen crunch of the Game Gear's screen. I don't think the Master System version would have this problem as much, but there were definitely some close calls that took place here. Interestingly though, I notice in Bridge Zone that you can apparently keep your shields in between stages, which is pretty cool given most of the Sonic games take it away from you when that happens. Jungle Zone kind of puts another spin on typical side-scrolling tropes by having its Act 2 structured like a vertical climbing stage instead of a side-scroller though, but honestly, I never encountered any of the issues you'd typically expect with a level like that, where if you fall down you either die like in Castlevania because the screen doesn't scroll back, or you end up undoing a lot of your progress and have to climb up all over again. Nah, this stage was pretty easy all things considered, and the boss fight was even more of a joke given how tight the screen crunch is in this game. Although, the Master System version does have this problem where you die if you touch the bottom of the screen, so score 1 for the Game Gear. That's the thing with Sonic 1 on Game Gear when compared to the Master System though. The bosses are super easy to defeat because of a variety of factors like the screen crunch making it easy to jump up and hit the boss, or in Bridge Zone's case, a different ground layout resulting in the ability to cheese the boss just by rolling in place. Strangely, the game designers decided that in order to balance out the easiness of the boss fight, they would remove any and all rings from them. So yeah, every boss level is basically a no damage run. That's cool. At least it's not like the Genesis version where there's a whole stage that leads up to the boss fight. These you basically just run from the right and then fight, but it's still pretty unforgiving because there's no room for error here. You get hit, you die. End of story. Now, I want to throw out an epilepsy warning here before delving into Skybase, because Act 1 is known for having this gimmick where the screen flashes yellow every few seconds to simulate a jolt of electricity. This stage actually takes place after Scrap Brain does in terms of level order, but I actually think Skybase is a better
better last level, given Act 1's interesting electricity concept resulting in some pretty fun timing-based platforming. And Act 2 is this whole blimp chase sequence that I unintentionally found a lower path to just by jumping backwards at the start of the level out of sheer curiosity. So take that, Ready Player One.
Why can't we go backwards?
Completing it actually allows you to complete the level with minimal platforming, although the sections you do have to navigate are definitely the hardest of the whole game. The final boss, though, is not so bad, as you only really need to avoid these bursts of flames that Eggman spits at you and then dodge this one charged projectile that homes in on you for a brief time period. Bounce into the glass wall, blocking Eggman from you enough times, and there you go, you beat the game. Now, in all honesty, like I said, I'm not going to be 100%ing all of these, and this was the first case of that, because unlike the previous game, which featured special stages at the end of Act 1 and 2, this game instead just places the Chaos Emeralds randomly in the level design that you just need to find in order to get the best ending. I missed a few and didn't want to replay the whole game again to get them, so, you know, I stuck with the normal ending, but I don't think it's a huge loss. The only difference is the dark cloud being over the island at the end of the normal ending goes away in the good ending, so, you know, it's there if you want to go for it, but you don't have to. It really makes no difference. And yeah, that's Sonic 1 for the Game Gear and Master System. It's nothing to write home about or anything, but it's certainly not a bad game, just an aged one that only more dedicated Sonic fans are gonna want to go out of their way to play, unless it gets included in some sort of collection release or something and people check it out of curiosity, which has happened numerous times over the years. Still, I enjoyed the experience, especially given this was my first time beating the game in full, and although it might not be memorable enough for me to ever likely play it again, I enjoyed my time with it for what it was. Alright, now let's switch gears a little bit. Alright, I love how we're only 3 games in and we're already hitting some of the weirder stuff this early into Sonic's career. Waku Sonic Patrol Car, also known as this in Japan, because I sure as heck can't pronounce it and don't want to offend anybody with my horrible butchering of it. This is a children's arcade simulator released exclusively in Japan at the end of 1991. The game itself was a part of Sega's Waku line of games and stars Sonic as a police officer dedicated to keep the city safe from Eggman's evil crimes. Yeah, you thought Sonic Drift was the first instance of Sonic driving a car? Think again. That said, with this title being a Japan-only exclusive, you can probably surmise that this means the game is entirely in Japanese, which means I have absolutely no idea what's going on or what any of this text says, but ultimately that's okay, because there's not a lot to get here. I highly doubt I'm missing out on any of the dialogue being said here, given the fact that the game is 2 minutes long. And I wish I was exaggerating, but I'm not. The game literally lasts for 2 minutes and is very well in the running for the title of shortest game of this entire video when talking about the amount of time it takes to beat the whole thing from start to finish. Graphically, it's solid for 1991, but gameplay-wise, it's nothing special. You can speed boost, super speed boost, jump, and I think you can turn somehow, although I have no idea how because all I could get Sonic to do was point left and right and use his turn signal without ever physically moving the vehicle into another lane. Spoiler alert, by the way, I'm emulating this game because I'll be damned if I go out of my way to try and find, let alone purchase, an old school children's arcade simulator from 1991 to try and get footage of this thing. So, instead, I'm using footage from this YouTube channel here to show you the machine in action. Honestly though, this footage is cool because it showcases the main appeal of the game, that being the machine's feedback that is delivered based on the motions within the game itself, as shown in this footage here. So that's cool, but yeah, ultimately I couldn't figure out how to turn, but that didn't really matter because I beat the game entirely without that function because I think it's actually physically impossible to lose. You either hit Eggman enough times or you don't, but you can't ever die because, you know, this game was aimed at a younger crowd. Still, I think it's a neat piece of Sonic's history, albeit a strange one, but most notably of all, this is technically the first ever game to feature Sonic having voice acting, and it literally dates all the way back to the first year of his existence. Something I'm sure a lot of people probably didn't know, I'd be willing to bet. So that's cool, even though I have no idea what he's saying. I don't know how likely you are to find this game in the wild given the sheer amount of time that has passed since these machines were probably discontinued in manufacturing, but hey, if you ever do see one, maybe it's worth checking out for the sheer novelty factor alone. That is, if you're perfectly okay looking like a total weirdo in public riding one of these machines. But the weird spin-offs early in Sonic's career don't stop there, because next up we have Sonic Eraser, the first live service Sonic game which was featured as part of Sega's MegaNet, a Japan-exclusive online service back in 1991, until it was later ported to PC in 2004, where it was still a Japan-exclusive title. So yeah, that means once again I can't really tell you what any of this says, but ultimately the game just boils down to a simple puzzle game in which you get shapes of 4 blocks similar to Tetris, and just need to align them in positions that will cause 2 or more of the same shape to vanish. Basically, the goal here is just to outlast your opponent, which can either be the computer or another human player, marking this as yet another first for the franchise in that it is technically the first ever multiplayer Sonic game, although not a platformer. The game features a few different modes that I've listed on screen here, although they're mostly just slightly different spins on the same basic gameplay at the end of the day. Truth be told, this one's pretty basic, but if you like tile matching games, you probably enjoy it, as simple as it is. Still, there's a million variants of this games out there, so I don't know that tracking down Sonic Eraser specifically is worth it when there are so many alternatives at your fingertips. Aha, so now I get to reveal another exciting part of this video, unreleased games. Yep. Alongside regional exclusive titles, I also intend to talk about several of the games that had begun development as Sonic games but were ultimately never released. The first of which being Sonic's Edusoft, an educational game for the Sega Master System that was never released due to its failure to gain publishing approval after being requested by publisher US Gold and licensed by Sega themselves. That said, it's a super basic game in the gameplay department, as one might expect from an edutainment title. Don't get me wrong, I've talked positively of edutainment before when it came to Humongous Entertainment, but those games were the outlier, not the standard. This here is your basic addition, subtraction, spelling, and so on game, where all you do is travel around this world map by selecting different icons to partake in some sort of activity where you basically have to answer 6 questions correctly to proceed. There's not really much to it, I'm afraid, seeing as I played the game for about 10 minutes and saw nearly everything there was to see. There is a sense of progression here, at least, with these helicopters taking you to other section off parts of the map that you can't go to until you have a certain number of stars. Thing is though, there's basically only 2 types of questions you get asked: fundamental math equations and the spelling of words. At least the spelling sections are marked with a themed sprite on the map that indicates what you'll be spelling, whether it be food or animal names, but beyond that, it's the same thing every time. This game doesn't impress me, but I never expected to be impressed by it either. It's an unreleased title that's likely also unfinished, and I don't see any merit in it, so it's probably good it stayed unreleased. I don't see how kids from back in the day could enjoy this when they'd probably rather be playing the official Sonic 1, but that's just me. Additionally, another cancelled title comes in the form of Sonic the Hedgehog for the Commodore Amiga, which never saw release due to Sega pulling a contract that they had with US Gold to release the game on home computers. A few screenshots of this title seem to exist, but their authenticity has been called into question, and more importantly, there is no playable version of the game anywhere to be found online at the time of this video's publishing. As an extension of this, there also exists a title by the name of Sonic Attack for Amiga that contains a recreation of Green Hill Zone. However, this title is primarily a music collection rather than a full-blown game, so I don't see it even being worthy of an honorable mention, but I guess I'm mentioning it honorably anyways, so what the heck, I guess it is after all.
Surprised? Yes, friends, despite most people assuming that Sonic 2 on Genesis is the very first appearance of Sonic's faithful sidekick Miles Tails Prower, the Game Gear version actually released first, and oh my, what a shift this game is from 8-bit Sonic 1. The story of this one goes that Dr. Robotnik has captured Tails, and Sonic is on a mission to rescue him before it's too late. And while that premise may be simple, beating this game is not. Oh my god, why is this game so hard? The first Game Gear game had a perfectly balanced difficulty, I felt. Yeah, there was some hard sections and some easy ones, but it never felt unfair. Sonic 2 though? Wow, it's like the devs wanted to create their own version of Mario the Lost Levels or something. Not that I'd say the game goes that far in difficulty, but wow. Some of this game is ludicrous in what it asks of you. Like last game, there are a total of 6 zones that you need to navigate in order to beat the game. Underground, Sky High, Aqua Lake, Green Hills, that's right, Hills, not Hill, Gimmick Mountain, and Scrambled Egg. Each zone contains 3 acts, with the third consisting of simply a boss fight like Sonic 1, and you have no rings while you fight them. As far as these level aesthetics go, I definitely like how varied they are, and not a single level in this game appears in the Genesis version, so they are wholly separate titles. Underground Zone is a pretty interesting choice for the first level of the game, given that Sonic games usually feature bright green grassy areas for their first stage. Instead here we have lots of tan and red, which I'm all for, by the way. I love when a game mixes things up like this. There is still a green grass level in the form of Green Hills Zone, like I mentioned a second ago, and why it's called Green Hills Zone instead of not just Green Hill is anybody's guess, but if I had to make one, it's because Green Hill Zone is located on Westside Island, and Sonic 2 takes place on South Island, hence them wanting to use a different name, I guess. I'm not super nitpicky on this choice though, I mean, it's whatever, the only thing I really care about with this level is how awesome the music is. Such a bop. The other levels are fine too, but my favorite of them all is probably Aqua Lake. Well, Act 1 at least. Act 2 has the Labyrinth Zone problem of being almost entirely underwater where you're forced to move so incredibly slow and stop for air bubbles, and it just sucks as much as it did before. But a new gimmick to that level is the ability to hop in a bubble and float upwards while avoiding obstacles. This is nice because while you're in this bubble it counts as being in air, which mitigates a lot of the potential for drowning to occur because you're constantly jumping into them throughout the whole stage. I think I only got the drowning counter to appear once in the entire time I played it, but that's Act 2. I love Act 1 because this game has a really cool idea it uses where if Sonic is rolling as he enters a section of water, he's actually able to skim across the surface without breaking it as he just bounces across the entire section. This is such a neat concept, and it makes sense that if he's going fast enough not to break the surface tension, then having him skirt across the top works, and it makes sense for his character too. He'd spin across the water as fast as possible if it means avoiding it entirely because, yeah, he can't swim. The last level, Scrambled Egg Zone, sucks though. Like, this level is flat out garbage in its design. It consists of nothing but split-second reaction memorization that a first-time player is never going to know or expect going in for the first time. I was stuck on these stages for over 20 minutes each because the entire gimmick is having to navigate these pipes and pressing the correct direction you want Sonic to go at the right time.
Except it's all trial and error, and there's no way to really figure out which is the right way to go ahead of time, and in Act 2's case specifically, it outright punishes you for choosing wrong by dropping you on a giant landscape of spikes that is practically guaranteed to kill you at numerous points in the level. Look at this level map. Maybe it's not an issue on the Master System version, but on the Game Gear, the screen is not large enough to give the player ample enough time to see this coming. Even trying to navigate the pipe section at the beginning of this act is a nightmare. Like, yeah, now in retrospect, I know I just need to hold right, left, right to get through, but I didn't know that as a first-time player. Nobody's gonna know that. And this goes into the difficulty that I mentioned a second ago. Yes, I can compliment Sonic 2 for making a few improvements in things such as the level design, mostly, and the overall pacing, being more speed-focused than the first game. Also, in this game when you get hit, you actually drop 1 ring per 10 rings held that you can pick back up, so now you do have a chance to save yourself instead of losing them outright.
Furthermore, if you ever complete a level with a final ring count that ends in a 0, aka multiple of 10, passing the goal post will result in a ring symbol appearing instead of Robotnik, and the game rewards you with 10 more rings on top of that, meaning if you end the stage with 90 rings, you could theoretically get 10 more to earn an extra life. And yes, getting 100 rings earns an extra life. This is a standard feature in most Sonic games that I probably won't be acknowledging again unless for some reason it's notable to mention that the game doesn't support this feature, so just assume you get a life per 100 rings unless I say otherwise. Those changes are nice. What's not nice, again, the difficulty increase because shield power-ups and level checkpoints have been removed entirely. Yes, entirely. If you die, you start the whole level all over again every single time, no matter the stage. That's not cumbersome at all. And there's no chance you have of taking a shield into a boss fight either. And oh boy, those boss fights. Admittedly, certain boss fights like the seal at Aqua Lake and the Warthog at Gimmick Mountain aren't so bad, but the first boss of the game may as well have been the final boss for most people. As a kid, it was for me, as in it was the final boss I fought in the game before putting it down for 20 years and never touching it again until this video. My God, who thought that this was a good idea for a first boss? Who sat down, play tested this, and said, yep, this is acceptable, ship the game? So basically, you're standing on this slope, right? And you have to avoid these cannonballs from hitting you so that they fall down into this pincer creature enough times to kill it. Well, the problem is, the slope is so incredibly steep that if you so much as press the right arrow for more than a fraction of a second, you are slipping right into it and dying. And also, thanks to the Game Gear's screen crunch, it's difficult to even see the cannonballs up ahead that are coming at you because they could have one of several patterns that require you to either jump over it or position yourself underneath its arc depending on how it's coming down. And then, as if that weren't enough, let's say you do survive long enough for the final hit. Well, instead of a cannonball coming down at you, Robotnik just decides to kamikaze dive at you in one final attempt, which I guarantee no first-time player is going to see coming because there's no warning for it,
no tell, and it'll likely kill you. In concept, this is a cool idea for a boss, but it is way too hard for the first fight of the game.
The real final boss, Silver Sonic, is easier than this. As long as you're in ball form, the guy can't touch you. But Underground Zone, brutal. There is nothing you can do about it. In fact, I decided to prove a point and play the Master System version for this boss fight, and yeah, this version of it is a total joke. Easy, no problem. This just goes to show how screen crunch really can make a difference sometimes. But yeah, after defeating the aforementioned Silver Sonic in Scrambled Egg Zone, the game just sort of abruptly ends and you get Sonic running during the credits. That's strange. I thought the plot of this game was to rescue Tails, but I don't see Tails anywhere. Sonic just gave up and went home and... Oh my God. Tails died? What the What this game doesn't tell you is that unlike Sonic 1, where you don't have to collect all the Chaos Emeralds to experience the whole game, Sonic 2 actually locks a hidden 7th level and true final boss behind collecting all 6 Chaos Emeralds. So this time I had to go out of my way to get all 6 of them in order to show off this extra zone. Like 8-bit Sonic 1, there are no special stages for these things, they're simply scattered around in Act 2 of every level. Underground Zones is right at the end after jumping out of a minecart. Aqua Lake just requires you to hold left in this tube, which the game obviously doesn't tell you about, so you just have to know to hold left in advance. Green Hills is in plain sight as long as you bounce off these springs correctly. Silver Sonic drops the 6th emerald during his fight if you've collected the other 5, so this one's a gimme. But you'll notice I skipped over the emeralds for Gimmick Mountain and Sky High zones.
That's because these 2 emeralds suck.
Gimmick Mountain strictly because it's hidden behind an invisible wall that no player is ever going to figure out that they need to jump through on their own. It's pretty easy to get after this point, but there is nothing in the game that indicates you're able to jump through this wall in order to get it. And it's at the very beginning of the act. Unlike the other 4 zones, which all put their emeralds at the end of the level, this zone puts it at the beginning, so players who were collecting all of them probably got used to looking for them towards the latter half of the level by this point, which is also misleading because this placement goes against their intuition they've had built up by the game over the course of the entire experience.
And Sky High Zone is just terrible.
This hang glider already sucks as it is, as most players probably know, and if you just mash left you can usually stay in a straight line, so like it's not a big deal, but this emerald trumps the hang glider for me. You have to essentially go in blind to attempt to get this thing, jumping from this spot in the clouds here onto this one cloud and then know exactly where the next cloud you need to bounce on is, and carry enough momentum to get far enough right that you snag it before falling right past it or right in front of it. It sucks. It relies on so much trial and error, and it's hidden so far up in the top right corner of the screen that it's going to take you forever to find it first before you even start attempting to grab it. And the worst part is, if you miss, you have to leap of faith across a massive spike pit and hope you land on some terrain with a spring, otherwise you're probably dead. I hate this emerald. It's terrible. But I persevered and secured them all, and so I made it to the 7th level of the game, Crystal Egg. It's a pretty stage to look at, and it's a leisurely level that I enjoy, especially after the nightmare that was Scrambled Egg, so, you know, this is nice. Just sucks how much of a pain it is to get here, but this ain't so bad as long as you're patient, and the final boss isn't so tough either. You're basically in this room rolling from top to bottom in these pipes while Robotnik sits in his machine and launches electricity at you in a few different forms. No rings, of course, so one hit and you die, but as long as you just wait for him to do the screen nuking move and then exit the pipes, you should be able to snag a hit on him, and possibly two if you're lucky, although I wouldn't recommend chancing it. Beating this boss has Sonic chase him into a teleporter where he gets away, but Tails is reunited to you and the two run off in the sunset together, resulting in the good ending. And yeah, that's Sonic 2 on Game Gear. I do not recommend this game whatsoever, unless you're looking for a punishing platformer that does not allow very much room for error at all. Plus, you'll probably die to the first boss a million times, and that might be enough to make you quit. The Master System version is easier from what I've read and experienced, because a lot of the issues I described all stem from the Game Gear screen size being reduced, so you know, I'm sure having that helps. And like last time, the Master System does have some different music tracks, but seeing as Sega just seems to re-release the Game Gear version over and over and over again and not the Master Systems, I see that one as the officially recognized version of the game and is why it was the one I played. If you do stick through it, it has some moments with Aqua Lake, Green Hills, and Gimmick Mountain, but honestly, I can only say I enjoyed about 50% of the zones, so yeah, not a glowing review. Far from the worst thing ever, just painstakingly difficult for a handheld title. Okay, now we're really getting somewhere. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is one of those definitive examples of a team taking the first iteration of something and improving upon it with its sequel in every possible way they can. The sprite work, the gameplay, the music, the story. Every single thing Sonic 2 does, it does better than the original and is the clear-cut first ever great Sonic game I would say we'll be looking at today.
Now, when you buy the Sega Genesis that comes with Sonic 1, you'll get Sonic 2 absolutely free. Sonic 2 handles stubborn stains, embarrassing bald spots, no problem. It even slices and dices, makes thousands of julienne fries. But wait, you can play it too. Sonic 2 fits easily into any tackle box. Made from a space-age polymer plastic for years of family fun, and pets love it too. Buy the Sega Genesis that comes with Sonic 1 and get Sonic 2 free. Act now. Wiener Dog Sweater sold separately.
As far as gameplay is concerned, the same principles apply as the first game. Run through the stages, jump on badniks, collect rings, and make it to the end, but this time there's a whole new slew of game mechanics present here. For starters, arguably Sonic's most iconic maneuver ever, the spin dash, seeds its introduction here. By pressing down on the D-pad and mashing the A button, Sonic will rev up in place a number of times equal to how many times you press the button before releasing, which sends him rocketing forward in that direction with a breakneck speed in ball form, no less. Sonic 1 just became a whole lot harder to come back to. But that's not the only addition here. Oh no, as Sonic 2 sees the introduction of a brand new character in the form of Sonic's sidekick, a two-tailed fox by the name of Miles Per Hour, a pun on the phrase miles per hour, which surprisingly, I still see people figuring this out for the first time on the internet all this time later, despite it being a pretty well-known play on words for the character for like decades now, but that's besides the point. Heck, maybe I just taught some of you watching the meaning behind the name, so hey, there you go. But Tails here, his nickname, which ultimately becomes his main name for the character from pretty much every game going forward after this one, is here to follow Sonic in all the stages of the game as he joins him on his adventure. The story behind this game goes that Sonic grew bored after freeing South Island in Sonic 1 that he hopped in his plane and flew on over to West Side Island to begin exploring it. Tails quickly discovered him and began following Sonic until eventually Sonic caught on and let him tag along for the ride as Eggman arrived with all of his badniks in search of the 7 Chaos Emeralds. That's right, 7 emeralds, as there will be from here on out, and honestly, I prefer it that way. Supposedly, according to Sonic lore, this island is actually the true point of origin for the emeralds, so what 6 of them were doing in Sonic 1 is beyond me, but it actually explains where those 6 probably went to at the end of the game when Sonic looks all shocked after they disappear. Clever foreshadowing there, or just a coincidence? Probably the latter. Gameplay-wise, this basically means that by default in all of the levels, Tails will follow you, as Sonic, as a character controlled by the CPU. Now technically you can plug in a second controller and another person can play as him, but considering the camera stays fixed on Sonic and Tails can't even fly in this game, there's really no reason to. He has the same moveset as Sonic in this one. He can jump and spin dash, despite his 2 tails being the reason for both his name and his special natural ability. Gotta say as an aside, the concept of Tails flying in this manner is a really creative and original idea that I really truly like. It's like he has a propeller on his back, but the fact that he can use his natural 2 tails to act as the blades is just super cool, even if he can't actually fly when playing as him. A lot of players seem to find Tails to be a nuisance in the game, mostly because he can screw you over in boss fights where you go to hit Eggman but pass right through him because Tails hit him first, giving Eggman iframes that just causes Sonic to go passing through him sometimes, resulting in death, such as in the chemical plant boss fight, but I personally don't mind having him along. He doesn't really serve much of a purpose, but I really like having him there, and he is useful in super specific scenarios. You can, of course, go into the options menu and switch to play as either Sonic only or Tails only, with the only difference being that Tails and Sonic basically swap places towards the end of the game for the last few levels. Speaking of levels, we got a whole new roster of stages to look at here, and boy are they a treat. Sonic 1 really seems to be lacking in the color department as far as level themes went. Most stages seem to stick to either gray, brown, or green aesthetics with nothing really striking visually as a result. Sonic 2 though doesn't hold back. We've gotten way more vibrant stages thrust at us this time around. You got bright green greens and yellows and blues and orange and purple and basically all the colors of the visual spectrum at play here, which I absolutely appreciate. There is such a diversity in the level themes now that I just love running through, from bright pinball bumpers and Casino Night to the dark caverns of Mystic Cave to the great mechanical mayhem that is Metropolis Zone. Yes, I love Metropolis Zone. It's my favorite stage in the whole game. New stage elements come into play in Sonic 2 that are never seen before, from corkscrews to launch pads to levers and so on, which really enhance the variety in stage design. And of course the iconic loop-de-loops return too. Sonic 2 definitely has a greater focus on speed than its predecessor, and it really shows that Sonic's dev team saw what made the first game the most fun and pivoted towards doing more of that. Speeding through Chemical Plant Zone, the second zone of the game, so fast that you nearly fly off the far right side of the screen because it can't keep up is such a fun thing to do. Every single time, it never gets old. Sonic 1 actually had a speed limiter built in to prevent the player from going too fast, and Sonic 2 said hell to that and did away with it completely, which I think is for the better. All zones in the game up to but not including Metropolis Zone now only feature 2 acts instead of 3, likely to introduce more stage motifs than the first game, which only contains 6 or 7 if you count the final zone. This time around, the game has nearly doubled with the total of 11 zones. Emerald Hill, Chemical Plant, Aquatic Ruin, Casino Night, Hilltop, Mystic Cave, Oil Ocean, Metropolis, Sky Chase, Wing Fortress, and Death Egg Zone fill out this game's stage roster, and it's quite the diverse set here to say the least. Like I mentioned, Metropolis Zone is my favorite stage in the game, mostly thanks to its kick-ass music, and also the fact that it's technically the final multi-act zone and the whole thing isn't just a boring gray, but instead of vibrant green full of gears and pistons and all sorts of fun stuff. And I know what you veterans are thinking, but Shadow, how can you enjoy this level when it possesses the unholy trinity of badnik enemies? Asterons, Shellcrackers, and the dreaded Slicers. Well, to that I say, they're not that bad. yeah, slicers are a pain to hit, but if you're patient and just wait for them to launch their blade, then roll under them or jump over them, depending on how you position yourself, you're mostly fine, outside of like the 2 or 3 that are just poorly placed, which I can admittedly agree with, are terrible. They suck, but it's not that hard to manage. Shellcrackers aren't terrible either if you always jump when you're approaching them, and Asterons are super easy to avoid if you just stop moving after you trigger them 9 out of 10 times. Outside of Metropolis Zone, my other favorite zones of the game are Mystic Cave and Chemical Plant, as both having some of the most visually stunning level aesthetics of them all and great songs to accompany them. The final few levels aren't so bad either. Sky Chase is a nice breather, and then Wing Fortress kicks in, which can be difficult if you don't know how to navigate the platforms and obstacles in your way, but I didn't have too much trouble with it and made it through just fine. Besides, it wouldn't really be a final level if there wasn't at least some difficulty to the platforming. Completing it, of course, brings us to the final zone, the Death Egg Zone, which has a pretty notorious reputation amongst Sonic fans for being incredibly difficult to defeat, given the fact that you have 0 rings when you enter the stage. I've had to play 2 Game Gear games without any rings for every single boss fight. You really think I'm scared of this one? Alright, Silver Sonic's done, and okay, now I just gotta wait out the Death Egg robot long enough. Let me just speed this footage up real quick, and hey, look at that, first try, what a breeze. I don't know, maybe I'm just super lucky or something, or maybe the people that claim this boss is so difficult are only the ones that played this at like 6 years old, but these bosses really aren't that bad, especially if you know to just spin dash in place right here as Silver Sonic lowers down to the screen and then release upon getting the 4th hit. You literally take out half of Silver Sonic's health before he even gets to move, essentially taking the hardest part of the fight down to 4 hits instead of 8.
With the Death Egg robot, if you're feeling risky, you can hit Eggman at any point, but I usually just take my time and clear the stage no problem, so like,
I don't know, I don't really see what's so difficult about this zone. I actually quite enjoy it and think it's a pretty fair fight for the last boss of the game. Sure, I can see how young kids may have struggled with it, but really, of all the boss patterns you have to memorize in this game itself, Death Egg Robot, it really ain't that bad. The regular zone bosses are alright too. I think some of them are kinda lame, like Chemical Plants, where Eggman literally just picks up some water and drops it on Sonic. I mean, that's not very threatening.
Now I'm going to finish that pesky hedgehog once and for all.
You can barely fit into that thing.
Shut up. All I need is the butter. Get me the butter!
Honestly, the platforms that flip into a bottomless pit are the most threatening part of that fight, more so than the boss itself, because of that Tails hitbox problem I mentioned earlier. And Hilltop's boss isn't very exciting either. Casino Night and Aquatic Ruin have interesting ones though, even if you can cheese them relatively easily. By now you've probably noticed in the footage that in certain moments Sonic is not in his usual blue form, but rather this glowing yellow variant with spikier quills and faster speeds. This, my friends, is the introduction to Super Sonic, a form that Sonic obtains whenever he acquires all 7 Chaos Emeralds, collects 50 rings, and jumps. Basically a direct inspiration from Dragon Ball's Super Saiyan form, and while I don't think it was ever confirmed, I think the inspiration of Dragon Ball also led Sega to increase the number of emeralds from 6 to 7,
since there are 7 Dragon Balls in Dragon Ball Z.
Getting the 7 Chaos Emeralds, similar to the previous few games, results in a slightly different but ultimately inconsequential difference in the ending. There's no good or bad ending here since the game ends with Sonic destroying the Death Egg regardless. The normal ending has Sonic falling from space until Tails flies up in the tornado and rescues him, leading to the end of the game, while the super ending has Sonic save himself and Tails just flies alongside him out of the way. Really, I, like a lot of people, prefer the first ending just because it really solidifies that sense of camaraderie between the two characters, you know? Like, based on the whole synopsis for the game, Tails sees Sonic as a hero and he wants to be like him. And Sonic's just kind of letting him follow him around on the adventure, but Tails never really needs to take the lead, he's just sort of a sidekick. But in this moment here, where Sonic is falling back to the planet's surface, he really doesn't have a way to get out of it. He's practically falling to his death. I mean, what's he gonna do? Until, sure enough, Tails swoops in to rescue him. The whole ending cutscene where it flashes white and it shows Tails watching this happen from the ground and getting to the plane and rushing up to save him. It's such a basic cutscene, but it's such an awesome character moment for the sidekick. This becomes a common dynamic that the two will share for many years to come. So yeah, I'm in that crowd that prefers the normal ending, even though I'm pretty sure the events of this game's sequel confirm the super ending is the canon one, but hey, I guess at least it's not like the Game Gear version where Tails just dies. Unfortunately, in this game, if you do have Supersonic unlocked and you jump with 50 rings, the transformation automatically goes into effect, even if you don't want it to. So if you do unlock him, just be warned, because once you activate it, the only way to turn it off is to die via a bottomless pit, crushing or drowning, or to let your ring count fall down to 0. Or beating the stage, of course. And you're probably thinking, well, Supersonic seems awesome. I can run faster, jump higher. Man, I'm not gonna let you poison me with your influence and think Supersonic is bad. And to that I respond in saying that it's not bad. It's great. It's fun. It's just, it takes away the stage music and plays this extremely repetitive loop over and over and over and over and over and over and over again all stage long. It's not so bad at first, but it gets old super, see what I did there, quick, and anyone who's played this game before gets exactly what I mean. But honestly, if this music thing doesn't bother you, Supersonic is definitely worth unlocking, if you can tolerate the absolute insanity that is the special stages. I'm just gonna say it, these are some of the hardest special stages in the entire franchise. I'm what, 6 games in, and I'm already making a claim like this? It's ridiculous, guys. See, after playing this game, I'm honestly on a mission to see if I can even find more difficult special stages than Sonic 2's with the production of this video, because I really don't think it'll happen. And I'm not talking individual special stages here, I mean like the overall concept across all 7, because Sonic 2's are something else. They're half pipes, right? It seems like a pretty fitting setting for Sonic the Hedgehog to kind of run through and avoid obstacles and collect rings. It's pretty great. But my issue with these half pipes is that they are 150% memorization, and there is not a single chance in hell a first-time player has even the potential of winning most of these things. Especially because the main gimmick of this special stage is unpredictability. See, the half-pipe gimmick has definitely solidified itself as one of the most frequently reoccurring special stage types in the entire franchise, as we'll see when we get to future games. So this sure as hell won't be the last time we see this. But with Sonic 2 on the Genesis specifically, sure, you might not have trouble with stages 1 or 2, but from like maybe 3 or 4 onward, it gets pretty absurd to guess where the rings are even going to appear, and with the strict ring requirements, you're extremely likely to fail these. Even more so if you're playing with Sonic and Tails, because despite the fact that all of the rings Tails picks up will likely be dropped, because his AI admittedly sucks and lags a second behind Sonic's, the ring requirement amount is bumped up like an extra 10 rings. Whatever you do, if you decide to go for Supersonic in this game, please make sure to spare yourself the torture and go to the options and select a Sonic only run, because Tails is nothing more than a hindrance with these. I completely understand why people don't enjoy playing this game with Tails at their side if it's because they're going for Supersonic. He is nothing but a hindrance. It's a total pain. And the suckage doesn't stop there, because if you end up doing a Tails only run, you can still get the 7 emeralds, but they don't do anything. No Super Tails, no special ending, nothing changes. It's just bragging rights, I guess, but you could just get them as Sonic, and then you also get the super form and the bragging rights. So there is no real reason to go for them in a Tails run, so just don't bother. Sonic 2 also comes with some multiplayer stages in the form of Emerald Hill, Casino Night, Mystic Cave, and the Special Stage, which are all fun to race to the end of the levels to see who gets there first, with extra power-ups thrown into the mix to spice things up, including the dreaded boxes that will swap your positions in the stage. Great for the person lagging behind, terrible for the guy in the lead. This teleport box is so crazy, in fact, that the devs actually offered to give players the option to turn off all other power-ups and have every single monitor be a teleporter. That's just insane. insane. It's a fun mode though. The screen is split horizontally and stretched to all hell, so it's kind of difficult to see, but playing this with a friend can result in a fun half hour or so, I'm sure. This actually marks the first instance of multiplayer in the Sonic franchise, a recurring feature that we will be getting into over and over again as we go along. The last thing I want to get into is the cut content that didn't make it into the final game. See, Sonic 2 was originally going to have way more levels featured in it that didn't make it in, such as Wood Zone, Hidden Palace Zone, Genocide City Zone, Desert Zone, also known as Sand Shower Zone, Rock Zone, and Winter Zone, which is just a reskin of Desert Zone. And my cat just bumped my script up. Casino Night also had a completely different appearance in the beta version of the game. There's all sorts of interesting stuff that was left on the cutting room floor of Sonic 2, and plenty of people out there have made history videos about it. There's even a ROM hack that attempted to bring these stages into a playable form for people to experience. It's really interesting, and if you're a fan of behind the scenes parts of game development like this, then you'll probably get a kick out of it. I highly recommend researching this stuff. But yeah, that's Sonic 2. Like I said, I considered this the first of the upper echelon of Sonic games that really make the franchise shine and represent what it is people like me love so much about the character and the franchise. It's not my favorite 2D Sonic game by a long shot, but I recognize this quality and greatly enjoy my playthroughs when I do give it a run through, so yeah.
As much as I talked poorly about the special stages there, the rest of the game is really great.
All these years later, and as many more continue to pass, Sonic 2 is definitely going to hold up for a very long time. Next, I want to talk about another scrapped Sonic game that was nearly completed before ultimately being blocked from release after failing its location test in Japan. SegaSonic Bros is a puzzle game of all things in which the player is asked to use the 3 different colored Sonics to create loops and lines from the 2x2 grids of Sonics that drop down from the top of the screen in a fashion similar to that of Tetris. The differences here, however, is that the key to victory in this game is to encompass a large number of tiles with a completed line or loop of the same color, which in turn eliminates all of the blocks contained within that space and netting the player a higher score the more blocks that are encased within this boundary. The game does have a progression system where you level up as you complete these shapes and earn Chaos Emeralds at every 10th level, with the game maxing out at level 99. Of course, I'm not good enough to get that far, so I never saw this, but you know, I'm sure someone out there is good enough to have done so. Shame there was never any opportunities for people to play it back in the day though, but based on its testing, the game seemed to have failed to generate interest and as such was dropped, so can't really blame them too much if that's the case. Could you imagine what it could have been like if this game was released though and Sega actually pursued it? Sonic could have had brothers, canonically. How wild is that? And while I'm at it, I'm switching gears into some 1993 titles. I'm not normally going to do this, but quite frankly, it just makes sense because why have a section that was literally a minute or less long? Next up, we've got 2 arcade titles, which I'm just throwing together here in this one section because they're very similar to one another in the sense that they're both following in the footsteps of Waku Sonic Patrol Car. The first of these games is SegaSonic Cosmo Fighter and features Sonic flying a spaceship in a top-down shoot-'em-up in which he has to blast down Dr. Robotnik and rescue his animal friends. Similar to Patrol Car, the game lasts roughly 3 minutes and has you blasting enemies from the top of the screen with your weapons, followed by a boss fight with Robotnik at the end. It's a nice little distraction knowing it's meant to be short as an arcade machine experience more than a video game, and there's no way to actually die here again, so it's pretty automated from start to finish. Still, I was able to figure out how to beat Robotnik this time, so I did and ended up getting the good ending as a result, so you know, that's pretty cool. But honestly here, it really just feels like second verse same as the first with a different coat of paint. I ended up playing the Japanese version, but an English version was actually found in 2021 and uploaded to the internet in 2023, 30 years after the game was originally released in Japan. The live cabinet footage I'm showing you right now was taken from this YouTube channel here, so credit where credit is due, of course. Me personally, I don't really care for this game, but you know, it exists, so I had to talk about it. SegaSonic Popcorn Shop, on the other hand, is something entirely different. This game was released in Japan as a popcorn dispenser. That's right, a literal vending machine video game. What will they think of next? Well, a lot, because this was 30 years ago. It comes with 3 flavors: butter, salt, and chili. This one's kinda weird though. I have no idea what the characters are saying, but from what I can gather, Sonic and Tails want to make popcorn and Robotnik wants it for himself, so he comes up with his most diabolical scheme he can imagine.
I'll smash it with a hammer!
I really don't know what to make of this one. It's definitely one of the weirdest Sonic games I'm going to talk about for this entire video, honestly. It's pretty cool though that the machine actually gives you popcorn after you beat it. That's a nice reward for pressing some buttons and spinning a wheel, so I mean that's fun at least. Definitely one of the more unique attributes of an arcade cabinet I've ever seen though. And of course, once again, credit to these channels here for the footage that I'm currently showing you now. What, you think I took a trip across the globe to Japan just to film a Sonic arcade cabinet from 1993? Of course not. I'm giving credit where it's due. I'm not a thief. Shame most YouTubers are afraid to do this sort of thing. These people absolutely deserve to be recognized for the video footage they captured in their own time, but I'm not going to go on that tangent for right now. Ultimately, SegaSonic Popcorn Shop, it existed. It's a thing, I guess. Cool. Continuing on in the arcade scene comes SegaSonic the Hedgehog, a Japan-only arcade title that has yet to be released on any kind of home console or platform outside of its original variant. And yeah, I can understand the previous SegaSonic games not getting re-released, but it's sort of a crime that this one is yet to see the light of day, considering it's a pretty important piece of Sonic history as it serves as the introduction of 2 brand new Sonic characters, Mighty the Armadillo and Ray the Flying Squirrel. In this title, they play exactly as Sonic does, with all 3 being controlled with a trackball and having 1 button to jump. A relatively simple but common setup that a lot of arcade machines back in the 90s had possessed. I remember playing all sorts of games with this sort of thing. The most obvious one sticking out in my head was a Simpsons bowling arcade game. I used to play that at a local Pizza Hut back when I was like 5 or 6 years old, I think, and while I hardly remember anything about the game, I definitely remember I played it once. Most of the time I honestly just sat in front of the thing and just spun the ball a bunch because it was fun. I didn't actually have quarters to play the game, but anyways, that tangent aside, given that this title supports 2 players, it makes sense that other characters might be playable, although shockingly, Tails is nowhere to be seen here. Eggman is back again though, as always, and he's stirring up trouble once again. Mighty, Ray, and Sonic have all been captured by Eggman in this game and are imprisoned on his evil island where he plans to execute them. That's dark. However, the 3 team up and break out by avoiding all the obstacles and death traps that plague the geography with the intent of defeating Eggman and escaping with their lives. Yeah, this is actually kind of a really dark Sonic game now that I think about it, at least thus far. The game consists of 7 levels, although they barely increase in difficulty until the last stage, seeing as the primary gameplay across all levels is less about platforming and more about avoiding the obstacles of the stage and getting to the end as fast as possible. No matter the level, there's always something chasing after you to keep moving forward, and other barriers pop up to attempt to slow your momentum, such as ice blocks and desert tornadoes. Rings also exist in the game and can aid in replenishing a small portion of the player's health each time one is collected. This is an arcade game after all, and those things were always designed with the intent of eating all your quarters, but at the very least it's nice that the game gives you a small bit of health back, so it's not entirely cheap. Still, the game is very much pay to win, as you'll make it to the end of the game no problem if you just endlessly give it the credits it needs to keep going. Well, at least until the final area where you encounter Robotnik, because at that point the game decides to pull a Metroid and you have 20 seconds to escape before the volcano blows up. And if you fail to make it out in time, it's game over for good. No retries, no continues, that's it, game over. But yeah, outside of this final level, you'll make it to the end just by dumping those coins in. I personally wish Ray, Mighty, and Sonic all had different abilities in the game just to keep things interesting and make each character feel unique, but I get why from a design standpoint they wanted to make each character one-to-one for the purposes of this game. There have been hints at a potential English localization found within the game's files consisting of English subtitles, as well as completely unused Robotnik sprites that fall in line with the Saturday morning cartoon character design instead of that of the games, but alas, said English version never came to be, even though they did all the work. They just never released it in that state. Overall, SegaSonic isn't a hard game, just an awkward one because of the trackball control scheme, but I appreciate it for what it is. Never actually bothered to give the game any time before, so hey, glad I got to see this for myself for the first time. Alright, potential take coming in hot that may or may not upset some people. The last level of this game sucks. So much so that it actively ruins the experience of playing this game for me. Is Sonic Spinball the worst Sonic game? No, not at all. There's a lot of fun to actually be had here, but the final level, Showdown, is certainly a frustrating experience when it comes to trying to beat the game all the way to the end, to say the least. Honestly, if I were to recommend you do anything with this game, it's to go ahead and play Toxic Caves, Lava Powerhouse, and then pretend the machine is the final level of the game, where the boss is you rescuing all the animal friends, Eggman's mechanical mountain explodes, and he gets away in his ship. The end. Honestly, that's where the game ends for me. Showdown is the worst experience I've had out of all these games thus far, and dare I say one of the worst final bosses in the entire Sonic franchise. Yeah, I'm already going there, and we're only 10 games in. I cannot stress enough how garbage this final boss is, but first, let me at least grace you with the positives of the game before I get into that, because this game is not all bad, and I don't want to come across like this game sucks. No, 3/4 of it is great. It's just that the last quarter is so abysmally terrible that it brings the entire experience down.
This is what it feels like. It's Sonic. It's Pinball. It's new Sonic Spinball.
The game's premise sees Eggman taking control of Mount Mobius, with Sonic and Tails in hot pursuit to stop him, only to be shot down. Sonic then finds himself deep at the bottom of the mountain and must work his way up to the top in order to put a stop to Robotnik once and for all. And honestly, this is brilliant from both a progression and design standpoint, because the entire game is based around pinball, a game where you're always trying to push the ball up in order to score higher points and whatnot. The entire idea of this game is to send Sonic up each level like a pinball machine until he gets to the top, fights the final boss, and moves on. It's the absolute best way you could have even structured this sort of game. Before he can do that, however, you do need to collect a certain number of Chaos Emeralds, which are all blue in this game for some reason. Don't know why, but there's also more than 7 this time around if you tally all of them up across the 4 levels that this game consists of. That's right, as I've said a couple times now, the game only has 4 levels. 4 potentially half-hour or longer levels to be exact, although in all fairness they probably won't take you that long. Toxic Caves might be a bit longer than normal as it's the first level and you'll need time to get your bearings straight so you can grow accustomed to the physics and controls, but once you're through that, Lava Powerhouse and the Machine are fairly enjoyable levels. I like all 3 of these stages. They're fun, they have clever puzzles you need to solve in order to acquire the emeralds, there's a mix of platforming in there, they have exciting boss fights, they're overall a joy to play. I'm not even a big pinball fan, and I really found myself enjoying this game. I can't praise them enough. And the songs that go along with them are pretty catchy tunes as well. Good stuff. Can't say the same for the rest of the soundtrack outside of these 3 themes, though. Good God, what happened here? This is like the Genesis twang overdosed on steroids. Like, can you even call this music? And this is coming from a guy that listens to dubstep on a regular basis. This is the musical equivalent of eating silverware. This is what Knife Party would sound like if you took their name literally.
This is a knife.
But hey, Rocky soundtrack aside, I really do like 75% of the game. It's a fun time, even if the physics are a bit janky and the game isn't very clear on what you need to do to progress for first-time players. Stick with it for about 10 to 15 minutes though, and you'll figure out what you need to do in order to move on through the levels. Honestly though, given Sonic's already established association with pinball with previous stages like Casino Night and to a lesser extension Spring Yard Zone, plus Sonic's ability to roll into a ball, I suppose a pinball game was going to be inevitable, although this clearly comes across as not having been developed by Sega's core Sonic team at the time, given its noticeably different feel and visual style. Still, I love the way the game is designed as a progression up the mountain because that grimy look of Toxic Caves eventually getting to the purple technology of the machine is such a cool transition and feel that you don't get from those other mainline titles. Or maybe I'm just sick and tired of seeing gray for all of Eggman's stages. That's why I like Metropolis so much, for being different. The pinball physics aren't perfect, but I do enjoy that you can slightly influence how Sonic moves moves left or right, so you're not just sitting there watching the game the whole time and pressing A. You do have to be more active than that if you want to beat the stages. There is a small amount of platforming present here, although not much, but you are able to navigate certain sections of these levels on foot and by jumping, which is much different from that of a straightforward traditional pinball table, so I'm all for that. Mixes things up, makes things interesting. Honestly, I kind of wish the game leaned into this a little bit more because it's very minimal, but still the creativity of ideas with Sonic Spinball still shine through here. Going back to my first point, the last 25% of this game is the most frustrating difficulty spike I have yet to encounter in a Sonic game. This level is hard, and by all means, a final level in a game should be more difficult than the levels that came before it. No duh. I'm looking at you, Sonic 2. The problem is that the spike in difficulty is so immense, and the game does a poor job of preparing you for it. The final boss is the most excruciating part of the whole thing. See, like all levels, Showdown is designed with verticality in mind. You're meant to work yourself up to the top so you can beat Robotnik as he flies away in his ship. It works great. It makes sense as a setting for the final level. The problem is that this boss fight is designed with sections of the room that are meant to kick you out of it and send you plummeting all the way back down to the area below, possibly the very bottom of the level. Because that's fun, right? Having to spend 5 minutes climbing back up to the boss fight again, despite the fact you had already proven you were a capable player of doing so because you got up there earlier. This isn't part of the challenge. This isn't good boss design. It's nothing but a cumbersome inconvenience that provides nothing of value to the experience of the final battle. It is just a waste of time and a pace breaker. You can punish the player by sending them down a little section, but to have them fly all the way back down to the very bottom, that is needlessly unnecessary here. And the room itself, hoo boy, let's see. These bumpers are insanely touchy and spring Sonic all over the place in a cramped space that basically guarantees you're going to be bouncing off the walls left and right. So much so that it really feels like you lose all control of yourself briefly when this happens. You've got the hole beneath you, which again, if you fall through, it sends you all the way back down and you have to climb up the pinball table and bounce up these falling missiles all over again. Oh, and then of course, there's Robotnik's defenses. First, there's the claws he grabs you with and drops you in these little corners, which at the very least don't send you rocketing back down. They're just a little inconvenient, and the physics on these platforms is total garbage. I mean garbage. Like, trying to get Sonic to even just face the right direction is a pain, because if you so much as twitch, he seems to freak out because the game can't handle the precision of moving Sonic's character model. This game was not meant for Sonic to be moving on his feet, it was meant for pinball. So you can clearly tell that difference here more so than anywhere else in the game. And then there's Eggman's socks, which send you slamming into these glass windows. Not so bad at first, but you basically get 2 freebies, and then on the third strike, Sonic breaks through the glass and, you guessed it, gets sent hurtling all the way back down to the bottom where he's likely to die if you don't know where to position him appropriately. And then you have to do the whole boss fight all over again if that happens, because it won't save the number of hits you get on him if you do die. And that's just true in general. This game doesn't have checkpoints. If you die, you're respawning at the bottom of the level and you have to work your way all the way back up to the top all over again.
If you can manage to sneak your way above Robotnik and keep Sonic in there to just land hit after hit, then you're looking good, and you can do that, but you gotta do your best to keep him in there, because if you don't,
you have to risk falling back down all over again. I cannot stress this point enough. But it's not just the boss, it's the level too. I constantly feel like I am fighting the physics in this stage, especially when it comes to the bumpers. These balloon things are a pain, even just trying to land on specific platforms. It's not a fun time, and it really feels like this stage was meant to compensate for there only being 4 levels by them having made it as difficult as possible to play, to keep that playtime up. Look, like I said, overall, I enjoy 75% of this game, I really do, but Showdown is such a miserable final level that it drags down my whole perception of the game. Honestly, the most important parts of a game are the beginning and the end, because the start is basically your first impression. Fail to make a good one and a good chunk of players aren't going to stick around and see the whole thing through. Mess up the ending and it leaves the players walking away from the experience dissatisfied with a sour taste in their mouth, their perception completely warped, especially if the game was going great up to the ending, and depending on the severity of the ending, they'll probably never play the game again. The latter is definitely true for me in this case. Spinball really dropped the ball hard here with Showdown. I probably will return to it again someday, maybe, but I'm gonna stop at the machine and pretend the game ends there because Showdown is trash. At least the special stages are cool. Look, there's even references to the Freedom Fighters and Scratch from the cartoon here. That's awesome. I appreciate that, considering this is the only time it ever happens in a Sonic game, but hey, you know, who's counting? And I realize I'm jumping ahead in time a little bit here and breaking my own rules, even though I've already done it I think twice anyways, and I'll be doing it a few more times during this video, but my main reason for doing so is because I want to briefly talk about the Game Gear version of Sonic Spinball, which I haven't been able to find a concrete release date for, strangely enough, but some sources online seem to claim it was September of 1994, so that's what I'm going to go with. That said, the reason I'm talking about it now is because it just makes sense to pair it with the console counterpart. The reason I consider this a separately numbered entry from that of the Genesis version is because the Game Gear version has the same level tropes as the console game, but certain stages like Toxic Caves, which is called Toxic Pools in this version, as well as Showdown, have all new level layouts, while Lava Powerhouse and the Machine are similar, if not identical, to the Genesis version, inherently changing the experience of the game in the beginning and the end. See what I did there? That being said, this version is inferior to the Genesis version, except for Showdown. If you thought the Genesis physics were wonky, boy do I have some news for you. This game is outright sloppy with its hit detection on everything.
I'm bouncing off of things I shouldn't be,
Phasing through things I shouldn't be. It's not just rough around the edges, it's entirely misshapen. That said, I still like the game fine enough. Truthfully, the only compliment I can give it over the console version is again, Showdown, because unlike the Genesis version, where you already know my problem with it, I'm not going to keep repeating it, I'm sorry guys. In this version, there's a protective zone where you can bounce yourself back up before hitting the screen transition that takes you all the way back down to the bottom, and even if you do fall down, you can immediately bounce on a missile to get right back up pronto, so it's way more forgiving in that regard. However, I still don't enjoy the fact that falling down can happen, and it even feels worse in some of the prior levels too, because in this game, every boss has a screen transition, unlike the Genesis version where it was all loaded in one. That means that if you fall down in the middle of a boss fight in the Game Gear version, you have to wait for the screen to load to transition you back into the other area, and then you got to get back up and sit through another screen transition before you can get back into the boss fight. It's a complete pace breaker. All the bosses in this game are different in this version though. The Scorpion boss from Toxic Caves has been replaced by a floating Robotnik head. Lava Powerhouse's boss is just 2 heads instead of 4 to hit. The Machine is the same, but the glass barriers take less hits, and it is way easier to fall out of the center console compared to the Genesis version, where once you're in if you hold the bumper button. And Showdown's boss isn't complete trash, because you just have to run along these 4 wheels to turn off Eggman's generators, and then you can hit his Eggmobile a few times in pretty quick succession, and voila, game over. It was fine. It's honestly fine. I know a lot of people don't like the Game Gear version of Spinball and think it's way too janky to even be enjoyable, but I really don't feel that way. It's tolerable, at least for me. So,
you know, in some regards, this version does have less nuisances to it than the Genesis version.
And I personally find the game overall easier, but the graphics, the music, and the first 3 levels of the Genesis version are, without question, a superior experience. Also, interestingly enough, the Game Gear version's box art uses the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog design for Robotnik, while the 16-bit version uses the original design. So, that's neat, I guess. Take your pick with this one, honestly. It's ultimately up to you as to whether or not you want a less graphically impressive game, or 3 superior levels, and then utter hell in Spinball form.
What initially began as a port of Sonic the Hedgehog 1 on Genesis to the Sega CD in anticipation of the accessories release for the console, Sonic CD quickly evolved into its own thing, becoming an entirely separate game that resulted as a cancellation of the Sonic 1 conversion. As the story goes, which I'm sure many of you know, after the release of Sonic 1, Sonic's development team ended up splitting into two, with some of the members heading over to the West in order to work under the Sega of America division to produce Sonic the Hedgehog 2, as we've already discussed, while another team remained in Japan to develop this game, Sonic CD. The Sega CD was Sega's answer to allowing a video game console to match the gaming power of a PC running a CD-ROM, because yes, even back in the 90s, PC was apparently the master race for playing video games. The Sega CD was designed with the intent of adding extra RAM and processing power to the Sega Genesis with a stronger CPU, greater storage capacity, and the capability of playing CD quality audio. For those of you watching who don't care about specs, it made the Genesis better. Interestingly, at the time, Nintendo was also attempting to partner with Sony to create a CD add-on for the SNES as well, but that project never saw the light of day. Another fun fact about the Sega CD is that it is indirectly responsible for the entire existence of the ESRB, the ratings board that determines the classification of video games like rated E for everyone or rated M for mature and so on. It wasn't so much the Sega CD itself, but rather a game released for it called Night Trap, which was brought before the United States Senate, along with Mortal Kombat, as the two games were the center of discussion on whether or not video games cause violence in young kids and teens. Spoiler alert, they don't. The controversy surrounding this game was present in both the United States Congress and UK Parliament that basically led to Sega recalling the game and re-releasing it with revisions in 1994, despite it being super innovative for the time, with it being an FMV-focused game featuring real live-action actors telling a story while giving the player both the control and responsibility over what happens. It's a super cool and niched subgenre of video game that is probably worth checking out at some point. I only bring this talking point up because this won't be the last time the ESRB is relevant to this discussion of Sonic games, but we'll get back to this when we get to it. While on the subject of the Sega CD, because this is the only time I'm ever going to be talking about it, I think it's worth mentioning that there was going to be a port of Sonic 2 to the Sega CD at one point, but that ultimately never came to fruition for one reason or another. I guess some theorize it has to do with Sonic 2's sales in Japan being low despite his lack of popularity compared to the West, which resulted in Sega wanting to market a different product instead of an extension of an underperforming one, but I don't think the answer has ever been officially confirmed.
Mega CD
究極兵器メタルソニック最速にして最強のライバル出現がソニックを熱く過激にする過去へ未来へ超音速アクションは時空をも超えた
Sonic the Hedgehog CD from Mega CD.
Regardless, what we did end up getting is Sonic CD, as a title that was meant to push sales of the new console peripheral given that the game couldn't run without it. And the game did manage to sell over 1.5 million copies as the system's best-selling title, so with that said, what's the game like? Well, Sonic CD is an interesting one because the game garnered critical acclaim upon its initial release, and over the years since I've seen a lot of people continuing to call it their favorite classic game, while others seem to hold a little more discontent with it. As for myself, I like it a lot. So the premise of Sonic CD is basically centered all around time travel. Dr. Eggman has conquered a floating space rock called Little Planet, which he is currently building his Robotropolis on top of, industrializing everything and turning the beautiful natural environments into this dull, dark, polluted area. This is basically an expansion from the story of Sonic 1, where in that game we saw Eggman gradually turning the environment of South Island more industrial over the zones of the game. In this title, every single third act of Little Planet zones end in one of two potential future environments, a bad future or a good one. And this is where the core time travel concept comes into play. There's also the introductions of two new characters, Rosie the Rascal, who had this name for literally one game before becoming solidified as Amy Rose, and Metal Sonic, a metallic robot copy of Sonic designed by Eggman that, while similar in appearance, is designed with a more sinister body type due to the added sharp edges and lines as a way of essentially representing everything Sonic stands against. Industrialization,
oppression, artificiality. The whole plot of these games so far has been about Sonic fighting back against these evil forces, so having Eggman create a clone foil to the main hero is a great choice from an artistic standpoint because it can be interpreted that Metal here is everything Eggman believes Sonic could be if he could just harness Sonic's power. Metal was designed as the perfect replica to Sonic in both speed and power, and he makes for an incredibly interesting antagonist to the Blue Blur. I love him honestly, great foe all around. Sonic CD features 7 different levels in this game. Palm Tree Panic, which is not Green Hill Zone. Collision Chaos is kind of like a pinball environment, but truthfully I don't really know what to make of it. It's very interesting and memorable for its dominantly pink aesthetic. Next we have Tidal Tempest, which while at first might be alarming for its similarities to Labyrinth Zone, it's really not that bad because you're out of the water for much longer of the stage and the music more than compensates for its existence. After that comes Quartz Quadrant, which is a mining level that I really enjoy. It's cool. Wacky Workbench is quite wacky as the entire level's gimmick is this repulsor floor that basically rockets Sonic up super high whenever he touches it. So the level is designed with a more vertical layout where sometimes you have to climb up or down in order to get over to the right and into the next section. Next is Stardust Speedway, which is truly all about speed as you blast through all of these fast roads and tubes. And then lastly comes Metallic Madness, which is best summed up as a mix of both Scrap Brain and Metropolis Zone that come together to form a very fun final level, I must say. Look, you even get to become Chibi Sonic at one point. Isn't that cute? So the core of the game is exactly as it was before in Sonic 1. You platform across various levels focusing on speed whilst getting to the end of the stage as quickly as possible. You jump on enemies, and the spin dash is brought back from Sonic 2, although it's not as good because you have to charge it up by holding the button now and it's a bit slower. But otherwise, yeah, it's pretty similar to Sonic 1 and 2, only now there's an optional goal presented to the player. Sure, you could run through each level, get to the end and beat the game, but that ultimately results in a bad future for everyone. The environment, the animals, and the entirety of Little Planet. Even though Eggman does get defeated by Sonic in the end, it's shown that the threat remains and presumably Eggman returns back to Little Planet to pick up where things left off. As such, in order to acquire the good ending for the game, the player must seek out creating good futures, and can do so via one of 2 possible methods. See, what you'll notice in these level environments is a number of signposts with labels on them that either read past or future. The main side quest here, in every single Act 1 and 2 of each level, is to time travel back to the past where Sonic can in turn seek out a robot generator machine that Eggman planted there some time ago with the intent of capturing the creatures on the planet and turning them into badniks. By destroying these machines in the past version of each zone, it ensures that the zone will result in a good future in the 3rd act rather than a bad one, and contributes to the overall good ending that the player would be trying to achieve in doing this. It adds a new level of exploration to the levels that kinda switches things up from the traditional game design that came before it. Now, instead of just rushing to the end, the player is inclined to search around, explore the level maps, and find these generators in order to obtain the good ending. It's kinda like a different spin on the Game Gear title's idea of placing Chaos Emeralds around the stages, and better yet, when you do destroy these generators, it ends up destroying all of the enemies in the level for the rest of the act. There's also these Metal Sonic holograms spread throughout the levels as well, and while they don't contribute to the progression towards the good ending, breaking them does create extra little effects in the stage, like adding animals that fly around or extra flowers in the environment or something along those lines, so you know, that's nice. Alternatively, there are special stages in this game which return in the same way that they appear in Sonic 1, with you needing to collect 50 rings and reach the end of the level to jump into the giant ring, which warps you to this pseudo 3D environment where you can smash the UFOs within a time limit in order to acquire not a Chaos Emerald, but a Time Stone. Acquire all 7 and you automatically ensure a good future and the best ending for the game, so if you don't feel like going after all the robot generators like me and prefer a more streamlined experience, get all the Time Stones. Honestly, as far as the special stages themselves are concerned, they're better than Sonic 2 because anything's better than Sonic 2's, but I don't love them. I mean, it's a cool idea and I think they were designed this way to show off the power of the Sega CD at the time, but truthfully, the turning is clunky and slow, and sometimes it's difficult to tell if you're lined up to actually hit the UFO or not, which can lead to some pretty frustrating moments. I mean, I clearly hit that thing. The sprite overlapped it and everything. Supposedly, Sonic CD's original plan was to have similar bonus stages to Sonic 1, where it would have presumably rotated, although whether this was going to be the special stage or just an extra bonus game is unconfirmed from what I know. Not sure if I would have preferred this to what we got because, yeah, these are a bit more complicated. I mean, there's some power-ups here you can get where you smash a UFO, whether it's rings or a speed-up, and if you smash this blue UFO, you can get additional time added to your timer, which isn't such a big deal in the first special stage, but by the last one, you're gonna need every second you can get, because the main obstacle of these maps is, believe it or not, water. Yes, the water. Even though Sonic just runs along the surface of it, apparently his phobia of this is so fierce it causes the very flow of time itself to accelerate frantically as he tries to escape its unwavering pull. So just don't touch the water and you'll be fine. Easier said than done, of course, especially in Special Stage 7. But overall, I like these special stages the most out of the ones we've had up to this point. Again, I don't love them, but they are more fun to play than the previous iterations of special stages, so I'll take what I can get. Oh, and be warned about Special Stage 6, because my god, this one's trippy. There's even a hidden 8th special stage you can access from the sound test screen, which features a giant background of Robotnik's head just staring directly into your soul. Now, if you're really feeling up to it, you can actually travel to the future in this game too, but unfortunately, I think this is a flaw of the game. There really is no incentive to do so because it doesn't result in any sort of progression whatsoever. If you travel into the future of the level before breaking the generator, then you'll get to see the bad future, but if you've destroyed the generator, then you'll see the good one. But again, most of these levels are short enough that in the latter's case, you're probably going to get to the end of the level before you ever get an opportunity to travel into the future twice, especially after having time traveled into the past once. I mean, that's 1, 2, 3 times you need to travel to get to the good future of the act that you're in. Granted, if you've acquired all the time stones, then you'll only see good futures when you time travel forward, so this problem is mitigated once you collect all 7, but you can't even do that until the second act of the 4th zone of the game at minimum. That's literally the halfway point, so you're never going to see good futures for half of the game if you use the time stone approach. This is one of my criticisms of the game, because you really can't see these things for yourself unless you go out of your way to do it, and there's really no reason to, presented by the game itself. I feel that while there is something interesting here with the time travel concept, it's ultimately underdeveloped and could probably be expanded on a lot more to really flesh out the concept here. We really need an incentive to travel into the future, and more so, it needs to be easier to time travel in general. I haven't mentioned this yet, but in order to time travel, you need to pass a signpost and then maintain a high enough speed for a long enough time so that Sonic can hit 88 miles per hour and burst forward or backward through time with his DeLorean branded shoes, which can be a total pain because of how long it takes to do this. Also, a side effect of this concept is that the level design is structured in ways that it attempts to compensate for this, but it doesn't always work, resulting in some pretty lame spots where they just place 2 springs back and forth in front of each other for the player to just run in between for 6 seconds until the time travel is triggered. Also, it doesn't help that the level design in this game is whack because of this. Like, I know I kinda critiqued Sonic 1's level design for the slower stages because they kinda were designed to be a total opposite of the game's main appeal, while Sonic 2 improved on this in every way and achieved that sense of speed the player is seeking. Well, like I mentioned, CD wants exploration to be the main focus of the game if you're wanting to seek out the best ending. Yes, you can run to the end of the levels, but that's not the main goal of the hero, Sonic. He wants to ensure a good future for everybody at all costs. As a result, most of the levels make exploration the main priority instead of speed, resulting in the only levels that I can really say have a sense of speed to them being Palm Tree Panic and Stardust Speedway, and some of Quartz Quadrant. Ironic how the 2 fastest levels in the game are not Green Hill and Stardust instead of Starlight,
and some of Quartz Quadrant.
This level design philosophy again ties right back into the whole issue of the game not having opportune moments to time travel, because the game wants you to maintain speed, but in a lot of sections, you can't, resulting in having to seek out sections like the 2 springs placed opposite each other and then just sitting there and waiting until the time travel triggers, and then heading backwards to start searching for the robot generator to figure out where it is. It is clunky, and scoring a time bonus is basically irrelevant at this point.
Unless you do what I do and go for the time stones, which makes time travel completely irrelevant.
You want to know what would have fixed all of these problems? A simple time travel button. Let Sonic find a signpost, and once he crosses it, just let the player press a button and allow Sonic to time travel there on the spot. This still promotes exploration because it asks the player to find a signpost first before they can even time travel, so they can't just spam it all willy-nilly all over the place, and now you've given the player the choice to activate it when they want to, so they aren't forced to slow themselves down every couple seconds so that they don't time travel just yet. With this in mind, the level design can be built around speed and exploration without the need for the player to seek out clunky and out of place spots to time travel in the first place. Again, the level design is bad for a game about speed where you run to the end as fast as possible, but as a game focused on exploration, it works. It's just that these two elements on a fundamental level contrast with each other when the goal of the exploration isn't to find a faster route to the end. If you look at it from that perspective, these two elements can combine together and work very well, but the exploration here is all about finding a hidden objective, not getting to the end faster. So now we have a dissonant clash between the two core elements of Sonic's level design that results in one being heavily prioritized over the other. And so now you have split enjoyment amongst players who prefer one over the other, resulting in them either loving or hating the game because their enjoyment aligns or conflicts with the prioritized element. And if I can quickly tangent before looping back to this subject again, Sonic CD introduces a new move to the character that I didn't mention before, the Super Peel Out, which you can activate by holding up and then revving like the Spin Dash, which gives Sonic an even bigger burst of speed than the Spin Dash does and causes him to run in this figure 8-like pattern, which just has this coolness factor to it that makes it super fun to pull off. A super great way to incorporate this new move into the gameplay more to set it apart from the Spin Dash would have been to make this maneuver the time travel button. When Sonic crosses a signpost, allow the player to use this move, and if they either rev it up like, I don't know, for 3 seconds, or if they press the rev button 8 times in a row or something, it causes Sonic to sparkle and time travel right in place. Problem solved, players are happy, and now the core story goals of the game and the level design are in ludonarrative harmony with each other. Everybody wins. Speaking of wins at least, this game's soundtracks. Yes, soundtracks. For some reason, Sega of America didn't like the Japanese soundtrack for the game, so they re-recorded the entire thing to make a more quote-unquote musically rich and complex OST to back the game, which is ironic because the commonly accepted consensus amongst the Sonic fanbase is that the Japanese soundtrack is quote-unquote more musically rich and complex than the American one, so look how that turned out. Either way, while most people seem to have an easy time picking the Japanese soundtrack over the American one, I can't just pick one over the other. I love them both equally for different songs. While I think there are certain zones that have a better American song than Japanese ones, such as Wacky Workbench or Stardust Speedway, Japan has Collision Chaos and Metallic Madness in its favor. But above all else, Japan has Tidal Tempest Present, one of the best Sonic songs ever composed, period.
I have to take a moment to express how soothing this music is. I love the American version too, but there's no denying this composition's ability to put me in a meditative state of peace and calm is unlike any other piece of music I have ever heard in the Sonic franchise. I love to just play this song in the background while I'm working on things like making videos, and it always finds a way to soothe me. I highly recommend you give it a shot sometime. It is great. And oh my gosh, I forgot to talk about the title themes.
So yes, while the level themes of the game are entirely different, that soundtrack difference also translates to the title theme of the game. The sequence that I open this section with is the American version of the theme, Sonic Boom, which is an absolute blast, but Japan had their own version of the theme in the form of Toot Toot Sonic Warrior. Hey, wait a second, isn't that... You mean to tell me that Sonic CD ripped off Sonic 2 on the Game Gear? Why didn't I ever notice this until now? That's super cool! Also, it's not a ripoff, they're owned by the same company. And speaking of super cool, let's do a boss theme comparison for a second here. Alright, nice! Japan's got a sweet groove going on there, I dig it. Now what did America cook up? What the f? Yeah, Sonic CD's soundtrack is one of its biggest appeals by far, especially given that every single level has a past, present, and 2 future versions, resulting in 4 different songs per zone for a total of 28 different themes, doubled when you consider the other region's soundtrack to 56 on top of 2 versions of title themes, main themes, boss themes, jingles, game overs, etc. It is crazy how many songs originated from this one game. But that's the power of the Sega CD, baby! Speaking of bosses really quick, bosses in this game are a bit different from the norm. Unlike the standard hit Eggman 8 times to beat him, each level's boss is more of a gimmick-based fight rather than a machine you need to destroy, such as Collision Chaos's pinball table where you just need to get to the top, or Quartz Quadrant's conveyor belt, or the Metal Sonic race in Stardust Speedway, which is easily the most fun fight in the entire game, even if the spike obstacles can be a bit annoying. I really enjoy how most of the game's boss fights are themed after gimmicks of the level that you just played. Wacky Workbench has you bouncing up these high vertical sections to hit Eggman, while Tidal Tempest has you breathing the air bubbles to pull away the shield Eggman created around himself so you can hit him. They're all mostly cool and fun to experience. Except the first and final bosses, which are just kind of bland and underwhelming in all honesty. You can just cheese the final boss by intentionally hurting yourself to get the fight over with sooner. It's kinda lame. And the first boss shouldn't even really count as a boss. But truthfully, even though you can do that, I really do like the idea of making the boss fights more like puzzles than outright machines you fight. It's a fun concept, and I kinda wish Sonic would attempt something like this again in the future. Puzzle bosses are cool, and you don't get too many of those in 2D platformers. This really makes Sonic CD more unique from 1 and 2 as we've come to learn, because during Sonic CD's creation, Sonic the Hedgehog character designer and game director of Sonic CD, Naota Oshima, was actually in contact with Yuji Naka and other Sega members over in the West during its development, exchanging notes and discussing their plans so as to not end up creating 2 similar games.
By the way, Yuji Naka and Naota Oshima are Sonic's original creators. I probably should have established that sooner.
But yes, all throughout development, these two were trying to cater their games to different crowds, and as I've discussed both, now you can kind of see why CD leans into exploration while 2 leans into speed. Sonic 2 was actually supposed to include time travel at one point, but that concept never made it very far, and if I had to wager a guess, perhaps Naka and Oshima's conversations led to Naka and his team dropping the time travel concept since Oshima was already set on doing it. Or maybe they just dropped it for a different reason, I don't know, that's just my speculation. And speaking of Sonic 2's development, a similar occurrence happened with CD with its mysterious 8th stage that was cut from the final game. R2, as most people know it, was an unfinished level that was supposed to take place between Palm Tree Panic and Collision Chaos, and until 2011, nobody really knew anything about it until Sega uploaded an interview with Kazuyuki Hoshino where he shared early concept art that most people have since connected to R2 with a few different badniks and a rainbow waterfall drawing, as well as an Eggman wheel boss. Christian Whitehead, whom we'll be talking about much later, was also able to share some unfinished sprites. There have been mixed answers given by various people involved with the game as to why the level was cut, and ultimately all of them seem viable, whether it be music data limits or stage design incompatibility or quality standards being unmet, who knows? It's heavily assumed that R2 was going to be a Ruins level similar to Marble Zone, which, if you think about it, the progression of Sonic CD's stages would align with that of Sonic 1's perfectly if you you were to include a Ruins level in the second slot. Collision Chaos is totally a sister of Spring Yard. Quartz Quadrant as mining is similar to Starlight as construction. Yeah, no, this would make perfect sense. And to top that off, in the ending sequence animated by Toei Animation, there is a clip of Sonic running through an area where the stone floor gives way and an antlion enemy attempts to bite him, which, if you recall, one of the badniks that were cut was an antlion. And, if you pay close attention, this ending sequence plays in the same level order as the game, and go figure, this clip takes place between Palm Tree Panic and Collision Chaos. And, to top that all off, remember how I mentioned there was a secret 8th special stage? I'm almost certain that it would have existed for R2. Sorry if I drove that point home a little too hard, but I just love talking about the cutting room floor because this sort of stuff really fascinates me. Oh, and speaking of the Toei animations, I really enjoy both the intro and outro that Sega had commissioned for this game. They're so well animated and super fun to watch as Sonic just runs throughout all of Little Planet. It's like you're watching the perfect summation of the whole game in a highlight reel that's shown from a new perspective. Granted, the original Sega CD versions were compressed like this, so you didn't really get the full effect, but Sonic CD would later be released for PC in 1996, and while the game would remain nearly identical to the original, the PC version did feature the American soundtrack in all releases including Japan, and the full Toei animations were able to be transferred onto the PC disc so you could finally view them in all their glory. Like I said at the beginning of this section, PC was even master race back in the 90s. Honestly, these animations still hold up today, and I always get a kick out of watching them. It's just so fun to see how they managed to capture Sonic's energy and personality all the way back in 1993 with these. Overall, Sonic CD is a bit more of a cult classic in comparison to Sonic 1 and 2, and exists in this sort of weird in-between space where it's technically a classic Sonic game, but it's also still different from the others, that it kind of resides in its own spot that sort of overlaps with the others, but not fully. Sometimes it gets recognized alongside the classic trilogy, and other times it's recognized as its own thing. There's not really any consistency with this one. After writing this review, I can solemnly say I really enjoy Sonic CD. It's not the best game ever, I wouldn't rank it in my top 5 or anything, but yeah, you know, I really like this game. Sonic CD might not be everybody's cup of tea, but it sure is mine. And next we have Sonic CD's Game Gear counterpart that has absolutely nothing to do with the console version, not even in its name. Sonic Chaos, also known as Sonic and Tails in Japan, is just another Sonic Game Gear game, except it's shorter and easier than the first two were for the system.
There isn't much of a story to Sonic Chaos. Basically, Dr. Robotnik took one of the emeralds and the other 5 got scattered around, and now South Island is sinking into the sea, so Sonic and Tails have to stop it before it's too late.
Unlike Sonic 2 for Game Gear, Tails is actually playable this time around, and even more interestingly than that, this is the first game that you ever get to control Tails where he has the ability to fly. So that's pretty neat. He also starts with 5 lives and 3 continues, whereas Sonic starts with 3 lives and no continues, so needless to say, he's the easy mode of the game. The reason I consider Sonic Chaos the handheld counterpart to Sonic CD, despite neither having anything to do with each other, other than their release dates of course, is that Sonic's moveset is the same as that of CD's. Both the Charge Spin Dash and Super Peel Out are back in this game, and they are awesome in their conceived forms here. Sonic's also got a new sprite now, which is neat too, but at the end of the day, this is still another 8-bit Sonic game, so I'm mostly just going to talk about the stages and then the differences because there's not much to really establish with this one now. So for starters, let's look at the zones. We've got Turquoise Hill, Gigopolis, Sleeping Egg, Mecha Green Hill, Aqua Planet, and Electric Egg Zone. None of these zones are particularly difficult, and all of them are remarkably short. Like, every stage is done under 2 minutes short.
Of the whole bunch, I'd probably say Gigopolis is my favorite.
Even though I really can't pronounce that name very easily, and I'm probably even saying it wrong. And there's no secret 7th stage here either if you get all the Chaos Emeralds. No time stones in this game, it's the Chaos Emeralds again, although for some reason we're back to having only 6 of them, even though Sonic 2 had established there were 7, but hey, that's just one less special stage to worry about. Unlike previous games where you would just find the Chaos Emeralds sitting around in the levels, Sonic Chaos's Chaos Emeralds can be acquired via special stages, which are accessed automatically as soon as the player collects 100 rings in an act. It's not enough that you collect 100 rings though, you have to beat a stage associated with it to boot, but all of them are relatively easy aside from the 4th one. They're interesting though, because they each have a different gimmick, which is cool. The first has Sonic using his rocket boots to power up to race to the end of the stage, the second has him using his spring shoes, the third and fifth just have him navigating some pipes, which are super simple because you either just need to hold right the whole time and then press up at the last moment, or down the whole time respectively, and the 4th stage is just run to the end as fast as possible without letting these springs send you backwards. The 6th and final emerald is dropped by Eggman during the final battle, just like Silver Sonic did in Sonic 2. The boss fights in general in this one are a hell of a lot easier than Sonic 2 because A, screen crunch isn't as big of a deal, and B, you can actually get rings in each boss act if you know where to look, which gives you a fair shot at beating them. Some of the bosses are complete jokes like the Ladybug and Chicken Egg boss, but others like the Tree Crawler and the final boss can be decently tough if you don't know what you're doing. The final boss in particular actually gave me hell on my first playthrough I did with Sonic. I mean, I died a lot to him. But then on my second run with Tails, I got him on my second try easy, so you know, it's pretty simple once you figure it out. Sonic Chaos as a game is incredibly short though. Like, it was short enough that it warranted me doing a second playthrough as Tails just to see how fast I could complete it. Not counting the credits, I beat the entire game in 21 minutes and I wasn't even speedrunning it. I'm sure the world record for it is like 10 minutes faster or something. Here, let me see. Oh, well, look, there you go. Like I mentioned, there are 2 new power-ups in the game, the rocket shoes, which propel Sonic forward at a super fast speed that allows him to skip major chunks of the level, and the spring shoes, which Sonic and Tails can both use to jump higher over obstacles. Tails can't actually use the rocket shoes, but since he can fly, it sort of works itself out. There's also the bonus sign at the end of the stage, which award different things based on the image shown. Weirdly, for some reason, it sometimes lands backwards and you have to spin it again. Not sure why they programmed this in, but it's a little fun thing, I guess. Harmless at worst, so you know I can't be upset, really. But yeah, no Super Sonic in this game again. You know, actually maybe that's why there's only 6 emeralds. The devs either didn't feel like it, didn't want to, or didn't have time to implement Super Sonic into the game, so they gave the excuse of, well, there's only 6 emeralds, so he can't do it, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm giving them a cop-out answer, but either way, who's to say what really happened here? I don't mind Sonic Chaos, but I feel like it's a little on the forgettable side, and again, super easy barring a few brief moments. So long as you take your time with this one, you shouldn't have much difficulty with it. Be careful on that final boss though. If you don't know how to manage it properly, that ricochet projectile can be a serious menace to avoid. One other section I'd like to add on here at the end as an honorable mention is that there was a plug-and-play version of Sonic Chaos released in a combo pack called Sonic the Hedgehog Chaos and Spinball. I realize I'm technically jumping like 10 years into the future by acknowledging this one now, but just like the Game Gear version of Sonic Spinball, I just want to get it out of the way because there's nothing special about this version and it's relevant to the main console counterpart. It is literally just the exact Game Gear version of both games emulated on a plug-and-play device. Graphically, they look worse than the original version, the controller is a cheap piece of plastic, and there's virtually no reason to play these games whatsoever in today's era when both titles have been re-released numerous times on other systems over the years. Just wanted to acknowledge they exist because, yes, they do, but it's nothing worth writing home about. Don't even bother, unless you want to find a secondhand copy online for the collector's novelty of it for some reason. It's not worth it. Allow me to preface this by saying that Mean Bean Machine is not my thing. I'm not good at the game, and I openly admit to that. And that's part of the reason why I don't like it. If you like Puyo Puyo, this game is for you, absolutely. It's literally just that with an AOSTH coat of paint over top of it featuring Dr. Robotnik and several of his evil robot henchmen from the show. The entire idea of this game is to essentially line up these multicolored beans into patterns so that when 4 of them touch each other, it eliminates them from the board and the beans above them fall down onto the beans below. If you're really good at setting up combos by maneuvering your beans around these columns, then you'll probably find some enjoyment to be had here. And I enjoy this on a casual level, so the early levels against the AI are fun, but this game gets ridiculously, stupidly hard incredibly fast. I gotta be honest, I was gonna give a genuine effort to try and beat this game, but I made it to stage 5 and just decided, yeah, nah, it ain't worth it. I'm not having fun playing this, and I'm not going to get anything valuable out of my time for continuing to invest it in a puzzle game that was made intentionally difficult for the sheer purpose of justifying extended hours of playtime. Yeah, part of it is I'm not good enough, and I own that. But this also isn't a genre of game that I enjoy playing beyond like 5 minutes. Same was true for SegaSonic Bros. Same would be true for Tetris and any other puzzle game of this variety. I don't hate the game, and I certainly don't hold anything against it, except the stupid difficulty, but at the end of the day, this title it doesn't impress me. It's not my thing. I'm not impressed. I wouldn't seek it out. Still, I suppose it's cool that between this and Spinball, the cartoon got a little bit of representation in this game, which is based on a TV show, which is based on a game. But yeah, it really has nothing to do with Sonic and feels so far out there in terms of being considered part of the franchise, especially considering Sonic isn't even in the game. One of the extremely rare instances where, yeah, Sonic is nowhere to be seen, and as far as I know, I can only think of like 2 other games coming up where this is the case, so yeah, how's that for shocking? The game does support a 2-player mode for what that's worth, so yeah, you and a friend can compete against each other to see who can last the longest, which I'm sure is fun for like a best 2 out of 3 scenario or something, but the novelty likely wears off quick. I suppose there is a Game Gear version too, but it's hardly different from the Genesis title aside from the fact that the purple beans are swapped to pink, and obviously the game is 8-bit instead of 16-bit. Still, exact same gameplay with inferior graphics, but at the very least the game also got an extra mode added in the form of puzzle mode, which essentially requires the player to solve puzzle challenges such as remove all red beans, or eliminate 10 beans at once. I definitely think this adds to the game, and the Genesis version sure could have used it as it adds some variety to the way the game is ultimately played, but it's still not enough to really warrant me wanting to play. Still, I know this game has a small niche of fans out there that absolutely love this game, and more power to you, I just don't see it. But again, this isn't a game genre I seek out, so I don't have much else to say. Certainly another one of those weird early years Sonic games that was made, but hey, it has its place in Sonic history, so I had to talk about it.
Genesis, or a Game Gear, or a Sega CD. There are new Sonic games coming, as you'll see on Sonic Mania Day. They're really fast.
Due to Sonic's continued success and Sega needing to pump out even more arcade machines than ever, Sonic 1 and 2 both got ported to arcade machines that saw release in Japan and the UK, according to the sources I could find. Starting with Sonic 1, the game is the Genesis version, but with some pretty major modifications made to it to fit the arcade philosophy. For instance, the extra lives are removed entirely from the game, so a player only gets 3 chances until they lose no matter what. Continues can be acquired, but only by inserting more coins into the machine. Marble Zone and Labyrinth Zone have been removed from the game entirely, which is probably a cause for celebration for some Sonic fans out there, and Scrap Brain also had its Labyrinth Zone act removed too. Special stages have also been removed, but the floating rings at the end of the stage have not, so they just don't do anything. The good ending is now only obtained if a player can beat the entire game from start to finish without dying once, and every level also has a time limit the player is required to beat the stage within, otherwise they lose one of their lives. But yeah, other than that, it's basically just Sonic 1 again. Sonic 2's changes are much less pronounced. Extra lives are omitted in every capacity once again, aside from one extra life the player can get by amassing 30,000 points. Time limits are not present and no zones have been removed. Special stages are removed, so no Supersonic, but the player will receive the good ending automatically without a no-death requirement, and two-player mode is present but requires credits for each player in order to play. So yeah, that's Sonic 1 and 2 for arcades. Not too exciting, but I thought it was worth mentioning because these are different versions of the games I already talked about, and they did exist even if I don't think they're worthy of being numbered entries. Alright, now before moving into the next game, I do have some more honorable mentions to give out to unfinished titles that are supposedly rumored to have come out or at least been in production during the year of 1993. The first of these games is Sister Sonic, a game for the Sega CD that was supposedly going to be a rebrand of the RPG Popful Mail, featuring Sonic characters as the main cast, introducing the bounty hunter title character of the game, Sister Sonic. This game, I surmise, would have played very similarly, if not identically, to the original title, just with some reskins and possible updated sprites to feature the Sonic cast. Most likely as a ploy to sell more copies of another game, seeing as Sega was only in their third year with the Blue Hedgehog at this point, and they were already making bank off of his popularity. Keep that in mind, guys, we're already at like 15 games in, and we've only made it to the end of Sonic's third year. Sega was going hard to push Sonic every chance they got. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on your perspective, the game was ultimately canned as a result of Sega receiving a bunch of angry letters in the mail from fans of the original Popful Mail game, and surprisingly, Sega listened to them and nixed the idea because of the outcry. Who would have thought? Even all the way back in 1993, Sega was actually open to listening to fans. The next game to be canned this year was a spin-off game named Treasure Tales, featuring Tails as the main character. According to an interview with Craig Stitt, an artist for the game, Treasure Tales was originally planned to be an isometric puzzle platformer adventure game with a relatively short length. And just from the sound of things, I personally interpret this as Sega wanting a Tails version of Sonic Spinball to release that Christmas, you know? Seeing as Spinball seems to be similar in a lot of ways from an economics perspective, and coincidentally or otherwise, Craig ended up moving over to Spinball instead of this, where soon after the project was canned. It's difficult to tell what all the game would have been like from the screenshots provided, but definitely doesn't look like it'd play like your typical Sonic game. On a semi-related note, if you Google Treasure Tales, you actually end up getting the results of this thrift store located in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, which, conveniently enough, I actually happen to have an online friend who lives very close to this location, so I asked if he'd go to this place and take some pictures for me so I could include it in this video. So, here they are. It's not really related to the game whatsoever, but if you ever find yourself in Hattiesburg, Mississippi and feel like going to a thrift store, check out Treasure Tales because it exists. It's got a 4.7, so that's gotta mean something, right? Anyways, lastly comes Sonic 16, a game that was based on the upcoming Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon at the time, similar to that of Mean Bean Machine, that was ultimately vetoed by Yuji Naka for whatever reason. The game seems to play almost like a 2D side-scrolling beat-em-up as Sonic moves a lot slower and seems to fight enemies in close quarters, at least judging by the pitch demo footage. There's no telling how the final product would have ended up playing, seeing as it never got made. Considering there's never been a game built based off the TV show outside of Mean Bean Machine and references in Sonic Spinball, it really just makes me wonder what could have been. I don't know how fun a Sonic beat-em-up like that would play, but I would have been willing to give it a chance, seeing as it's a genre that Sonic had never attempted to replicate before, but hey, some things just aren't meant to be, I guess. Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Man, this is a weird one. There's things I like about it and things that I don't. It's honestly a mixed bag for me personally. Gameplay-wise, it's a 2D Sonic game, so I don't feel the need to go much deeper than that. As with the other Sonic platformer sequels, I'm primarily going to be focusing on the story and then the differences between this and previous games. So, speaking of said story, Sonic 3 takes place directly after Sonic 2, with the Death Egg having crashed into Angel Island, a floating island held out aloft by some mystical power. Eggman, while there, discovers a gem known as the Master Emerald, which he snatches while tricking its sole guardian, Knuckles the Echidna, by stating that Sonic was hunting for the Chaos Emeralds, and with that, the plot begins. Knuckles is established as a gullible idiot from the moment he's introduced. Shut up! And the game carries on from there. Out of all the games in the franchise, Sonic 3 is definitely the most ambitious one yet in this department because it makes story a more important focus than the previous games. Sonic CD, 2, and definitely 1 all had little focus on story outside of the initial setup and then the final conclusion, but Sonic 3 takes this one step further. For starters, the game has an opening in-game cutscene. It's not much, but it never gets old. And from here, the game proceeds to continually splice in moments like this to continue furthering the story. Eggman's drones blasting the island with missiles, causing everything in the jungle to burn, Knuckles pressing the switch, causing Sonic to fall down into the Hydro City below. Visual storytelling told through the minimalist actions and sprite work, the likes of which hadn't been seen in a Sonic game up to this point. It represents the next step forward in innovating the franchise and making the entire setting of Angel Island far more immersive. Every level now features transitions from Act 1 to Act 2 and from zone to zone. At the end of Hydro City Act 1, Sonic gets sucked down by a current into a wall-chasing crusher sequence at the start of Act 2. At the end of Carnival Night Zone, Sonic hops in a cannon which sends him flying off into Ice Cap, where he hops on a snowboard and traverses down the mountainside. Then, at the end of Ice Cap, Sonic and Tails burst up through the snow into Launch Base Zone, the next stage of the game. All of these transitions really pull the game together to where it does just feel like you're going from stage 1 to stage 2 in a traditional video game format, but that you're actually progressing and transitioning across the entire landscape that is Angel Island. These areas don't feel segregated, but rather tied together. Speaking of zones, let's run through them really quick. Angel Island Zone, the first zone of the game, is a lush green jungle that sets up the beginning of the story just like the ones before it. Bright green landscape with brown earth to match the aesthetic like before, until Eggman's army arrives and blasts the entire island into a giant blazing inferno. This is how you know Sonic 3 isn't playing around. The first level of this game isn't a bright green happy place, it's a raging fire that warns you that Sonic 3 is serious business. From here comes Hydro City Zone. Yes, it's Hydro City, not Hydrocity. Hydro City is probably my favorite level in the game. It has such a neat aesthetic for a water level, and one of, if not the best songs in the game, for both acts. The whole game soundtrack is awesome, really. There's not a single zone's music I don't care for. Except maybe Carnival Night. This is just clown music, and like, yeah, that fits this level's theme with it being the carnival-based one, which is super unique and interesting. Definitely a different take from Casino Night in Sonic 2, but it's probably my least favorite level in the game. Backpedaling though, because that's fourth, Marble Garden exists third in between the prior two zones I mentioned, and this one kind of represents the next evolution of Marble Zone from Sonic 1, since both seem to be ruin-themed areas, but Marble Garden is the clearly superior zone. With better music, better speed, and all-around interesting stage hazards, plus an Act 2 boss that has Tails flying Sonic around in a fight unlike any other, I think this one's super unique. Ice Cap. Everybody loves Ice Cap. It's a snow level that does everything right and doesn't have any ice physics to boot. Can't really complain about that. And lastly, Launch Base Zone, the final level with an arguably even more unique color scheme than Metropolis Zone, as it is a mix of purple and yellow of all colors. Honestly, it's the most distinct level of them all, has another great song attached to it, and is a bit of storytelling in itself because it represents the stage where Eggman has been rebuilding his Death Egg to launch back into space again. Super cool that the game has an entire level dedicated to pushing the story forward, similar to that of Sky Chase and Wing Fortress Zone in Sonic 2. But that's it though, only 6 zones, which seems kinda weird considering Sonic 2 had like 11. That's kinda disappointing, and yeah, I mean, CD only had 7, but there were like 4 different versions of every level, so like, I'm more forgiving in that game's case, and that game also had 3 acts instead of 2. Either way though, Sonic 3's level design is the best of all the classic games by far. The sheer number of multiple pathways available makes the possibilities limitless, and each stage comes with all sorts of wholly original motifs and gimmicks that pertain only to it. For instance, Marble Garden has these spinning tops that Sonic can use to navigate vertically in the air or go rocketing along the ground ridiculously fast. Carnival Night has these platforms that float up when you jump off of them, and the infamous Barrel of Doom that's super easy to figure out if you have basic gaming instincts. Also, love Launch Base's tubes and zip lines you can use to get around, and also the security gates, which if you know how to abuse, you can actually grind up for lives because of the way the score multiplier works. You get an extra life for every 50,000 points you add to your score, and you can get the multiplier up to 10,000 per enemy if you destroy 16 in a single chain. Although another method you can use if you have time on your hands is to end the level on exactly 9 minutes and 59 seconds, which nets you an instant 100,000 points or an equivalent of 2 extra lives instantly. Yeah, I guess I've never mentioned that before. You can actually time over in Sonic levels if you take more than 10 minutes to beat any given stage, resulting in a death. The game's overall stage design feels far more exploratory and vertical than prior levels. Where Sonic 1 and 2 and even CD felt short to medium in length, some of Sonic 3's stages go on for quite a while. Not that that's a bad thing, it sort of makes up for the lack of number of different zones. I mean, looking at a map like Marble Garden Act 1 or Launch Base Act 2 really gives you the sheer sense of scale that some of the levels possess. Boss fights in this game are changed too, as Act 1 stages also end in boss fights now, although they are against sub-bosses that usually take 6 hits to defeat instead of Eggman's 8, and are usually one of the Egg's bigger machines than that of a typical Badnik that is killed in one bounce. These are fun though, and further add to the excitement of the game because the sheer number of bosses to fight in the game practically doubled. Going back to the music though again for a second, I want to highlight a few more themes, namely the boss fight theme for Act 1, Ice Cap Zone, Launch Base like I mentioned, and Big Arm, the final boss of the game. All of these themes, especially Big Arm, are exceptional pieces of music. And I'm sure most of you watching already know this, but in case some of you don't, it's been confirmed that Michael Jackson himself had heavy involvement in the production of the game's soundtrack. But due to a heavy onslaught of factors, including dissatisfaction with the game's final musical quality, he ultimately went uncredited. It's actually a super fascinating story that has a lot of depth to it that I recommend you look up if you have some free time, because I'm not going to go into the full story here. It's interesting stuff though, that much is true. Also new to the game is the introduction of the elemental shield power-ups in the form of fire, lightning, and water shields, which each provide a different effect. Each grants a special immunity to attacks of that element type entirely, and still gives Sonic an extra hit before he drops any rings. The flame shield grants Sonic the ability to dash forward in a quick burst of speed. The electric shield grants Sonic a double jump that can pull rings into him like a magnet, and the bubble shield allows Sonic to breathe underwater indefinitely and also slam directly downward in a bouncing attack. When Sonic doesn't have a shield equipped though, he can also use a new attack called the Insta Shield, which causes this brief white flash to spin around him and extend his hit radius and protect him from enemy damage at the same time. Oh, and the spin dash also returns of course in its Sonic 2 form, and the super peel out has been removed. And Tails? Tails is playable in the game too. And guess what? He flies now. He flies now? He flies now. Still considered easy mode though, and that's pretty apparent in a few ways, such as his ability to fly, which totally promotes exploration of higher paths, but at the cost of both speed and difficulty because, as we all know, being able to fly tends to break platformers. His character sprite is actually shorter than Sonic's, which means he actually has a smaller hitbox too. I remember discovering this at a young age when I positioned Tails underneath these spikes and realized that he couldn't get hit by them, or when fighting the first boss where the fire couldn't touch him. That's actually true of a lot of bosses though. The patterns are slightly easier compared to Sonic's fights. Special stages also return, but this time they're completely different from the last games. Instead of collecting 50 rings and then either getting to the end of the stage or hitting a checkpoint warp, there are now giant gold rings scattered around the levels that you can find to instantly warp to a special stage, no ring count required. Special stages in Sonic 3 are in the form of Blue Sphere, this 3DS game where you have to walk over all the blue spheres to beat the level, turning them to red spheres upon stepping on them. Touching any red sphere in the level will result in failure, an instant ejection from the special stage, and you'll have to try all over again the next time you find a special ring. I actually really enjoy Blue Sphere. It's definitely my favorite of all the classic Sonic special stages we've taken a look at so far, and the theme that goes along with it is great too, of course. But again, this whole game soundtrack is. The only thing I want to warn you about is that new players will kinda have to adapt to the gradual increase in speed that happens as the stage goes on, because the stages do bump up to a pretty breakneck speed if you manage to last long enough in it, and that only adds to the intensity of it. But that's also what makes it kind of fun. The thing with Blue Sphere is that you're given time to get a feel for the layout and learn where you're going based on what's around you, but unlike Sonic 2's half pipes, which just blindside you with bombs every chance they get, you actually have time to feel out the level and get a sense of where everything is before you get to that challenge, so you know it's way more reasonable in that sense.
Super Sonic also makes his return in this game when you acquire all 7 Chaos Emeralds, just like in Sonic 2. However, this time you don't immediately go into the form upon jumping. Instead, you have to do the Insta-Shield maneuver in order to activate it. Otherwise though, it's the same as before, invincibility aside from things like crushing and drowning and so on and so forth. It's still super fun to blast around all the levels like before, and just like Sonic 2, the theme that plays during the level gets overwritten by the Super Sonic theme, which is just as annoying and repetitive as Sonic 2. Honestly, while I really enjoy the supersonic form, I cannot stand that the level music always gets changed to this no matter which stage you're in because it gets old very quickly. A minor criticism and complaint, I know, but still it does kind of hinder the experience and kind of prevents me from wanting to turn into supersonic sometimes because I'm just gonna say it, the supersonic theme is extremely boring, simple, and repetitive compared to the master compositions that are the regular stage themes. I don't think I'm alone in having that opinion. A new feature introduced in this game is bonus stages, separate from special stages, in the sense that they exist to award you with power-ups and buffs rather than Chaos Emeralds. Now, when you collect 50 rings and pass a checkpoint like you would in Sonic 2, the glittering stars that spawn warp you to this gumball machine where you bounce along the sides and spin it to drop various things, 1-ups and elemental shields being the primary items you'll want to acquire, although you can get rings from it too, so that's kinda neat. These are usually short and the same experience each time, but they are a nice pick-me-up if you don't have any shields or are hoping to switch elements depending on the level that you're in.
Multiplayer also makes its return here in the form of competition mode, in which you and a friend can race each other through stages similar to how it was in Sonic 2. Only this time there are 5 wholly unique stages not seen in the main game, and it's a race to see who can complete 5 laps first. Plus, you can also select Knuckles as one of the 3 playable characters, even though he's not playable in the main game. That's interesting. All 3 characters control the same here though. You can run, jump, and spin dash, so don't expect anything exciting in terms of movesets. Well, except Tails, who gets to fly apparently, although in a race like this, it's actually more of a hindrance than a benefit. And hey, even if you don't have someone to play with, you can still play it in single player mode too, so if you just want to give this a quick run, you're more than welcome to. All in all though, Sonic 3 is a pretty great game. Strangely short for some reason or another, but I love the stages and story and music that it does put into the experience. I don't ever really find myself returning to Sonic 3 as much as Sonic 2 though. There's just something about this game that makes it feel incomplete. Like there should be more to it than there is. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Either way, still appreciate the game for what it is, and it was a joy to get to play through it again for this video. Why the hell is he in a car?
And that's why Sonic Drift sucks.
Nah, but for real, Sonic Drift sucks. This game mega sucks in nearly every department, which is saying something because there's nothing to it. Released exclusively in Japan, Sonic Drift is a kart racer likely meant to be Sega's answer to Super Mario Kart, except it's on the Game Gear, so it's playable on the go. But the execution is not nearly as admirable as the original innovation the game was probably meant to have. First of all, you have 4 characters to choose from: Sonic, Tails, Amy, and Eggman. They all have a special move and slight variances in gameplay, which are on screen here courtesy of Sonic Retro, but I hardly bothered to experiment because I just played as Sonic most of the time. Graphically, the game isn't impressive, especially when comparing this to the likes of Sonic Spinball on Game Gear, which is still the best looking game yet in my opinion. You're basically looking at the bottom half and just using the top half to predict the next turn in the course. The controls suck, and it honestly feels like there's no consistency because on some stages I feel like I have total control of my vehicle and have no issues turning whatsoever, and then on other maps everything just seems to become terrible because I can't even make the most basic of turns without flying into everything. You're supposed to use the brake when making turns to drift, hence the title of the game, and I feel like it sometimes works, but if you put too much pressure on drifting, you actually spin out, which just costs you more time. I'm sure if I spent enough time to figure it out, I probably could, but there's not enough fun to be had here for me to justify that. There are a few different power-ups you can get, like a speed boost, spring jump, and invincibility, but only the latter has anything of note to talk about. Man, Sega must have really been wanting to make Toot Toot Sonic Warrior Sonic's theme or something, didn't they? Well, at least for a short period of time. Sadly, this is the last time it ever shows up for a while, so, you know. There are 3 Grand Prix here, with each consisting of 6 tracks, 1 for each level of the original Sonic 1 stage themes. So yes, Green Hill is back again, along with the likes of Labyrinth and Scrap Brain. Technically 3 times over, since there are 3 different variations of each stage for a total of 18 courses, but I hardly notice a difference in playing the game. It's just so basic, bland, and boring. I guess there's also Time Attack 2 and Free Run, as well as Versus Mode if you can find someone else in current year who also has a Game Gear and a link cable, but good luck with that. Each character technically has their own ending too, but they're not really interesting enough to warrant beating 3 Grand Prix 4 different times. You kinda get the whole experience after just playing one of the 3 cups as one character. I mean, yes, it's important to remember that at the time they were more limited in what they could do, but they put Spinball on Game Gear and that game played well enough, in my eyes, not to mention Sonic Chaos in the first 2 games as well. Even in 1994 this game got bad reviews, so I can't really defend this. Sonic Drift sucks. It just sucks. Alright, time for another unfinished beta build, Sonic Crackers. I'm not even sure if I should technically be talking about this one now, seeing as this prototype build would eventually go on to become another Sonic game I'm not too far away from talking about, but you know, why not talk about it now? It'll make for some great foreshadowing. The build is dated for April 1st, 1994, so whether or not this concept was even made to be serious or as a joke is up for debate, especially given how incomplete it is. I could actually see how developers would view this incomplete build as a silly joke more so than a serious project, given the state that it's in. This isn't a complete game here, folks. This is a buggy, broken, glitchy mess, where Sonic and Tails are chained together with these linked rings, resulting in some pretty crazy motions as the two characters rely on each other's momentum to make progress through the stage. There's not much to this one outside of some buggy stages and an overworld map, which basically just has Sonic and Tails roaming around on a top-down perspective grid, but none of the actual layout geometry is coded in. So the two characters just meander about all over the place. What this game would have ultimately ended up being is hard to say, considering this got turned into something completely different, but hey. On a final note, there's actually a theory out there that this build was meant to be Sonic Clackers, given that R and L have translation difficulties from katakana to English, and I actually like, comment, and subscribe to both my channel and this theory because there's actually a toy called a clacker, which literally consists of two spheres connected together by a string. I think it makes way more sense. I mean, what do crackers have to do with this game? I guess maybe the code is cracked open, or maybe it feels like the game's physics are on crack, but I don't know. I like the idea that this game is named after the toy because it just seems fitting. I mean, that's clearly what the inspiration was. Oh well, either way, there's not much more to see here, just a neat little distraction I wanted to present real quick. Okay, gotta be honest with this one. Tales in the Music Maker, released for the Sega Pico in 1994, has been impossible for me to play due to weird bugs with the emulation. I won't get into the specifics, but long story short, no matter what inputs I give the game, I just cannot seem to get it to recognize anything I tell it to do, and as a result, I was unable to capture much footage outside of basically what I'm showing you now because none of the games were playable contained within it. Long story short, the Sega Pico is a video game device intended for children from like age 2 to age 8 that was more education oriented rather than recreation oriented, and was basically Sega's answer to the edutainment market that was picking up over the course of the 90s, primarily in the computer software department. Sonic's Edusoft may or may not have ever seen the light of day, but that didn't seem to detract Sega from trying again, it seems, with them putting out a Tales game that was centered all around music and the educational joy that comes along with it.
A child's mind is like a sponge, absorbing everything.
Middle-aged men who want to be teenage girls next.
So make it the right things. With Pico, it turns TV into your kid's first computer and turns on the power of their imaginations.
Even though we may scoff at it now, it was allegedly lucrative in Sega's eyes as it was released all over the globe to varying levels of success and is cited as sources of inspiration for later educational video game peripherals such as the Leapster. The object of this game is to learn about music composition, scales, rhythm, instruments, songs. It's basically the same as like preschool and early elementary school music class in gaming tablet form. The game comes with several different minigames such as musical chairs and a walking game and percussion pinball, all which reuse assets from Sonic 1 and 2. Tails, for some reason, has a noticeably different sprite though. Overall, this game's incredibly basic in execution, and anyone outside of the target age range is going to struggle to find any fun with this one. Like honestly, the most fun I had was the lack of responsiveness the game was giving me because it just led to some super weird moments. There's no story here, no difficulty, it's not like there's enemies and goal rings. It's just a compilation game full of mundane activities that serve their purpose but don't go much further than that. I'm sure seeing the physical pages while playing the game might add something to the experience, but I can't really see it completely changing my entire outlook on what the game ultimately is. I wish I could have played this legitimately, but I had to resort to watching a playthrough of it online, and I can clearly see I'm not missing anything here. So yeah, you know it exists, but is it worth your time? Definitely not.
With Storybook software, turn the page and images come alive on TV. Kids learn numbers, music, reading,
dog.
and more.
So Sonic and Knuckles, aka Sonic the Hedgehog 3.5, ergo the second half of what was originally meant to be the full experience of Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Yes, I slightly alluded to this, and most Sonic fans watching were either privy to my obvious avoidance in acknowledging it, or completely oblivious to my intentional choice of not acknowledging Sonic and Knuckles' existence because I wanted to review the game from an authentic point of view instead of just jumping right into this. Either way, yes, Sonic and Knuckles is the second half of Sonic 3, but not completely. For starters, this game no longer has the save functionality that Sonic 3 had, so we're back to having to play the game all in one sitting again. Kinda feels like a step backwards a little bit. Also, Tails is nowhere to be seen for the whole game until the very end, but on the flip side, Knuckles is playable now with his very own storyline. More on that in a bit. For Sonic's story, it's basically second verse same as the first. Gotta rush through 7 or 8 stages, acquire the 7 Chaos Emeralds, and stop Dr. Robotnik and Knuckles, who are constantly getting in Sonic's way. The story cutscenes and level transitions continue as before. Graphically speaking, it's just as impressive as Sonic 3. Music-wise, it's also just as incredible, although by this game's release, Michael Jackson was completely absent from the project, and some of the themes such as the title theme, Act 1 boss, etc. were likely changed as a result of that. The stages of the game include Mushroom Hill, essentially the green hill of the game, although more jungle and fungus-like with all the different mushrooms and insect-themed badniks everywhere. My favorite trait of Mushroom Hill is the gradual seasonal change as the second act goes on, going from a bright sunnyscape to an autumn brown and winter gray towards the end of the stage. Next comes Flying Battery, a level that's seemingly popular amongst both Sega and the fan base, but I just don't see it. This one's kinda boring, but not nearly as boring as Sandopolis, the least popular zone of the whole game, primarily because of Act 2. But Act 1 is definitely more fun, and this zone does feel like it drags at times. Not a fan of the switch pushing in time doorways either. After comes Lava Reef, and I just love this level. This stage is just awesome, and I love how the first level has an absolute bop for its tune. Before it completely flips over to a much more laid-back track with an entirely different portrayal of the melody. Lava Reef is awesome, and we get more storytelling in this zone as we see the Death Egg vanish as it begins to climb back up into space once again after crashing down from launch base. Oh yeah, when Sonic blew up the Death Egg at the end of Sonic 3, that wasn't actually canon. The floating fortress just fell again, it didn't get completely destroyed. Afterwards comes a mix of Hidden Palace and Sky Sanctuary Zone, two zones that may as well be one as they both contain only one act each, but continue to progress the story along as you fight Knuckles and get a depiction of a prophecy etched in the stone in the background, foreshadowing to the final climax of the game. Sky Sanctuary is also mega popular in Sega's eyes, and while I like it, it's not that exciting of a level considering the layout is pretty simple back and forth and it just contains a reused boss from Sonic 1 and 2 followed by a fight with Mecha Sonic, who's cool and all, but actually easier than Silver Sonic because you get rings to fight him, and if you're Super Sonic like I was, well, it's not really a fight at all, now is it? Finally comes Death Egg, the final zone of the game, and unlike Sonic 2, this time around there's a full-blown 2-act zone, which really just serves to act as the hardest level and provide the build-up to the final showdown with Eggman, which consists of like 2 separate 2-phased boss fights, starting with an even bigger Death Egg Robo than the first model, which is using the Master Emerald as its power source, followed by the Doomsday Zone, which you only get if you've collected all 7 Chaos Emeralds. This is our very first Super Sonic specific boss, which would become a staple of the series a few years later. And honestly, this fight is hype. It's not very hard, mind you, but story-wise and atmospherically, this fight is so exciting. 5 games were leading up to this moment across the trilogy of titles plus CD and Knuckles, and even if 1 and CD have a little less to do with this story, they all contributed to this final grand battle between Sonic and Eggman. Ram into his machine enough times and Robotnik is defeated once and for all, with Sonic acquiring the Master Emerald in space and bringing it back down to Angel Island, restoring the island to its former floating glory and allowing Knuckles to continue fulfilling his destiny once more, because he would totally continue to do that in the future.
Sonic & Knuckles is the great continuation that Sonic 3 needed and really makes for a satisfying end to this chapter of the Blue Hedgehog storyline. It's just a shame this had to be released as its own separate title instead of getting to see what the final end product was meant to be. Oh, but wait, Sonic & Knuckles' physical cartridge is an interesting one because unlike most, it contains an extra panel on the top marketed as lock-on technology. By connecting Sonic 3 to Sonic & Knuckles, we get the definitive version of the game, Sonic 3 and Knuckles. From start to finish, this right here is the intended version of Sonic 3 in its fullest capacity that, due to time constraints and other factors as that story goes, ended up needing to be split into two halves, hence the two games that make up this one. So essentially Sega got to sell two halves of one full game. Sonic 3 and Knuckles' major differences are basically just a few unique changes here and there. Progression-wise, it's the same exact level order as before, except now you can be Tails in the Sonic and Knuckles half of the game, and Knuckles in the Sonic 3 portion. Gameplay-wise, I guess now is as good a time as any to get into Knuckles then. So basically with Tails being easy mode and Sonic being normal mode, that makes Knuckles the hard mode of the game, as he's unable to jump as high as Sonic, nor can he use the shield power-up abilities. But in exchange, he can now glide through the air and climb walls with his rock-hard fist nipples. Boy, kinda chilly today, huh? Knuckles' storyline is shorter than that of Sonic and Tails, seeing as he basically gets exclusive pathways that tend to be more difficult and boss fights with harder patterns, at the expense of shorter levels in certain cases like Carnival Night or the complete omission of Death Egg Zone entirely. Seeing as the plot takes place after the events of Sonic's story, Knuckles basically follows this Egg Robo around Angel Island until he eventually beats him and has a final showdown with Mecha Sonic, who wasn't destroyed by Sonic before he leaped onto the Death Egg. Boss-wise, it's not too hard though. If you just take your time and only hit Mecha when he's not glowing super, he's pretty easy to defeat. There aren't too many noteworthy changes with Sonic and Tails' stories, aside from the fact that they no longer fight Big Arm at the end of Launch Base Act 2, and Mushroom Hill has this added sequence in the beginning of the stage that shows Knuckles running into a special ring, hinting at one of the special features of playing the combined version. All stories have a good and best ending. Not really a bad ending, since the good ending still results in Sonic defeating Eggman, but basically the difference in all character stories is that if the player doesn't collect all the Chaos and or Super Emeralds, Angel Island stays in the ocean. But if you do gather them all, then it returns back up to the skies. Speaking of which, special stages are the same in Sonic & Knuckles as Sonic 3. They basically just continue off at Special Stage 8 through 14, because now in Sonic 3 and Knuckles only, Sonic and friends get access to the Super Emeralds, basically an upgraded version of the Chaos Emeralds that are only seen in this game and then never again for the rest of time. And I mean that. Collecting all of these allows Sonic to transform into Hypersonic, which is basically Supersonic, except now he has an after effect, glows rapidly flashing colors, and has a jump dash attack that's basically a better lightning shield that also nukes every enemy on screen. Try not to stare at him for too long though, he might cause eye strain. Knuckles also had the ability to go Super in SNK and can now go Hyper with the Super Emeralds, which basically just gives Knuckles the same buffs as Super and Hypersonic respectively, except instead of an air dash, he now has a wall slam attack that also nukes every enemy on screen when he clings onto a wall. Unfortunately, this one's a little bit more situational, but again, that's one of the caveats of playing the hard mode character. Tails, however, could not go Super with the Chaos Emeralds, but he can go Super with the Super Emeralds. Why the naming convention couldn't be consistent is beyond me, but Tails' flicky army of death is a force to be reckoned with, because as if this form wasn't broken enough, these flickies basically just destroy any boss in the game for you, resulting in minimal effort needed on your behalf to kill enemies and bosses. It is insane. Now, with the way that you unlock Hypersonic being restricted until the Sonic and Knuckles half of the game, you can't initially on your first playthrough play as Hypersonic through the beginning half of the adventure, but you can still use it on a repeat playthrough with one of your completed save files, because this game brings back the save feature of Sonic 3 and provides 2 additional save slots on top of that. Also, Sonic & Knuckles featured 2 additional bonus stages in the form of the slot machine and glowing spheres. The former basically lets you get a ton of rings by entering the slots and stacking these symbols in order to receive payouts. What's interesting about this special stage is there's actually a bug where the game gives you a continue automatically when you have more than 50 rings and you collect just 1. Likely as a holdover from Sonic 1, because in case you couldn't tell, this bonus stage was heavily inspired by and partially recycled from Sonic 1 special stages. The glowing spheres bonus stages is a little little bit harder to figure out at first, but once you do, it's not too bad. Basically, it's just another way to get shield power-ups present in the gumball machine, only with a different minigame in mind. Sonic 3 and Knuckles combines all 3 bonus stage types into one, where you cycle through them for every 15 rings you have over 20, so if you know which stage you want, you can try to keep track of your ring count accordingly. Bonus stages are also useful for allowing you to break out of super or hyper form if you want to, because you can't turn it off until you either beat a stage or find one of the rare ways to die. Sonic 3 and Knuckles is without a doubt the definitive way to enjoy Sonic 3. It is the fully intended package. I realized that I technically counted Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles as separate games because in terms of their releases, they are, but in reality, they're two halves of one complete whole, which is just a magnificent experience from start to finish. Truly one of the greatest Sonic games of all time, and we're only 3 years into the Hedgehog's legacy. Wow, now that's a testament to how well this game holds up. But I'm not done just yet. What happens if you lock on Sonic and Knuckles with Sonic 2? It's not as exciting as it sounds, if that even sounded exciting in the first place. Very little has changed with this one, unlike Sonic 3. There aren't any fancy routes Knuckles gets to take instead of Sonic or anything like that. It's literally just the entire game of Sonic 2, except you're playing as Knuckles. At least special stage ring requirements were lowered. That's gotta count for something, right?
I knew those requirements were stupid, and this proves the devs were aware too because they intentionally lowered them. Too bad patches weren't a thing back then, right?
He also gets to keep his ring count after a special stage too, so, you know, that also helps in hunting him down because Sonic lost them when he jumped out of one. But yeah, I count this as a separate game because it is technically a separate title and playing as a different character grants an entirely different experience, but it's sort of skirting that line if you know what I mean. And as an honorable mention, there's Blue Sphere. A standalone version of Sonic 3 special stages where you can play millions and millions of different levels, which I'm sure not a single person on the planet has ever bothered to do. I feel like it would be impossible seeing as you'd have to play over 134 million levels and ain't nobody got time for that. Even if you averaged one stage every 2 minutes and played non-stop without sleep or food or anything of the like, it would take you over 500 years to play them all. But hey, if you like this and want to play even more levels, just lock on Sonic 1 and you can get access to it. There seems to be a common misconception that floats around the internet where it says you can only access Blue Sphere with Sonic 1, but that's only a partial truth. Technically, any Genesis game can activate Blue Sphere other than Sonic 2 or 3, but unless the file on the cartridge is greater than 2 megabytes, you'll only be able to access one level per game. That's something about the lock-on cartridge that basically causes it to identify one level based on the game attached, and then grants the player access to that one level, but Sonic 1, because of the way the technology works, it actually breaks this 2 megabyte limit and grants full access, so that's kinda neat. And yeah, that about does it for my whole lock-on section, so definitely one of the longer sections I had to talk about, but Sonic 3 deserves the attention that it gets. Hopefully I convinced some of you watching to go out and play it if you haven't before, or made some of you diehards nostalgic enough to want to go replay it again instead. Seriously, everybody should give this game a chance at least once. It's a hell of a fun time, and one of the few games in this video I can recommend to almost anybody. And lastly, as another honorable mention, there were plans for a Sonic 3 limited edition to be released by Sega at one point, and this version of the game is suspected to have essentially been Sonic 3 and Knuckles released as a full game on one cartridge with the and Knuckles portion of the title removed and additional speculated music changes. However, this special edition was ultimately canned. Sonic Triple Trouble, the sequel to Sonic Chaos, and out of all the Game Gear games I played as a child, this was the one I made the most progress in. And by that I mean acquiring the first Chaos Emerald and getting to Act 3 of the first zone. Okay, look, I wasn't really into 8-bit games as a kid, and playing this with a GameCube controller wasn't the most ideal setup either, but it was all I had at the time, and besides, the game never told me I could curl into a ball when jumping, so how was I supposed to know how to defeat the boss? What, look at the in-game manual? As if. Anyways, for a brief synopsis, and as the title might imply, this time around, Eggman has tricked Knuckles once again into believing that Sonic is trying to collect the Chaos Emeralds for nefarious purposes, and Knuckles sets out to stop him while Eggman focuses on developing an ultimate super weapon, whilst a third antagonist joins the fray in the form of a bounty hunter acquiring all of the Chaos Emeralds himself and saving them to sell on the market. Not the black market, like common consensus seems to claim. Look, I checked the manual, it just says the market. I get it can be inferred, but I'm just saying the manual doesn't actually reference the black market. Going by Fang the Sniper and or Knack the Weasel, Fang being his Japanese name and Knack being his American name, I'm going to be referring to him as Fang, given that in all subsequent titles after this one, the name Knack gets dropped entirely and forgotten about. Honestly, Fang's the cooler name anyways. I don't really know why localization decided to change it for the West. It doesn't make sense. As with all the previous Game Gear platformers, this one's not much different. It's certainly longer than Chaos at the very least, but like before, you can play as either Sonic or Tails, and aside from minor tweaks to Sonic's peel out gaining brief invincibility and Tails' flight being modified, they play exactly the same as before. Granted, this game is named Sonic and Tails 2 in Japan, so, you know, it makes sense. There are 6 Chaos Emeralds once again to collect, 5 of which are obtained in levels where the 6th is just given to you at the end of the game, but this time a few things have changed, namely that now Tails can collect the Chaos Emeralds to get the best ending just like Sonic, rather than getting it automatically, and that in order to get the Emeralds this time around, you have to collect 50 rings in any Act 1 or Act 2 of a zone, then find the appropriate monitor box and break it open, allowing you to travel to one of 2 different stages, those being 2D or 3D. 2D stages are races against the clock to get to the end of the level and account for the odd-numbered Chaos Emeralds, while 3D stages are the even-numbered ones and consist of Sonic or Tails flying a plane and collecting rings in a similar perspective to the Sonic 2 half-pipe, but with a more forgiving ring amount, controls, and layout. Bombs don't even make you lose rings now, they just impair movement for a few seconds, so these stages are pretty easy. Not hard at all. After clearing a stage, you'll end up fighting Fang in a boss fight that's also really easy. You should never lose these. And then you get a Chaos Emerald and carry on with the rest of the level. Unlike Chaos, which finished the level for you after a special stage, in this one it warps you back to where the monitor was, so it's still on you to complete the level after getting a Chaos Emerald. Honestly, I welcome this change because it helps mitigate part of Chaos's problem of being too short. Okay, I actually lied about Sonic and Tails playing the same as before because there is one more change. Unlike any other Sonic game up to this point, after Sonic or Tails bounces off of a spring, they can actually curl back into a ball for about 2 seconds to protect themselves or damage enemies. Usually, bouncing off of a spring leaves Sonic exposed to enemy damage. This is something every Genesis game has done. But Triple Trouble takes a step forward and gives the player the control to protect themselves briefly. They can only do it once while in this state, and again, it lasts briefly, but time it right and you can actually save yourself from losing all of your rings. Speaking of losing rings, there's another first for the series. Unlike all prior games where you drop all your rings upon getting hit, Triple Trouble says, nah, instead Sonic only drops 30 rings per hit, aside from Spike's, which makes him drop 50, so you can actually accumulate multiple hits on the character over time if you're good enough at playing the game. This may be an unpopular opinion, but I'm actually all for this idea. Giving the player the ability to essentially accumulate health as the stage goes on by playing well and collecting more rings is a very rewarding benefit to learning the game and playing through it. And this concept could actually be really cool when it comes to something like Supersonic, which depletes your rings, because a game that has both of these mechanics basically puts the player in a position of, okay, do I want to go Supersonic right now and risk losing the form before the level's over, resulting in me having no extra hits whatsoever because I consumed all the rings to do this, or play it safe and hang on to them for a bit longer before going super at all? that seems like a really cool choice that the game could allow the player to have. One of the problems I find with the ring collecting in Sonic games is, other than Super Sonic, which isn't even in every game, you really have no incentive to collect more than one ring unless you want an extra life for 100, but there's nothing in between there. By implementing a health mechanic like this where collecting X number of rings on a set interval to increase your health, you're making the player have more active engagement with the game. You're incentivizing the player to go out of their way to collect more rings, to seek them out. In Sonic 1, 2, or CD, where you needed to get 50 in order to get into a special stage, that also kind of made sense. But honestly, Sonic 3's implementation of special stages is way better than any of those other games, and so there needs to be something to fill the gap. By introducing this quote-unquote health bar mechanic where you can build it as the player over the course of the level, you're giving the player another level of interactivity with the experience, and I am all for that. But I digress. Boss fights in this game are easier than before, as most but not all of them give you rings right before the fights. The exception being, ironically, the first boss. Now, by no means is the first boss as bad as something like the first boss of 8-bit Sonic 2, but dude, if you don't know about the ability to curl into a ball when bouncing off a spring like I didn't, you literally can never beat the boss. You'll just die on contact over and over again until you run out of lives because you don't know what to do. Blame the game for something you didn't know, and then put the game down for 20 years until you decide to make a YouTube video that requires you to play it again, and finally learn why you can never beat it 2 decades prior. Or maybe that was just a me problem. Yeah, now that I've gotten to actually experience the game, Triple Trouble is great. It's real fun. It's my favorite Game Gear title I've played. I think it strikes a solid balance that's on the easier side, but has the best character gameplay, boss fights, and level design of all of the Game Gear titles. Oh, and that's another thing. Triple Trouble never saw a Master System release. It's the first Game Gear platformer to not have one, so if you want to experience it, you only have the Game Gear version to choose from. But I think that's to this game's benefit because now you don't need to worry about screen crunch as much anymore since the game is designed around the smaller screen rather than adapted to it. A few other changes also come with the game, namely that Tails and Sonic now get the same number of lives at the start at 3, and 1 continue, so there is no extra buff here for Tails, and there are 2 new signposts in the game, which are Knuckles, who awards a continue, although I never got one while playing the game, and a Chaos Emerald, which gives the player 50 rings instantly at the start of the next level to help them get enough rings for one of the emeralds. Spring Shoes and Jet Boots also come back for Sonic, as well as Underwater Propeller Shoes, while Tails gets the Spring Shoes as well as his Hyper Flight in place of the Rocket Shoes, and a Submarine in place of the Propeller Shoes. They all functionally do the same thing though, except the Submarine gives Tails air while Sonic does not get that luxury. Stages are Great Turquoise, which is yet another not Green Hill, Sunset Park, which has an awesome song during its boss act and for some reason is the only level in the game to have an immediate transition instead of fading out, not sure why that is, Meta Junglera Zone, Meta Junglera Zone, Meta Junglira Zone.
How do you pronounce this? The hell is Meta Junglera?
Is a jungle level with a whole lot of annoying bubbles that bounce you all over the place. Robotnik Winter is cool since Sonic gets to snowboard, although Tails gets nothing of the sort. Lame. Tidal Plant is the de facto water level with a worse song than Tidal Tempest, in which the navigation bubbles from the 8-bit Sonic 2 return, and Atomic Destroyer is the final level which acts like an easier labyrinth than Scrambled Egg Zone from, again, 8-bit Sonic 2. Triple Trouble, in my opinion, is everything 8-bit Sonic 2 wishes it could be. The final boss is also awesome because Metal Sonic appears as a pleasant surprise and basically bum rushes you over and over again. I never saw this coming, and it's an easy fight if you can get the timing down, but still really cool that he shows up at all. And then the final battle with Eggman is just a 3-phase fight that increases in difficulty as it goes along, going from a giant pogo stick to a flamethrower super laser, and finally a room where he spins around over and over like... Okay, time out. I'm convinced now that Triple Trouble is doing this on purpose. There is no way this is coincidental, right? I mean, I don't know if this is Sega's way of apologizing for the terrible level that was Scrambled Egg Zone or the final boss or what, but these are eerily similar to each other that I can't unsee it now. That comparison I just made a minute ago, I don't think it's a coincidence. The third phase is supposed to be super hard, but if you know how to position yourself like I did, and you just jump here repeatedly, you can actually score hits on Robotnik indefinitely and just keep picking up your ring
dodging after you get hit, maintaining this loop until the boss is defeated. If you did try to beat this boss legitimately, yeah, I could say it's a bit hard given you're dodging 4 energy ball attacks while trying to time hits on either side as Robotnik makes himself vulnerable, but it's manageable. It just sucks that there were literally 3 other bosses before this one, so it starts to feel like a marathon by this phase. Honestly, one of Eggman's phases should have been removed so that there were only 3 in total. That would have been the perfectly acceptable length if you ask me. But yeah, overall Triple Trouble definitely solidifies itself as one of the best Game Gear titles in general, I would say. Not that that's saying much, given that a lot of them aren't that great to begin with. But hey, if you're not interested in the 8-bit version, you're in luck, because a Sonic fan by the name of Noah Copeland and his team created Sonic Triple Trouble 16-bit as a fan interpretation of the original title with updated graphics and gameplay to suit the Genesis style of Sonic platformers. This remake takes the original base game and puts an entirely new, updated spin to it, slightly modifying the story with added cutscenes and even throwing in a few extra zones for the prologue, a mid-stage named Egg Zeppelin, a hidden stage for Purple Palace, and the final supersonic boss fight that never existed in the original game. All new special stages and redesigned boss fights were created from the ground up, but still reference those classic 8-bit bosses that anyone who's played the original will recognize, and each act has remastered music, and each zone has its own remix to boot, so we've got the Sonic 3 and K treatment at work here. The game still references the original with things like signposts at the end of each act, Eggman holding the last Chaos Emerald until the end of the game, power-ups making an appearance too, and Title Plant Act 2 has an awesome aesthetic, and the music has a close atmospheric bliss to that of Title Tempest, although it's still not quite there. Even if I hate underwater sections in video games, underwater music is to die for. All in all, I actually really love this fan game to the point that it is, without a doubt, the definitive way to kind of experience Sonic Triple Trouble. This isn't an official Sega game or anything, so it's not even counting as an honorable mention technically, and I'm not going to be talking about tons of fan projects in this video, as this is primarily focused on the official Sonic games rather than fan games, but I wanted to mention this one in particular because I truly believe it's worth everyone's time to sit down and experience. If you have no interest in the 8-bit version for whatever reason, this fan remake is probably the answer, so definitely check this one out because you won't be disappointed. I will admit that some people might not necessarily vibe with the changes to the story that the fan game introduced, but honestly, I think it's pretty interesting. It definitely does a lot more to expand on what the original game lacked. Okay, so I don't know if this one's really worth counting, so I'm just giving it a super brief mention, but basically in 1994, Sega released a game called Wacky Worlds where you can create dioramas with different settings and stamps and whatnot, and Sonic is featured as the main navigation character in it. The stamps can interact with each other in their environments, and it's just meant as a way for kids to possibly express their creativity. Unfortunately, as an individual, I am not in the target audience for this game, nor was I as a kid, so this doesn't particularly appeal to me, and it's not a Sonic game, hence the status of honorable mention, but I did want to bring attention to it just in case someone's like, hey, you forgot this thing, because yeah, you know. But enough about that. Next comes more canceled Sonic projects, 3 to be exact, for the year of 1994.
First is Astropede, also known as Segapede, a title that also does not have Sonic in it, but was intended to be a Sonic game set in the Sonic universe with a Sonic character. That character being Zip, a creation of Dr. Robotnik who would befriend Sonic and collect Chaos Dust as the main goal of the game. The title was pitched by Craig Stitt shortly after development concluded on Sonic Spinball, but unfortunately due to the Sega Technical Institute's lack of resources as a result of all of its other ongoing projects, the game never came to be. 1994 really seems to be the year of cancelled Sonic games because there was also a cancelled project for the Sega Pico titled Sonic Jr. Not much is really known about this title outside of the fact that it was basically the Muppet Babies of Sonic, in which it was likely to have featured baby versions of Sonic characters in an attempt to appeal to a very young demographic. Of course, nothing more is known about this title beyond that, so anything more than Sonic Jr. is entirely up to speculation. This next one's interesting because I don't actually know if this game was unreleased or if it did see a release in Japan. My research was inconclusive, but what I can say is that SegaSonic Wataame Scramble, aka SegaSonic Cotton Candy Scramble, has this image showcased in a 1994 Sega amusement guide for an expo Sega held that year in Japan and is mentioned by name on a Japanese weblog that I managed to identify via Chrome's translation feature. Judging by the screenshot, it appeared to have been accompanied by a game and, like Popcorn Shop, probably gave the customer cotton candy after they were distracted by the game while it was made. The game itself would supposedly feature Sonic and Tails flying on a plane and gathering cotton candy from the clouds they're flying past. These machines scream high maintenance, and quite frankly, it's hard to tell if this machine was ever released, seeing as we have minimal evidence of any machine ever being seen in the wild. This is without a doubt one of the most obscure Sonic games I'm discussing in this video. We know it existed, at least as a prototype, but there is nothing online whatsoever documenting this game outside of what I'm presenting to you now. But hey, hopefully someday someone out there finds it and manages to dump it online so we can see it in all its glory. I also just want to add a brief mention to a music album by the name of Sonic the Hedgehog Boom, released in February of 1994. This here is a compilation album of various arrangements for songs from Sonic Spinball, as well as extended versions of the American soundtrack from Sonic CD, which you can't hear anywhere else, which makes it really cool. As a fan of the US soundtrack, getting to hear extended intros and sequences throughout these songs is just such a cool thing, having never heard them before. I seriously suggest checking these out for a listen sometime if you're interested. I won't be covering a lot of music albums like this very often in this video, however, I will be bringing mention to a couple of them here and there if I think they're of note for one reason or another, as is the case here. While I'm on the subject, I'd also like to give mention to another Sonic CD related album known as Sonic the Hedgehog Remix, which is an album released in December of 1994 and consists of various different remixes of themes from Sonic CD's Japanese soundtrack composed by the original game's composers. The Techno Power mix in particular is pretty great, as it's a whole medley of all the Bad Future themes from the game mixed together in one 7-minute track, and man is it awesome. And as if two albums weren't enough to be released in 1994, Sonic & Knuckles' Sonic the Hedgehog 3 rounds things out with the exact same treatment as Sonic the Hedgehog Boom to its title game, Sonic & Knuckles. Yes, despite Sonic 3 being acknowledged in the name, this is strictly looking at the Sonic & Knuckles side of the game's soundtrack, but with all new arrangements that give the songs a different feel compared to their Genesis counterparts. For the record, I don't plan to cover every single game's OST release or compilation albums just because it seems redundant and uninteresting, and just because I'm talking about Sonic CD and Sonic & Knuckles here doesn't mean I'm going to set that trend. I'm primarily just going to be highlighting noteworthy albums like these where there are either original songs or remixes or extended versions or new arrangements featured that you can't hear in the games, just in case there are viewers watching that have never heard of these and might want to check them out. Some of them are pretty obscure that you'd never know about if you didn't go out out of your way to find them, as was the case with me while I was researching for this video. Had no idea such an album for Sonic and Knuckles existed. And lastly, I actually lied, there are 4 cancelled Sonic projects, with the final one being Sonic Ride, which amounts to nothing more than this 90-second video clip of Sonic running throughout his world from a different perspective. Seeing as the project was never finished, it is unknown what this footage was going to be used for, although given Sega had a subset of its arcade games as dedicated motion simulators, it's theorized that Sonic Ride may have at one point been planned to accompany one of those machines. It's also possible that this clip just serves to be a proof of concept or animation test rather than something intended for a legitimate full game. Whatever the case may be, nothing ever came to be with this one either, so it's entirely up to interpretation as far as what the end result of Sonic Ride may have ultimately become. As you can probably imagine, Dr. Robotnik wasn't the only Sonic character to get his own spin-off title. Oh no, there's certainly more where that came from. As it turns out, Tails also got a spin-off released in 1995 for the Game Gear named Tails Skypatrol, and like Sonic Drift, it was a Japanese exclusive entry until 2003. Despite this fact, however, basically none of the game is in Japanese whatsoever, so why Sega didn't bother to release the game overseas in North America is beyond me, although if Super Mario The Lost Levels is anything to go by, maybe somebody at Sega's Japanese branch thought the game would be too hard for us North American gamers to handle. That isn't to say Tails Sky Patrol isn't on the same level as a game like Japan's Super Mario 2, but boy is this game intentionally difficult. See, Tails Sky Patrol is sort of an on-rails game. For those unfamiliar with the term, it essentially means that Tails progresses forward through each level at all times, and you as the player have the ability to control his vertical directions and horizontal speed, but he's going to fly forward no matter what. That is out of your hands, so the challenge of the game, which can be admittedly fun in the right level design, is to control Tails' position and speed so that he doesn't crash into anything, rather than giving the player full control. And that's the main source of difficulty in the game: walls. This may as well be considered a spin-off of Operation, because if you so much as touch the ground or a wall while flying his Tails, it is instant death. That's right, death. It's not like he can just get back up and continue flying or anything. Oh no, logic in a video game? Pshaw. Solid surfaces are suddenly Tails' kryptonite here, and there's nothing that can save him once he's made contact. Aside from avoiding obstacles, Tails carries a ring with him, which you can control with the 1 and 2 buttons to basically launch at enemies or hover over interactive objects that allow Tails to spin around bars or get carried along by a cart or fly up with a balloon. All admittedly fun gimmicks that allow for numerous different movement options in each stage. Tails also has a flight meter up there in the top left corner that you need to keep full at all times, which you can do by picking up candy to refill it. Let it run out and it's another count to the death toll. And there's also invincibility power-ups that come in real handy, and most stages have frequent bells that act as checkpoints, so if you can get good enough to beat the first 2 levels, then you'll probably be fine to make it to the final one where all hell breaks loose. See, the premise of this game is that Tails decided to go on an adventure without Sonic, and he stumbled upon an isolated island where the evil Wendy Witchcart and her minions have taken over, and turned all of her opposing threats into crystals. So Tails decides to save the day. The game consists of 5 different levels, levels: Training Area, Rail Canyon, Ruin Wood, Metal Island, and Dark Castle, with each stage being one act with a boss fight at the end. So yes, when I say the game has 5 levels, that's not 5 zones with 2 or 3 acts, that's 5 levels. So that fact right there pretty much explains why the devs of this game decided to make Dark Castle ruthlessly difficult. Truly, there were a few moments in the first 4 stages that got me as a first-time player because, yes, this is my first time playing this game beyond the training area given its sheer level of obscurity to me as a child, but Dark Castle is complete and utter garbage as a level. I mean, you gotta be on your A game here if you intend to beat this thing. With enemies basically dropping from the sky with minimal warning to these rapid-fire cannons to walls everywhere, it's a total cluster that will absolutely wreck your when you play it. It took me 45 minutes to beat this game, and Dark Castle by itself was 30 minutes of that total playtime. The other 4 stages I beat in like 15 combined, which really speaks to how short this game is. But dude, the final stage might be more cold-hearted than Showdown and Sonic Spinball. I'm still going back and forth between the two, although I still think Showdown is worse because that level took me an hour to beat. On a side note, the bosses aren't too bad, just don't rush them too much or you end up flying into them and taking damage. Just go for like 2 to 3 hits at a time depending on your distance, recalibrate yourself, and then do it again, and you should be fine. But yeah, there's definitely a reason Tails Skypatrol isn't talked about much when it comes to Sonic games. It's unnecessarily hard and forgettable. Completely forgettable. Never playing this one again. So remember how the Sega CD was Sega's attempt at creating a console expansion, and despite creating a Sonic game specifically for the peripheral, it wasn't enough to prevent that thing from becoming a commercial failure? Well, Sega either didn't learn their lesson or they didn't understand the definition of insanity because they tried the exact same thing again with the Sega 32X, another add-on accessory that was capable of transitioning the Genesis into the 32-bit era as Sega's next console was still being developed. Although, interestingly, the 32X was meant to be a standalone console on its own when it was initially conceptualized. Unfortunately, due to a variety of factors, the thing was rushed to the market, only ever had 40 games developed for it, with most of them not even utilizing the thing's hardware capabilities, and resulted in even worse performance sales-wise than the Sega CD did. At least it wasn't as expensive as the Sega CD, but it still ultimately cost just as much as a base Genesis did, and you needed a Genesis to use it, so if you didn't own a Genesis and wanted to play 32X games, you actually had to shell out over $300 to buy both pieces of hardware in order to play them.
Just stick it in your Genesis.
Alright, baby.
Can we see that again?
Yeah, wow, this thing was a total failure. Well, even despite this fact, and Sega being Sega, they went ahead and developed a Sonic game for the system starring Knuckles the Echidna and a whole new slew of characters known as the Chaotix, including returning face Mighty the Armadillo, and new faces Espio the Chameleon, Charmy Bee, and Vector the Crocodile. Why it's not Charmy the Bee, I still don't know to this day. Similar to Tails Skypatrol, Sonic is not playable in this game whatsoever, although he and Tails do admittedly appear during the ending credits sequence of the game if you get the best ending. Spoiler alert for a game released in 1995, I guess. I'll get into the character and game design here in a second, but first I want to dive straight into the plot, because strangely, the Japanese and North American game manuals have completely different stories to them. In the Japanese version, the game takes place shortly after Sonic and Knuckles, in which Eggman has discovered a small island of an ancient civilization that possessed 6 Chaos Rings, which he harnessed the energy of in order to create Dark Rings that he is using to power his robot army. The 4 Chaotix members, other than Knuckles, all went to the island and were captured by Eggman, which is supported by the first level in the game, and when Knuckles arrives, he frees the Chaotix and the 5 of them all team up to thwart Eggman. In the North American version, Knuckles actually guards Carnival Island and apparently the Master Emerald at the same time somehow, because he can be in 2 places at once, I guess. The island is about to open as a huge amusement resort, but then Eggman shows up to steal the emerald that's powering the island and captures the Chaotix in the process. Knuckles frees them and the 5 go beat up Robotnik together.
And that's about it for the American version. No reference to the Chaos Rings whatsoever, and it contradicts with Knuckles' duty to guard the Master Emerald. I like the Japanese version story more, and that's the one I'm gonna consider canon, but to each their own, I guess. Gameplay-wise, you want to talk about a classic 2D Sonic game that's the most unique and different from all the other classic 2D Sonic games released in the 90s? Look no further than Knuckles Chaotix for the 32X. Remember how I talked about that unfinished prototype Sonic Clackers? Well, this is the game that it eventually evolved into.
Why the f*** am I connected to the BJ
Knuckles Chaotix's primary gameplay gimmick is that you control your main character that's attached to another partner character with these intertwined rings that cannot separate them. The momentum and physics definitely feel like they were mostly fixed from the prototype build with Sonic and Tails, although admittedly there are still some issues I've run into at points, but this is definitely a weird game that you have to get used to before you can really get a feel for it. I certainly see where the appeal in this kind of idea lies though. Having two different moving bodies tethered together is certainly an interesting concept for momentum-based platforming, but in execution, this feels more experimental than refined. When the two characters are moving in sync, this concept is super fun. Both bodies are naturally building speed and lead to constructive interference that enhances the movement of the partnership because they're in rhythm with each other. It leads to some incredibly high-speed platforming that can be a thrill to zip through. However, once that interference turns from constructive to destructive, the game becomes more tiresome to deal with. A lot of the time you'll find you and your partner are moving in opposite directions at different points, which just sort of prevents both of you from moving anywhere. This is mostly prevalent in mistimed spring bounces, I find, but it carries throughout a lot of different sections in the game. Sometimes your partner character will get stuck on an upper level and you yourself can't finagle your way up there no matter how hard you maneuver yourself. It just leads to a very irregular experience. It's pace breaking, if you will. The game is very red light, green light, if that makes sense. You'll have giant bursts of speed and then moments where you have to stop what you're doing, cease progression, get a hold of yourself, and then get back in tune with your partner before continuing onward. And I'm not really a fan of that part of the experience. Don't get me wrong, the game does give you options to sometimes get yourself out of these situations. All three of the controller's face buttons, believe it or not, actually do different things in this game for once. So that's neat. C is your standard jump button, B makes your partner lock themselves in place and stand still as long as you hold the button down, and A calls your partner back to you, pulling them forward towards the screen into the Z axis and places them back in place with you. However, this maneuver costs 10 rings to perform, not that rings matter too much outside of getting into special stages. Getting those out of the way real quick, yes, the game has special stages for the aforementioned Chaos Rings, of which there are 6, so no super forms in this game, and these special stages take full advantage of the 32X's capabilities more so than the base game as you run through these giant polygonal 32-bit realms, almost like half pipes but better, and you collect blue spheres along the way. Most of these special stages aren't too bad, and you can actually make them easier for yourself because each time you start one, you begin with the ring count that you enter the stage with, so you can give yourself more of an advantage by collecting more rings before beating the stage. These are pretty neat, I like them. Although after you get all 6 rings, the game lets you replay them in this wireframe version, and these are incredibly hard to determine what's floor and what's a pit, so not really fun or worth playing IMO since all you get for beating it is 50,000 points added to your score, which is meaningless by the way, since the game doesn't have any lives and continues because the game has a save system put in place. That actually ties into my biggest criticism of the game. It's way too easy, like the polar opposite of 8-bit Sonic 2. Outside of fighting the physics, this is as easy as Sonic Chaos, and the reason for that is because of the way the stage progression in this game is set up. See, this isn't your traditional Sonic game where you complete 2 or 3 acts per zone and then move on to the next one. No, Chaotix features 5 different zones with 5 different acts each, plus the prologue area, and each zone can be played in any order. Which sounds pretty cool at first glance, right? But there's a catch. The 5 acts of the zones are still played in order from 1 to 5, and the kicker is that even though you can play them in any order,
the levels you end up going to are determined by complete randomness.
Okay, technically they might not
not be random, but I at least found them to be, because basically in between every act you run to the stage select where you bounce into a bumper that then acts as a roulette and sifts through the 5 levels until one gets selected. There may be a way to influence which stage you get, but I found the shuffling of the stages to be different each time I came back to this room because it's not always a clockwise or counterclockwise rotation. I basically just took whatever stage I was given and left it at that. The problem with this design philosophy is that while yes, the game does mix up level aesthetics a whole lot more, and this may have been an attempt to hide the lack of individual level themes more because there's only 5 in the game, it means the devs had to balance the difficulty of all the levels to be the same. This game never gets harder. I mean, yes, you could make the argument that acts 3, 4, and 5 should be harder than the last, but I never found that to be the case. The levels just got longer. Difficulty didn't change, they just took more time to beat. Overall, this game is so easy, and this game even won up Sonic CD because the game has no bottomless pits whatsoever. That's right, 0. I'm not keen on the level design either. While yes, I definitely think it was a smart choice that the levels weren't designed as horizontally as Sonic 2 and 3 were, the verticality of the levels both caters to the momentum of the tether and also leads to a feeling of less progression, I feel. Not in every case, because some levels such as Speed Slider can really get going with the steep slope sections and can be a lot of fun. It's my favorite level in the game, but everything feels way more blocky and confined in structure. There are ceilings everywhere, it seems. I mean, if you just look at the level maps, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. These are designed more like blocky mazes rather than open landscapes to burst through. And while moments of speed do present themselves, there's a lot of slow pace breaking like I mentioned earlier. The 5 levels of the game, by the way, are Botanic Base, a plant-based greenhouse level that's inoffensive and has a cool detail where the plant life grows a bit more and more in between acts. So while Act 1 starts off looking like this, by the time you get to Act 5, the plants have overgrown so much that it's become a full-on jungle in there. Next is Speed Slider, which as the name implies is meant for full-blown speed, given that it's modeled after a roller coaster. Amazing Arena is the worst level in the game, with it being based on an indoor funhouse that requires you to flip a switch, turning on the interior lights, taking a rather gray and dim looking stage and making it bright and colorful. If you finish the stage and do not turn the lights on, the game will not count the level as completed, and you'll have to play it all over again.
So make sure you go out of your way to hit that switch in every stage, otherwise you're just wasting your time.
Fourth is Marina Madness, which has an ocean dock setting as the name implies, but thankfully has no water gimmicks whatsoever. A blessing, truly, as I can't imagine how nightmarish this game might be if water physics were introduced with the ring tether. And lastly, Techno Tower, the most vertical level in the game that I don't have much else to say about. Talking about character differences now, yes, all 5 members of this Chaotix group are playable in the game. Knuckles has the same standard moveset as before. He can glide and climb walls, and given both his speed and climbing capabilities, he's definitely the most all-around character in the group. Espio can walk on walls and ceilings, which is pretty fun. Mighty has a wall jump ability that is extremely fun to use because of how fast he goes flying off of them. Seriously, if you find yourself in the right spots to use this, it can be the most fun you'll have in the entire game. Holy cow, I love Mighty's wall jump. Vector is also pretty fun too, as he gets an air dash ability and can climb walls like Spider-Man, and Charmy can just fly, so he's crazy broken. Seriously, Charmy absolutely destroys this game, so if it wasn't easy enough for you, just pick him and fly to the end of the stage as quickly as possible. I mean, I cleared Act 3 of Speed Slider in 30 seconds, and that was with me bumping into all sorts of ceilings and walls and stuff. If I knew exactly where I was going, I could probably have beaten it in under 20 seconds. That's ridiculous. Because of this, Charmy can basically be considered a baby mode, so if you're ever having trouble, just switch to baby mode and you'll clear the stage with ease, ya baby. Out of all the characters, Vector and Mighty are my 2 favorites. I wish Espio had one more thing to him because he and Mighty don't feel super different from each other in all honesty, and I like Mighty's wall jump way more than Espio's ceiling walking because it doesn't really come in handy all that often. Oh, and before I forget to mention it, this game does support a 2-player mode where the second player can take control of the partner character and both players can navigate through the game together. I honestly think this game has some of the best Sonic co-op that we'll ever see for a good while, as it's not just delegated to a versus mode as both players get to run through the
stages together, and because of the fact that it's designed on both characters staying on screen at all times, you're never going to have the issue that you had in Sonic 2 or 3 of a second player controlling Tails, because they'll always be presented in your view. There aren't difficulties with the camera only following player 1 because the tether keeps them both close enough together, and honestly, playing the entirety of Chaotix together with a friend will probably only serve to enlighten the experience more. So if you're gonna play this game at all, I suggest trying it out with a friend, as it might make it more enjoyable for you. Even if you're struggling with both players acting in different directions, that's probably still gonna lead to a lot of laughs. So I would see it as being less of a nuisance than it would be relying on the computer to do what you want it to. One small detail I really love about this game though is that every character has a different form of spin dashing. Knuckles is traditional and Mighty isn't too different, but at least has the method that an actual armadillo possesses of curling into his shell and rolling around that way. Espio does this horizontal spin in place though, which looks neat, and Vector spins in the shape of a donut given his lankier body. Charmy doesn't have one though, but he's broken and doesn't need it. I don't know, I've always liked that small detail. It just makes each character stand out a bit more, you know? There are power-ups in the game too, and a variety of them. You've got one that makes you grow, one that makes you shrink, one that switches your partner to a different character, one that swaps you and your partner, shields, invincibility, speed shoes, a new combine ring which makes you drop one big ring containing all your rings when you get hit, making it possible to recover them all, which is a neat idea that I wish would have stuck around throughout the series. And lastly, there's one that takes the randomization out of the combi catcher and level selection. I forgot to mention, when you select your main character in the game, your partner is determined by who you pull out of the combi catcher.
Word! So I guess I gotta choose my partner now. Okay, let's see. No.
It's not hard to get the character you want this way, but there is at least an element of randomness to it where you could wind up getting a partner you don't want and you're stuck with them until you beat the next stage. This is also where it's possible to acquire two other partners, Heavy and Bomb. They both suck though. They were designed to be hindrances to your character rather than helpful partners, and if you do wind up getting one of these two, your best bet is to lose them ASAP. Heavy, as the name implies, is just heavy and basically acts as an anchor you're forced to drag along, while Bomb only exists to blow up when the player gets hit and damage them further. Yeah, they both suck. Bonus stages exist in this game and also take a 3D approach to them like the special stages do, although what I don't like about them is that they drain your rings. So unless you've gotten all 6 Chaos rings already, you don't have a reason to go for these since they just lessen your chances for 100% completion. That is, if you're like me anyways and you go for the best ending. The game does contain 25 levels though, so your odds are much greater than some other games like Sonic 1 where you only have 10 chances for 6 MacGuffins, but hey, you can get power-ups and stuff from these, so maybe they are worth it to some players. Just not me. Couple other points of interest. It's cool that your partner has a hitbox, and unlike Tails who's just invincible, they actually drop one of your rings whenever they get hit. So there is some semblance of punishment for allowing your partner to take damage without the effect being detrimental. Oh, another thing. In this game, whenever you run out of rings and get hit, you don't die instantly. Instead, your partner goes away for 10 to 15 seconds while you're left on your own, but then they come back. So truly, if you're gonna die in this game, you basically have to get hit twice in a row within a short time frame. Otherwise, your partner will just take the blow and come back because the game wasn't easy enough already. Oh, further cementing the likelihood of the Japanese story being the canon interpretation, enemies in the game drop these dark gray rings instead of animal friends when they're destroyed, even in the North American version, but those rings can't be collected. Bosses in this game aren't hard, so I don't have much to say on them, but the final boss is something else. Triple Trouble's 4-phase boss fight just got matched by another 4-phase boss fight with Metal Sonic here, although it's way easier, like the rest of the game. The first phase is probably the worst of the whole thing though, because while I love the concept of Metal Sonic taking over the level select machine and summoning a bunch of attacks that occur based on what the player hits for the roulette to land on, this fight can go on for a while. I get it's a timing thing, but it takes some time to really get it down, and even then the spinner moves pretty fast, so the likelihood of you landing on the number you want isn't in your favor. It does get easier as it goes from a 1 in 5 chance to a 1 in 2, but man, I was stuck on this phase for 6.5 minutes before I was able to move on to phase 2. That's excessive, and I get it's in my own hands admittedly, but still the fact that it's a possibility can result in a boss fight dragging on for far longer than it needs to. The second through fourth phases are pretty simple though, as Metal Sonic takes the form of Metal Sonic Kai, and the player player destroys both of his limbs and eventually chest laser in 3 separate phases of 8 hits each. These attacks are pretty easy though. It's one of the easiest final bosses in the Sonic series up to this point, so really nobody should have any trouble with it whatsoever. Upon delivering the final blow to Metal Sonic Kai's chest, he begins to explode with an abrupt cut to credits as the player has beaten the game, and that's it. No aftermath, no final cutscene, nothing. Just a cut to the Chaotix crew with Sonic and Tails as the credits roll. If you got all of the Chaos Rings. Because yes, this is considered the good ending of the game. If you as a player fail to acquire all 6 Chaos Rings, Eggman destroys the Chaos Rings you did collect, and the credits cut to Metal Sonic Kai levitating over a burning, what is assumed to be Carnival Island, with extremely devastating music in the background. It's honestly up there with the assumed Tails death ending in 8-bit Sonic 2. I mean, this is literally watching the world burn. Like, dude, that's so metal. All in all, I realize I've gone on talking about Knuckles Chaotix for a long time now, so I think it's best for me to move past it. I just had a lot to say with this one, given how similar yet different it is from every other classic Sonic platforming game up to this point, and even if I find the game too easy for the most part, it's still a nifty concept for a game, and I like the diversity in playable characters. Stage variety could have been better, and I would have done away with the randomization piece entirely, but you know, the game was experimental, so I can't hate it too much for trying something different from the norm, you know? As long as the game is still playable and there's fun to be had, I can respect a project for diverting from the standard array or formula. It's just a shame how inaccessible this game was due to its lack of re-releases over the next decades that passed. The Game Gear games get all sorts of love, and yet Chaotix is just thrown to the wayside to be long forgotten, buried with the commercial failure that is the 32X. Darn shame, that. Why do people hate this game? Like, genuinely, why is this game so hated? Look, it's not great, I get it. It is a pretty mid game, but like, people consider this one of, if not the worst Sonic games ever made, and I'm just sitting here like, have they played some of the other games in this franchise?
Honestly, I just think people hate this game because they don't get it. Because this game is inoffensive at worst, and I feel like people take the whole Sonic doesn't run fast thing a little too far. He has the spin dash.
The spin dash in this game is ultra powerful, like almost too fast for its own good. As an isometric puzzle platformer, this game is pretty fun actually. Simple in every way you can imagine, but all around a good time. This is one of my bold anti-popular opinions that I will batten down the hatches for and stick to my guns.
Sonic Labyrinth is not a bad game.
It is not amazing, I'm not calling it top 10 material or anything close to that, but this is nowhere near one of the worst Sonic games, because for starters, it's completely functionally playable, which a lot of other games can't even say for themselves. The concept of Sonic Labyrinth is that Eggman came up with a scheme to defeat Sonic once and for all by creating these shoes that take away his speed, forcing Sonic to walk at a slow pace so that he is no longer able to keep up. What Eggman forgot about, and what is literally established in the manual, is that Sonic can still spin dash to gain his speed back, so he is compelled to spin dash more often to compensate for his standard walking. Some people seem to take this fact super personally because if Sonic doesn't run fast, it's not a good Sonic game, but like, okay, then I guess all the spin-offs aren't good Sonic games because most of them don't have Sonic running fast. I haven't even gotten to a lot of the spin-offs like the Olympic games or racing games outside of Drift, and I'm like, okay, I guess those are all terrible video games by default because they're not platformers where Sonic runs fast. By this logic, Knuckles Chaotix is a terrible game because it doesn't have Sonic running fast in it. I get it. One of the big appeals of Sonic is that he runs fast, and that is fun, but context is important here. The goal of this game wasn't to be about Sonic running fast. There's plenty of other games that do that. If Sonic Labyrinth were a fully blown 2D platformer like Sonic 2 or 3 and K, and Sonic moved this slow, yeah, it would be a terrible Sonic game
game that completely misses the point. But Sonic Labyrinth is not that. It's not trying to be that. It's a spin-off. You can't go having the same expectations for a spin-off game that you would for a mainline title. That'd be like if you went into Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door and judged it on the merits of being a 3D Mario game.
It's a turn-based RPG, and it's like one of the best Mario games ever made.
I'm not saying Labyrinth is one of the best Sonic games, but what I am saying is you have to judge it for what it's trying to be. I ripped Tails' Skypatrol apart for being ridiculously hard because, yeah, it was. That had nothing to do with the fact that it wasn't a game where Sonic runs fast. Like, come on, if the devs weren't intending to make a certain type of game, you can't just say it's bad because it's not that. I understand it not being the game you want to play or something, but that's not the same metric of judgment as it is just not being like a mainline title. Sonic Labyrinth is a perfectly fine puzzle platformer that is inoffensive and shouldn't even be a blemish on the franchise's complexion. It is a fun maze game that basically has you running around these different labyrinths, collecting these keys, and getting to the end of the stage before the time runs out. If a player's biggest complaint about this game is that Sonic walks too slow, they're playing the game wrong.
Like, straight up, I already said this, but the game literally establishes that it wants you to be spin dashing.
And spin dashing all the time, for me, is a complete non-issue. In fact, it's great fun. You can rocket across a stage at breakneck speed, rolling through every enemy that stands in your way, zoom off ledges and land on platforms below, bounce off bumpers, ramp up slopes. These bursts of speed can lead to some incredibly fun moments for a Game Gear title. I don't even like isometric platformers, and I enjoyed this game. Like, what does that tell you? The spin dash in this game has 4 different speed stages that rev up the longer you hold the button down, which will increase Sonic's speed immensely to an exhilarating point. While in this state, Sonic is also basically invincible, which means you can go barreling through enemies and spikes without taking any damage and zoom across the screen at breakneck speeds. It's fun. I get the criticism that some people will find it difficult to control. You know what? Completely valid. I won't argue against that. The faster it goes, the harder it is to control, but that's kind of part of the skill. And I managed to adapt to it pretty quickly, so this was never an issue for me.
But yes, if that is a criticism of the game, that's totally fine, and I get why someone wouldn't like the game because it is his main method of attack.
Sonic Labyrinth only contains 4 zones, those being Sky, Sea, Factory, and Castle, and you can beat the entire game in about 30 minutes, making it incredibly short, which only further adds to my reasons why it can't be considered on the same level as a 15-hour game that drags for far longer than it ever should have needed to. It's super weird though, because in order to get the best ending, you actually have to beat this bonus stage, which is only accessible in Zone 2-3 by hopping into this cannon, turning on the switch, and then zooming down to the bottom where you can grind up a couple lives by collecting 4 rings worth 25 each. It's completely optional and admittedly kinda dumb that you need to play this optional stage in order to technically get the best ending where Sonic gets all the Chaos Emeralds, since one of the 6 resides in this bonus area while the bosses possess the remaining ones. It's not necessary to beat the game though, so you're not missing much if you don't play it honestly. Your experience is not going to change. The best ending is honestly meaningless. As I mentioned, the levels do have a timer, but you really shouldn't ever need to struggle with it because there are plenty of ways to increase this timer. Whether it be killing an enemy, which nets you 5 seconds each time, or picking up one of the keys, which will grant you a major time bonus. Now, getting hit will cause Sonic to drop the keys and you won't get a bonus for picking them up a second time, but luckily the keys don't move away from you much, and if you do happen to off-screen it, it will return to its original spawn point, which can cost you some extra time, but you should already know where the key is because you've collected it before. There are also power-ups as seen in this table, courtesy of Sonic Retro, which do different things. They aren't random, however. Each set of colored triangles will net you a specific power-up each time, whether it be a 1-up or extra time. Flashing lights warning though, I want to give that right now. When you pick up certain ones like the invincibility or speed shoes, the whole screen flashes back and forth really quickly, and it's a total strain on the eyes, so that was a poor choice by whoever made that decision to have the power-ups do that. Despite this though, graphically speaking, I like the pixel art. It's certainly good looking for an 8-bit handheld isometric title, and honestly it's one of the game's best traits in truth. It looks pretty decent. Graphics coupled with how short it is, I can't even consider the game bland. Each level takes less than a minute, and when you remember this is a Game Gear game which was meant to be played in short bursts because A, it was a handheld title, and B, the Game Gear's battery life was atrocious, so it gets the job done. The bosses in this game are pretty easy. You won't really get lost in the stages much at all until Castle 2 and 3, and it's nearly impossible to die unless you fall into a bottomless pit.
Like, the game isn't even unfair. If anything, I think this title is too easy. I actually find it admirable that the dev team tried to make an isometric puzzle platformer on the Game Gear of all things. Like, yeah, no, it's not a great game at all, but given the hardware limitations in the time period of 1995, like, that was a bold move that I respect, especially because, again, the game isn't a glitchy, broken mess. It's perfectly functional, playable, and harmless. I don't know, I feel like the Game Gear titles might be seen as easy targets for some fans because they're seen as a lesser form or something. They're 8-bit, they're handheld games, I don't know, maybe I'm more receptive to giving games a chance, but like, Sonic 1, Chaos, and Triple Trouble are also all fun titles, and I honestly didn't mind the Game Gear version of Spinball either, so like, not all the games are bad, just some of them. Sonic Labyrinth is better than Sonic Drift, it's better than Tails Skypatrol, and while I won't say it's better, I certainly enjoy Labyrinth more than I did Sonic Spinball, although that's a personal taste thing, it's probably not better than Spinball. Labyrinth Zone in Sonic 1 is worse than Sonic Labyrinth. You want to complain about slow gameplay? At least Sonic Labyrinth doesn't have water and a drowning mechanic. Yeah, so in summary, I'm gonna defend Sonic Labyrinth as a mediocre, okay game in terms of its quality. It is far from the worst thing Sega's ever put out, and I really don't see how this can even be considered worse than other titles I'll be getting to in this series. It's a fine game, it's not hurting anything, and it certainly didn't steer the entire franchise down a dark path that tarnished its whole reputation or anything. Sonic Labyrinth, you're an alright game, and I'm sorry so many players misunderstand you. You deserve better treatment than you get. So Sonic Drift 2, for what it's worth, is a better game than its predecessor in every conceivable way that it basically makes Sonic Drift 1 completely irrelevant because you have no reason to ever return to it. The sequel game controls and plays exactly the same way it did last time, only now we have 3 additional characters added to the roster in the form of Knuckles, Metal Sonic, and Fang, who is driving the Marvelous Queen just like he was in Sonic Triple Trouble, might I add, so that's a neat detail. While the original 4 characters have the same abilities as before, with Amy and Eggman throwing projectiles while Tails jumps and Sonic boosts. As you can imagine, Metal Sonic also boosts, Fang shoots projectiles, and Knuckles is actually unique because in close quarters he punches, otherwise he jumps like Tails. They each have 3 different stats as well, between acceleration, speed, and handling, so really it's up to you to determine your stat preference and pick a character that matches that accordingly. Tails and Knuckles are both balanced characters though, so if you're looking for a jack-of-all-trades experience, I recommend one of them. This game has 3 Grand Prix consisting of 6 tracks each, just like last time, but now the stages are either inspired by Sonic 2, Sonic 3, or are entirely new stages altogether, so I appreciate there being more variety than just, 3 different Grand Prix all themed after Sonic 1. There are also some courses where you aren't completing laps, but instead getting from point A to point B, and I appreciate this game for mixing things up like that because it also adds some more interesting tracks into the midst. Stage themes are also far more diverse, and graphically the game is far more interesting to look at compared to Drift 1, where it was just the same 6 settings 3 times over. Beating all 3 Grand Prix obviously nets you the ending, and sadly, unlike Drift 1, there aren't special endings anymore, but given there's 7 characters, not 4, I guess I can kinda see that being more cumbersome to do. Let's see, there are rings now, collect 2 and you can use your character's special ability, some items return like springs and invincibility. They definitely improved the AI in this game though, because I've noticed it's harder. The computer players blatantly rubber band even when they're half the track behind, which is a clear indication that the game is actually cheating in order to imitate difficulty, which I find to be a cheap way out because at that point there's no point in even trying to take first place until the last 10 seconds anyways. Otherwise the computer will consistently just rocket past from behind and damage you in the process, which is annoying. Plus they use items now too, so yeah, there's that. Yeah, honestly, I don't love this game either. Score another point for Sonic Labyrinth, baby. If you like Drift 1, you'll definitely like Drift 2, and if you didn't like Drift 1, you probably won't like Drift 2, but if you happen to be in that super small crowd in the middle that's like, man, if Sonic Drift 1 was just a tad tad better, I'd like it. Well, then Drift 2 is what you're looking for, because it's just a tad better. But the game doesn't impress me overall. I'm not a fan of it, and quite frankly, I'll never play this one again either. Super mediocre game that only appears to be better because of the first game's worse mediocrity. On its own, it's still not impressive or fun in my eyes. Surprisingly, Tails Skypatrol wasn't the end for Tails' solo titles released on the Game Gear, as our beloved two-tailed fox ended up getting a second appearance in the spotlight with Tails Adventure, also known as Tails Adventures in Japan. Why they dropped the S for the American release, I have no idea. Either way, this game is a bit different from everything that's come before, because while it's partially a platformer, it falls way more in line with what has become known as the Metroidvania genre, a subgenre that is focused more on exploration of the 2D environment so that you can discover power-ups, upgrade your character, find hidden secrets, and progress through the game in a more non-linear progression than your traditional one would. The story of Tails' Adventure, similar to Knuckles' Chaotix, differs depending on if you're playing the Japanese version or the American one. In Japan, this game is a prequel to Sonic 2, while in the US, this takes place afterward and simply occurs while Sonic and Tails are taking a break from adventuring. It's ultimately insignificant either way, as outside of that, it's just about Tails taking down the Battle Cuckoo army after they invaded Coco Island. Yep, it's another island, by the way. Such a lesser known fact, I feel like. Crazy how like nearly every classic Sonic game takes place on an island of some sort. Very consistent in that regard. Story's not much to really take in though, it's just that a bunch of goons invade an island and Tails has to chase them out. This is not a game where you go fast. No, in fact, this is a more casually paced romp this time around, as Tails traverses Coco Island in various areas like Poly Mountain, Volcano Tunnel, and Charon Forest. There's even some underwater levels too. The main gimmick of the game though, like I mentioned, is that it's a Metroidvania, meaning you're intended to play the game in a less linear order and replay previous levels once you have certain upgrades so that you can acquire even more upgrades. By default, Tails has a regular bomb weapon that he throws at an arc to damage enemies, but along the way he also gains new tools, such as the Large Bomb, which is a screen nuke that cannot be thrown and must count down for several seconds before exploding. This can also damage certain barriers that regular bombs cannot. The Helmet, which grants invincibility with the catch of being immobile while underneath of it. The Remote Robot. You want this at all times. Basically, it lets you control this tiny robot which can fit in tight spaces and solve puzzles Tails can't complete on his own. Seriously, never unequip this. The Remote Bomb. This one slides along the ground and fits through small passages that Tails normally can't, and it explodes when you press the action button a second time. Kinda cool. The Hammer. A short-ranged weapon attack. Kinda sucks. The Super Glove allows Tails to pick up rocks and throw them. Night Vision, only useful in one stage, but it lets you see in the dark in Poly Mountain 2. Napalm Bombs deploy a wall of flame that actually has a very tall vertical hitbox, higher than the fire sprite actually would imply, and can also damage certain barriers that other bombs cannot. The Speed Boots allows Tails to run. Yes, I'm serious, he needs a power-up to run. The Teleport Device instantly exits a level and warps Tails back to his house, useful for when backtracking through previous levels to get items you couldn't the first time around. The Triple Bomb is just the regular bomb, but now with a wider radius. The Item Radar is used to locate other items in a stage, and kind of wears out its worth after you've gotten all of them. The Wrench is only useful in one level, where it reverses conveyor belts. The Radio allows you to change the background music, a novelty, at least. Fang increases the chances that a defeated enemy will drop rings. Knuckles allows Tails to punch things, and it's worse than the Hammer. And Sonic grants Tails the ability to Spin Dash. This thing is wicked awesome and is the best power-up in the game by far. Seriously, Sonic's power-up is so freaking fun that it just lets you burst through a level with super speed. It's so enjoyable. Love it. Now, it should be noted you can only equip a maximum of 4 of these at a time, so you'll still have to pick and choose amongst all of the ones I just listed to determine your preferred moveset. Although, if you're going for full exploration, you're going to be changing this arsenal constantly, as some puzzles require all 4 items of specific kinds in order to acquire them. It's pretty fun though, and it adds an extra layer of depth to figuring out how to solve these various scenarios when encountering them. Of course, this being a Game Gear game means it doesn't have a save feature, so instead you're required to memorize the 16 7-character password in order to continue where you left off. Anyways, as I alluded to with Fang's power-up, rings are actually a health bar in this game rather than just a count that you lose all of upon getting hit. You don't want to hit 0 or else you die. Also, Tails has a flight meter like Skypatrol, but this one refills when you're on the ground, unlike that game, which automatically makes it better. There's 6 Chaos Emeralds in the game that Tails can collect in order to increase both his ring count by 10 and flight meter, and upon collecting all 6 emeralds, Tails' health actually shoots all the way up to 99. All I can say about the level design is that it suits the gameplay rather well. A couple levels are a bit difficult, such as this one where you have to time your jumps just right, or Poly Mountain 1, which just sucks because of the redundancy of the multiple pathways, but outside of that, I don't really have much to say, negative or positive. Same goes for bosses. They're alright, but none of them in particular really stuck out to me. Not even the final boss is that bad if you just pay attention to the pattern. Really, the most difficult thing is just getting to them, seeing as you don't have much in the way of opportunities to heal in the final level leading up to it. There's also the underwater stages, which aren't too bad, like I mentioned. They're a neat side distraction, and like Tails himself, you can upgrade the sub throughout the game. It starts with a plain old gun weapon, but you can end up getting this thing a torpedo, air missiles, mines, extra speed, a broken as hell screen nuke, pure invincibility, no joke, and a rocket booster required to get to the final area. It's fun, it's a nice breather, usually in between the other levels, and seriously, once you get the spark and extra armor, you're basically just taking a leisurely stroll because nothing can touch you. Yeah, for the most part, Tails' Adventure is a fun little spin-off that does Tails more justice than the other title did. Nothing to write home about, but it's a quaint little game that some of you might enjoy if you're looking for an easier than average Metroidvania to sink your teeth into. Honestly, I can recommend this title as a good way to introduce someone new to the genre before dumping them straight into Metroid or something. It's a good introductory title for that alone. So yeah, for the most part, I like Tails' Adventure. It's pretty cool.
Mysterious pain has appeared in homes across America.
32. Redouble his power.
So we briefly touched on the Sega 32X during the Knuckles Chaotix segment not too long ago, and now I'm back to bring it up as it's time to talk about 2 failed Sonic projects that were also intended for the console expansion before ultimately being scrapped due to the 32X's utter failure to sell units. The first of these 2 games is Sonic Sports, a game we know almost nothing about aside from one excerpt in a Game Player's magazine from March 1995, which hints at the game playing similar to that of Acme All-Stars with Sonic characters as they play sports like basketball, volleyball, and soccer. No idea how this game was going to turn out, seeing as nothing else exists on the internet from the time of this video's production that shows screenshots, interviews with devs, leaked code. We've got one mention of it, and then nothing ever since. Perhaps this game was merely a concept and never had any progress made towards development whatsoever. Or maybe Sega's holding on to some top secret beta versions that they've never shown to the public. Either way, there's a whole lot of speculation to be found surrounding this one. The second game that never saw the light of day in 1995 is a little known game going by the name of Sonic Mars. Coincidentally, or otherwise, the nickname for the 32X prior to its release was going by the name of Project Mars, so in all likelihood this game was referred to as Sonic Mars as it was meant to be the same as what Sonic CD was to the Sega CD, so to speak. We do know more about this game though, specifically that it was intended to be the first 3D entry for the Sonic series. However, due to development issues, this game ended up transforming into an entirely different Sonic title that we'll be getting to later. For the time being, here's what we do know about Sonic Mars while the project was going under that name. This game was, similar to Sonic 16, intended to be a game that pulled in the lore of the Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon, and would have contained fully animated cutscenes after the completion of each stage as a way of showing off the power of the 32X. There were intended to be 6 playable characters in the game, including Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, Sally and Bunny from the cartoon, and a new face to the franchise known as Tiara Bubowski, who could all be unlocked for play as Sonic progressed through the game and ran into all of them. So, not everybody was available at the start. There was an unlocking system that granted access to new characters as Sonic's story progressed. Interesting. Similar to the dialogue boxes that occurred during the Meta Knight's Revenge sequence in Kirby Superstar, Sonic Mars was going to have the characters communicating to the player during the stages, commenting on events like acquiring power-ups or getting a high score. The gameplay was meant to be a 3D title, like I mentioned, with 6 3-act zones just like Sonic 1. 1, along with bonus and/or special stages that would allow you to collect all 7 Chaos Emeralds. There's a lot of fascinating background surrounding this one, and interesting concept screenshots and test footage that exists online that ultimately never led to a completed title. Whether or not the final 32X concept would have been an optimal result or not, it's anyone's guess. Unfortunately, the SatAM Sonic crew had once again been rejected from getting featured in a mainline Sonic game, and Sonic Mars was ultimately met with the same fate as Sonic 16. But hey, like I mentioned, Sonic Mars' development eventually led to it becoming a different project set for release on the Sega Saturn, so hey, maybe it's not all that bad. There could be a happy ending to the story after all, right? Well, I'll be getting to that third game by the end of 1996, so stick around for a bit longer, and you'll learn exactly what the fate of the remaining concepts of Sonic Mars became. I've got a pretty personal connection with this next game, and it is one of these stories that I've really been looking forward to talking about as we go through this game in the video. Sonic the Fighters, also known as Sonic Championship literally everywhere else in the world outside of North America, is yet another one of those most unique Sonic games ever made in the sense that it is an arcade title released in 1996, but unlike previous games I've discussed, this one is a fully fledged fighting game, the only one of its kind in the Sonic franchise as of this point. There's another fighting game we'll get to later, but that one's in a completely different style, so I would even still say up through the first 30-something years of Sonic, it's still unique. The story of this one's another simple premise that fulfills the requirements needed to structure the arcade mode of the game, but it's pretty bare bones and nothing really to rave about. Eggman has built a Death Egg 2, and Sonic and friends need to go up into space to stop it by hopping aboard this rocket ship, named the Lunar Fox, developed by Tails. However, the ship only seats one person, and is powered by all 8 Chaos Emeralds. Yes, 8 Chaos Emeralds now. I don't know where this mystical 8th Emerald came from, but don't get used to it because you're never gonna see it again after this game. Anyways, all of Sonic's friends are guarding the Chaos Emeralds, and so they need to be acquired in order to power the ship. And how will the hero responsible for going up to space and defeating Eggman be determined? By holding a fighting tournament. Yeah, dude, I don't know. This whole premise is very shoddily thrown together. I mean, why build a rocket that only seats one person? Why are all the friends fighting to go beat Eggman when we all know Sonic is the main character and the most capable, and I'm sure most of his friends even know that? And why are there 8 emeralds now? Yeah, okay, maybe I'm nitpicking, but honestly the story should have just been the character you pick as the player needs to defeat the other 7 characters in a test of might to earn the 7 Chaos Emeralds and then go up into space to defeat Eggman. The whole reason there are 8 Chaos Emeralds here is because after you've acquired 7, Eggman comes flying down from space and zaps you with his laser, causing a carbon copy of yourself to jump out of you with such a goofy laugh. Seriously, what's up with his laugh? Anyways, this copy then starts fighting you for the 8th emerald that it somehow possesses? Wouldn't your character just possess that 8th emerald already? Why not just have the other 7 characters possess the 7 emeralds, and then this duplicate is just Eggman's attempt to stop you from going up into space without a Chaos Emerald attached to it? Wouldn't that make just as much sense? I digress. The story doesn't matter, just punch all your friends in the face till they fall asleep. That's it. Taking heavy inspiration from Fighting Vipers, given that a programmer on that game basically conceived this title while working on it, and both games share the same engine, Sonic the Fighters is a first for the franchise also because it's the first time Sonic's ever been in the 3rd dimension. And graphics-wise, the game looks fantastic. Honestly, I still think it looks great today, no matter how many years have passed, and that's thankfully helped by the cartoony style the game has going for it. I mean, seriously, let's talk about the animation for a second here, because I want you to pay attention to it while I continue to talk about the rest of the game. The character animations here are absolutely stellar. They've got the old school Mickey Mouse kind of vibe to them, with the characters squashing and stretching and spinning and warping and bouncing all over the place in such a wacky, disproportionate fashion. There is so much personality here, with the characters constantly giving various expressions whenever they perform some of their moves or get hit and pushed into a wall. Watching Knuckles get flattened like a pancake or Sonic's head smashed down by Bark the polar bear is just so amusing, especially when Sonic continues to try and fight back while his spine is still touching the floor. There's so much detail in the way the characters fight too, you know. Sonic has his spin dash, which comes in the form of various attacks, while Tails flies, of course, and Amy uses her hammer, which this is actually the first game to feature her using one, so there's another first for the Sonic series. Granted, Amy is still in her original design at this point in the franchise, given we're still in the classic era, but it won't be sticking around for the games much longer. I like classic Amy's design though. It's more Hedgehog-like, for lack of a better term, just because her spikes are pointed backward just like Sonic's are, and interestingly enough, she is name-dropped as Rosie the Rascal in this game too, so she's actually got both titles to her character here. I think that's actually kind of cool. I like her Rosie the Rascal name, it makes her sound mischievous, and I think could have been a cool character trait for her that sadly never really made it very far in favor of a different direction of the character. I don't know, a cheeky mischievous Amy sounds like a pretty fun character if you ask me, but instead I guess Fang takes that role as a villain character in the cast given his constant side smirk and pop gun projectile attack, which, come on, anyone using a pop gun is obviously cartoonish and snarky. Another small detail I like is that Espio has a spinning attack which mimics his spin dash from Knuckles' Chaotix, so that's pretty neat. Obviously, given everything I've just run through, the main cast of characters is the main four of Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy. Espio returning from Knuckles' Chaotix, Fang returning from Sonic Triple Trouble, and new faces Bark the Polar Bear and Bean the Dynamite. Most of these new characters will become super obscure as the years go on, but they did manage to establish themselves in the Sonic comics for what it's worth, and while I haven't read the comics myself, I hear they're pretty great characters in them, so hey, maybe I'll have to check those out someday and see what else the characters get up to. The game's fighting mechanics are standard for most 2D fighters. You've got a punch button, kick button, grab button, you can move back and forth and duck and jump, and you can block. I'm not going to get into all the characters' specific abilities and combos and fighting mechanics because I'm not a fighting game expert. I'm really not that good at this genre, although I do find them fun no matter how much I lose. But I will say that the primary implementation of this game that serves as kind of the main attribute that sets it apart from other fighting games is its shield system. Essentially, both fighters get shields that allow them to block incoming attacks, which is great because it prevents them from taking any damage. The catch is that each player only gets 5 for the entire match. That's right, not round, match. You get 5 of these, and once you're out, and you have to survive in the end as either the victor or the fallen. As someone who's unfamiliar with the variety of fighting games out there, I have to say I've always loved the way that Sonic the Fighters treats the 3D environment. You're always on a 2D plane against your opponent, but you have the ability to sidestep and jump step and run a 180 around them, and as hits are blown, you move around the map in a variety of directions. It's fun and takes full advantage of the 3D space that it's in. The level variety is fun too, as it contains a mix of references to old levels like Mushroom Hill and Casino Night, as well as a slew of other original environments like this raft that goes speeding down this river, which was always my favorite stage as a kid. I have such a soft spot for this game because, believe it or not, I actually got to play this game at my mall's arcade back when I was really, really young. Like, I'm talking 3, 4, or 5 years young. Yeah, a mall arcade. Hard to believe those things existed at one point in America, right? I mean, I'm sure some still do, but they're a dying breed, which is a shame because I used to love arcades as a kid. Sonic the Fighters was my first ever introduction to an arcade machine in general. Well, either that or I think maybe it was an arcade TMNT game at Chuck E. Cheese, which my mother had started taking me to around the same age. I never played those games though, I just crawled around in the tubes most of the time. Although I also remember a Jurassic Park arcade game now that I think about it. Anywho, yeah, Sonic the Fighters was one of those arcade cabinets that I would just sit in front of at the food court and watch for what felt like hours. I rarely saw anybody play it though, it was mostly just me watching the opening cutscene and demo footage over and over again, but
dang, when my mom was feeling generous, she would let me jump up on that thing and I'd get my rear end handed to me because I absolutely sucked at it being as young as I was.
But I didn't care. I loved the way the characters looked and it was 3D and colorful, which had me mesmerized. And that theme song. Man, that theme song is just such a nostalgic blast of frisson for me. I love it, and yes, I just used frisson in a sentence. Look it up if you don't know what it means. That opening cutscene, I bet like a third of the people watching this video paused it and looked up the definition of frisson right now. I'm just calling you guys out. That opening cutscene with Metal Sonic flying right in front of the Death Egg 2 instantly takes me back to sitting in the mall food court eating a slice of pizza with my mom and watching this machine from a few feet away. Man, so many memories. What feels like at least a dozen different instances of me watching this one machine. I'm sorry, I just have such a nostalgic attachment to this one. Even if I'm no good at it, I just love the early 3D Sonic aesthetic. It's unmatched. Metal Sonic though, this guy. This guy is a dirty cheater and I hate him. Okay, maybe he's not actually, I'm just not good enough to beat him because Metal Sonic is actually competently programmed to demolish you if you haven't figured out the game mechanics by this point and just mashed your way the whole way through. He's punishing, and I remember getting so frustrated trying to beat this guy as a kid on the GameCube version, which is the version I'm playing for this section, by the way. Yes, I realize I'm skipping ahead and kind of breaking my rules here by not playing the original release version of the game, but believe me, I tried to get the original to run on MAME, and for whatever reason, I just couldn't figure it out. Between the colors washing out and whatever the heck is happening here in this footage with the profiles glitching plus having access to this Eggman robot and Metal Sonic when I scroll over far enough, which doesn't seem right, I have no idea what is going on, but either way, I couldn't get it to run, so I settled for the next best thing. My apologies, this will not happen too often. I tried to be as authentic as I could. As a few brief honorable mentions to other games that are tied to this one, I didn't give these title cards since I can't even really count them, but Sonic and Tails both appear as secret playable characters in the arcade version of Fighting Vipers, which is what led to this game coming to be, and Bean and Bark were later featured in Fighters Megamix from 1997 as playable fighters in that game too. But yeah, that'll just about do it for Sonic the Fighters. This game ain't super complicated and I'm sure it pales in comparison to most competitive fighters, but I don't know, I think this game holds up quite well for as old as it is, and there's definitely fun to be had here if you're fighting against, like, a friend or something.
Just don't pick Bean because he's a cheater with his bomb spamming, and that's just no fun. I hate fighting Bean almost as much as Metal Sonic. I mean, look at this. What am I supposed to do here? He's true comboing me or something.
I don't know. Sonic the Fighters is fun. Try it out if you want something different, and if you can get it to run. Or just play the future versions, which I'll get to eventually. Alright, who's ready for some more edutainment? Because Sonic Edusoft's incomplete release and Tales in the Music Maker's restriction to the Sega Pico just weren't enough to cash in on the edutainment software craze of the mid to late 90s, Sega ended up publishing Sonic Schoolhouse for Windows PC in late 1996 for all sorts of children to jump into and be eager to learn about math and spelling and partake in a brand new genre for the character that's such a noteworthy side of it: school and education. Okay, you know what? No.
What even is this? Sonic was never about education, he's about running fast and being cool.
He's not about to read, the dude's all about running. Like, what in God's name is Sonic doing being in a Wolfenstein game that takes place in a school where you pick up letters and numbers to answer educational questions? Ugh, this game is steaming hot garbage. I get 3D games on PC back in the day were still very much in their early stages, and so games from that era in this style haven't aged particularly well, but damn, this game is a barren wasteland of nothing. No music, piss poor controls, a super shrunken down screen due to the resolution of the original computer application, and oh my god, Sonic, what did they do to you?
Hi there, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. You're going to play in my schoolhouse.
Look at how they massacred my boy. I just don't see anything in this. My goodness, this software is ancient and dullened. I really see no reason for anybody to ever go back to this. I don't see this being worth 15 minutes of your time. I don't see it being worth 5 minutes of your time just out of morbid curiosity. This one isn't worth it whatsoever. It runs slow, it's basic, maybe the graphics were impressive back then, but this game came out after Doom, so I really can't say that's the case. I couldn't even get the video clips of the animals to load in the field trip section of the hub world because I couldn't be bothered to tolerate this gameplay. See, the problem is, you can't just type the number or letter in, you actually have to go over and pick it up physically and then walk back to the board and place it in, and you can only carry one letter at a time or number, so basically this is just the way of the game artificially increasing its duration by stretching out the time it takes to provide a simple answer. It's just bad. It's lazy. It's a time waster. It's what gives edutainment titles a bad name. With other games in this field like Clue Finders, Addy Boo, Pajama Sam that show how how well this sort of thing can be done by creating an engaging environment for kids to explore and learn in, this is just insulting by comparison. Sonic Schoolhouse is better off being long forgotten at this point, and I'm sorry I even acknowledged it in this video.
Honestly, the only good thing to come out of Sonic Schoolhouse is it served as the inspiration for an infinitely better game, Baldi's Basics, later on. Outside of that, I have nothing else to say about this game.
So, with the Sega 32X having proven to be a commercial failure and the Sega Saturn hot on the Genesis's heels, Sega decided to give Sonic one last title as a proper send-off to the console as he transitioned his way onto more powerful hardware by giving us one last sneak peek of what was to come in the form of a pseudo 3D title by the name of Sonic 3D Blast here in North America. Although in reality the game was actually titled Sonic 3D Flicky's Island everywhere else on the globe, but I guess America was too hardcore for that, so we needed a name like Blast instead. Same thing happened with Sonic the Fighters, it's just marketing I guess. Sega actually collaborated with a little known game studio you may have heard before by the name of Traveler's Tales, the team primarily responsible for dozens and dozens of licensed LEGO games, which I'm very respectful of. But you know, despite this game being called Blast, it's actually anything but. The story for 3D Blast isn't all that exciting. Basically, Eggman found another island by the name of Flicky Island that he tries to conquer because his attempts on South Island, West Side Island, Angel Island, and Carnival Island were all unsuccessful. While on this island, he discovers a specific species of bird known as Flickies that seemingly inhabit the island, but also have the ability to warp through giant rings that whisk them away to another dimension. Before long, Sonic and Co. arrive and discover Eggman's scheme, and so Sonic takes it upon himself to release all the Flickies from their robot prisons and send them home to their own dimension. Yeah, there's not much to it, to be honest. It's another Eggman bad Sonic stop him plotline, but hey, at least it kind of expands on some more Flicky lore, I guess, a bit. I mean, Flickies were seen on the other islands when Sonic would release them from the animal capsules, but I guess maybe this island is their point of origin? I'm not really sure. I mean, Sonic 3D Blast on the Sega Genesis isn't the worst thing in the world, but this is not your typical Sonic game by any stretch of the imagination. It's the same equivalent as something like Sonic Spinball, or more accurately in this case, Sonic Labyrinth. Yes, Sonic Labyrinth wasn't the only isometric exploration platformer that Sonic got to be featured in. Sonic 3D Blast was basically the next step up from that, and the results are rather mixed, if I'm being honest. On one hand, graphically, I think the game looks pretty great. I mean, sure, Sonic and Tails' sprites look pretty trash, if I'm being honest, but Knuckles and Eggman's aren't that bad. The enemies look pretty good, and the environments are bright and colorful, so, you know, it's cool. Similar to Labyrinth, the main goal of each stage is to acquire a certain number of items and then reach the goal in order to get to the end. The only difference is here being that instead of 3 keys to find, it's 5 Flickies, and whenever you get hit, instead of the keys staying in place where they land, the Flickies actively fly around in various different patterns based upon the color of the Flicky in particular. There are 4 in this game: blue ones, which actually try to fly to Sonic and are the easiest to recover, purple ones, which just fly in a continuous loop, red ones, which fly back and forth in a pivoting pattern, and these green ones that love to fly away from you and are an utter pain to get back. I mean, these guys want to see you fail. Gather up all the Flickies in an area and jump through the giant ring to save them, and you're transported to either the next part of the stage or the next zone if you've completed it. You don't have to collect all 5 Flickies and deposit them at once though. It's actually nice because you can just send away any number of Flickies that are currently following Sonic at the cost of a lesser score chain if you care about that sort of thing. I don't, so this penalty is meaningless to me because honestly sometimes depositing what you have is better than dealing with the headache of having to chase down 5 Flickies all at once after you get hit, but that's just me. I do want to come out and add that 3D Blast is, in a sort of way, a spiritual successor to the 1984 game Flicky, in the sense that both this game and the arcade title feature you gathering up Flickies and bringing them to the goal. Some people were actually probably wondering why I didn't start the video off by talking about Flicky, given that a lot of people like to cite this as the first ever Sonic game, or at least give it an honorable mention, but like, I don't agree with that. Not only did Sonic not get a game released until 7 years later, he wasn't even conceptualized when this game came out. Like, Flicky was its own thing at the time of its release, and it shouldn't just retroactively become a Sonic game because you play as a bird that also exists as a harmless sprite in a completely different game franchise. I'm sure some people won't agree with me, but based on the criteria I laid out at the start of the video, I don't consider Flicky a character in the Sonic franchise. It's just a bird you free from Eggman's robots. If anything, 3D Blast is a crossover game for all intents and purposes. I really don't care to count Flicky,
but here you go, it's an honorable mention now, I guess. I don't think it really fits into the criteria I laid out at the beginning of the video, but whatever. But hey, Sonic 3D Blast is the game this section is about, so let's move on back to that now.
Every act contains 2 to 3 sections that Sonic has to run around and gather the Flickies in groups of 5, so at the very least, it's not too overwhelming, but I can't deny that the gameplay gets incredibly repetitive incredibly quickly.
Some levels do have certain set pieces that spice things up or make things more interesting, such as Rusty Ruin Spinners, which have Sonic spin around like a top to break through them, but other levels like Gene Gadget are more annoying than fun, I find.
Speaking of levels, there's 7 in this game. Green Grove, which is the typical Green Hill zone, go figure, there it is again. Rusty Ruin, which is basically the Marble Zone equivalent, but admittedly faster and more fun. Spring Stadium is just Springs and Bumpers World, featuring balloons and spikes galore. Diamond Dust is snowy and has the best song in the game. I love this track. Seriously, this is a contender for the best song on the entire Sega Genesis. It's so good. Volcano Valley is the lethal lava level, and also one of the Flickies burns alive as it follows you, which is kinda worrisome, not gonna lie. Gene Gadget sucks, not because it's the typical industrial level, but because it's slow and annoying with enemies that suck, and I absolutely detest these slanted platforms. And Panic Puppet Zone is the last level, which is basically just a better Gene Gadget in both theming and the fact that Act 2 is a simple race to the end of the stage, instead of collecting the 5 Flickies objective that permeates every single other level. Honestly, if more of the game were like Panic Puppet Act 2, I'd probably like this a whole lot more. Honestly, make Act 2 of every zone of Sonic 3D Blast like this, and it's better. It just is. Get to the end. Done. Go figure, special stages are in this game too, and you can access them by collecting 50 rings and finding either Knuckles or Tails hidden somewhere in the level, and donating the rings to them. This is actually pretty cool because similar to Sonic 2 or 3, you're able to get multiple Chaos Emeralds in a single act. Sure, you're limited to 2 at a time because each character only appears in 1 spot per act, but that means you can get all 7 emeralds before the end of Rusty Ruin Act 2 if you don't miss any. The special stages themselves are pretty enjoyable. I like them because they're similar to the half pipe in the sense that you're traveling forward and have to move left and right to avoid obstacles and collect rings, but you can actually see the rings coming up on you and you're given time to react to them. So like, these are just Sonic 2 special stages, but better, so good job, Sonic 3D Blast, you're better than Sonic 2 at that. Unfortunately, there is no Super Sonic in this game though, so sadly nothing really happens when you collect all 7, aside from it unlocking the final boss fight and the true ending upon beating it. The boss itself is alright, but not exciting. It's just a 5-phase circle that you run around twice and damage Eggman after each attack he attempts to make at you. Pretty easy all things considered, but hey, it's fine because it's better than some of the other bosses in this game. That's another thing.
The boss fights in this game are either a pain in the butt, such as Rusty Ruins, which has these 2 cat paws that slam down at Sonic, which for some stupid reason these wrists hurt you just by touching them. I cannot begin to tell you how many times I got hit by these stupid wrists just because I had trouble with the depth perception in this game and can't always tell when I'm going to land on the paw or just miss it.
But then other bosses like Diamond Dust and especially Volcano Valleys are a total joke. I mean, Volcano Valley in particular, I can take out in a matter of seconds. It's basically brain dead. I like the fact that you can only hit Eggman by hitting his cockpit though. That is a cool attention to detail that makes the precision of hitting the bosses more involved than just bouncing on them like you can in the 2D games without having to really think much. I also guess I never went over the controls, but they're what you'd expect. Move with the D-pad, jump with A, and spin dash or roll with B. Unlike the 2D games, you don't have to press the B button multiple times. Instead, you just hold down the button while motionless and it revs up on its own, like a charge. Using the spin dash button while moving will just cause Sonic to roll into a ball. There are power-ups in the game, such as speed shoes, invincibility, standard shields, and fire shields, which have all existed before, but the gold shield is a new new power-up that gives Sonic the ability to use his Sonic Blast attack, a homing strike that will lock onto enemies and hit them so the player doesn't need to worry about landing directly on them. This is helpful because all in all, one of my biggest criticisms of this game, aside from the gradual bore that builds in the latter half, is the depth perception being absolute garbage sometimes. I mean, it clearly looks like I should be landing on platforms in certain sequences that I just don't, and it gets annoying to no end. Like, I clearly should have made that jump there and I just didn't because I guess I wasn't above the platform even though it looked like I was visually. This isn't enough to ruin the experience, just make me sigh a few times after I missed the same jump for the 11th go because it's impossible to tell if I'm going to over or undershoot some platforms. Honestly, on the whole, 3D Blast is just kinda there. I don't know, I feel like this game might have been looked upon more positively at one point, but I just don't see much to be found here. I appreciate the attempt to create the illusion of a 3D Sonic game and all, but the game ultimately isn't very fun, and I'd rather find myself playing other games instead. Also, the game doesn't have a save feature, which is lame because both Sonic 3 and Knuckles Chaotix supplied this, so I'm not sure why it got left out. The soundtrack's good though, I can give it that much, and I like the special stages, but that's about it. Hey look, it's Sonic 3D Blast! Again, long time no see. In the wake of Sonic X-Treme's cancellation, Sega found themselves in a panic as they weren't sure what they were going to release for the holiday season that year. The second half was looking to run dry and things were getting desperate, so Sega did the only logical thing they could think of. They hastily slapped together a port of the Genesis game with a fresh coat of paint and brand new soundtrack in about 7 weeks, then put it out on shelves for people to buy. And despite this fact, I like it more than the Genesis version. Okay, well, let me be fair. There's more nuance to the version differences than just new paint and new music. Visually, like I said, the game looks very nice on the upgraded Saturn hardware. I like the more detailed textures in the landscapes, and the upgraded water, fire, and snow effects are very appealing to me. I also like how the game has added more visual effects with things like fog, and the new scenery animations really bring the world to life, like when Sonic runs across this bridge. And the soundtrack is awesome. I get that not everybody likes the Saturn version soundtrack because it doesn't have the catchier melodies that the Genesis version does, but when you listen to this game's soundtrack from the perspective that it's meant to be more atmospheric and relaxed rather than upbeat and pronounced, it's great. I love this sort of thing. Atmospheric music has become one of my favorite genres within the last year, and this absolutely floored me going back to it. Here's a comparison of both versions of Rusty Ruin as an example. I don't know, maybe not everybody is into this kind of music, but this laid-back genre helps me kick back and relax in such a calming manner. I literally love listening to this sort of ambient music all the time, whether it be an underwater setting, or a space setting, or a cyberpunk city at night in the rain setting. That last one might sound oddly specific, but that setting is actually always my go-to for relaxing music. Think like Blade Runner, essentially. And to some of you watching, this might surprise you that I mentioned underwater music, because as you might know, I have thalassophobia, but to be honest, as long as the music itself only has an underwater filter and there are no sounds of anything swimming within that water, I'm good.
As soon as I hear like a whale or a shark or something though, I'm noping out of there. The Saturn version also comes with the updated cutscenes for the game's intro and outro, as well as a new user interface for the menus, although still no save feature, which is ultra dumb. The game also shows a map of the island between zones, which was missing from the Genesis version. Gameplay-wise, the game is the same as before, so not much has changed there, although the special stages are completely different now. And they rock! The special stages are basically just the half pipe from Sonic 2, but better in every way because I can actually see what's coming up ahead, and honestly the ring requirements aren't stupidly hard. I really love these, and the song that plays during the whole experience is so catchy and exciting, the way a special stage should really be portrayed. They're incredibly fun, the controls are seamless, and yeah, honestly, it's special. Like, it lives up to the name. I will say though that the one downside of the Saturn version that I really can't comprehend is that for some reason you can't donate rings to both Knuckles and Tails in the same act to get 2 special stages. You can go to one or the other, but you can only access 1 special stage per act, so it effectively doubles the number of stages you need to get through in order to obtain all 7. This isn't the end of the world, but it certainly raises an eyebrow when the Genesis version never had this restriction in place. But yeah, other than those changes here and there, it's pretty much the same game. I realize the Saturn version is less popular than the Genesis version, and I understand that perspective, but I don't know, for me, I just find the Saturn version more appealing, even if it does make getting Chaos Emeralds more drawn out of a process. Now, in mentioning this next point, I realize it's a bit unorthodox because technically the PC version was released in 1997, but ultimately I don't think that giving this version a separate entry is justified because it's just a slightly lesser version of the Saturn game. In essence, Sega just took the Saturn version, removed the weather effects, and changed the special stage so that it could run on PC. With these special stages, they were modified so that instead of full-blown 3D models like in the Saturn version, everything here is sprite-based like the Genesis version, and far easier at that. That's about it though, there really is nothing that the PC version does that the Saturn version doesn't, so I didn't really see the need to bring this up later when I could just include it now. Besides, the PC version of Sonic 3D Blast does hold a very special place in my heart because, believe it or not, this is the first Sonic game I ever played. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but Sonic 3D Blast and Sonic R were released together in a PC compilation back in the year 1999 that my dad ended up buying for me when I was a really young kid. Between the 2 games that were in the bundle, I ended up playing 3D Blast first and Sonic R second, making them the first and second Sonic games I've ever played, respectively. Granted, I don't have as much nostalgia for this title as I do the other game, which I'll be getting to, but I still wanted to call that out because, yeah, this was my introduction to the franchise as a whole. Ending off the 3D Blast talk completely, I'd just like to bring attention to Sonic 3D Blast DX, a fan-made enhancement to the game that isn't technically fan-made, but rather developer-made. Yes, the Sonic 3D Blast Director's Cut is actually a hack of the original game made by John Burton, the game's original programmer, that he released online in 2017 as the true definitive version of the game, maybe not in Sega's eyes, but in one of the game's creators. This version comes with a whole slew of new features like a world map, supersonic, time attack mode, a level editor, a save system, improved controls and enhanced speed, etc. Honestly, I wasn't going to play it for this video when I've already gone through and played the game twice plus the PC version for a little bit, so I can't give personal thoughts on it, but it seems really cool. I definitely consider checking it out in the future and just figured I'd point it out for those of you watching because from my impressions, it sounds like Sonic 3D Blast DX is just all around the best way to experience the game, so I'd recommend you try that version out if you're going to play the game at all. But yeah, it's super cool that the original programmer of the game went out of his way to do this. It's not often you see this sort of thing, especially for somebody in the industry, so that makes this one extra special and I just had to share it for that reason. I'll probably come to enjoy 3D Blast more once I experience the game through this hack, but until then, the Saturn version is still the best one.
Of course, as Sega's record shows, they decided to stay the course with tying in a Game Gear release with every single Genesis one, and to pair up Sonic 3D Blast with a counterpart of its own, Sega decided to spit out Sonic Blast. It's like Sonic 3D Blast, except not 3D, and not a blast either, if I'm being honest.
In fact, my honesty compels me to flat out say this game is atrocious.
I mean, wow, usually the handheld counterpart games released on Game Gear in the past, like Sonic Chaos, Triple Trouble, heck, even Sonic 2, for as painstakingly difficult as it was, wasn't an utter broken mess in the way that Sonic Blast is. There is no beating around the bush here. This is the worst Sonic game I've played thus far, no matter how much I may have disliked the Sonic Drift games or Tails Skypatrol. The only positive compliment I can give this game at all is that I respect the developer's attempt at creating 3D looking graphics on the super limited hardware, because admittedly for an 8-bit device, the sprite work is notable. It definitely seems to follow the same style as the Donkey Kong Country games in a lot of ways, graphically speaking, but while this attempt is admirable at best, in execution the game mostly looks like I mean, Sonic and Knuckles look fine in most of their sprites, but the levels themselves, their backgrounds and hazards, as well as enemies, this is a super ugly looking game. The music isn't memorable either, so that certainly doesn't help, and the physics of this game are utterly broken. The game is still playable, barely, but anyone who's played a single other Sonic side-scroller before will immediately notice just how off this game is. The sense of speed may as well be non-existent with the way the sprite animations chug, and even loops seem to stagger a bunch as Sonic runs up and around them. Hell, the collision detection on these things is garbage in general, because there are times when I clearly spin dash and the game just has me hit the side like I ran perpendicularly right into the wall. Like, no, I clearly did exactly what I was supposed to spin up this loop, so let me roll through it and continue on with the level. Don't just stop me like this. Sonic's hitbox is also pretty trash in this game too. It's like there's just this small center point in his torso that counts for picking up rings, and if you don't align that specific point of his model to overlap it, he won't pick it up, even though his head is gargantuanly disproportionate in this sprite work. At the very least, Sonic has a new ability in this game in the form of the double jump, which allows him to reach higher places than he would normally. The peel out is gone now though, so this is more of a trade-off than an improvement when it comes down to it. Oh, you know what? I have another compliment actually. In this game, whenever Sonic gets hit, he doesn't drop all of his rings. In fact, he only drops 10 of them. It's almost like they took the concept of Triple Trouble's ring dropping and reduced the number down to 10, making most of the game easier than it already is. Like I said for Triple Trouble, I like the ring dropping mechanic and concept, but I think 10 might be a little too generous in a game that's as easy as this one. Maybe if it had been kept the same as Triple Trouble, or even just 20 rings, it would have been more balanced, I feel. Knuckles is also playable in this game, and he basically just has the same abilities as he did before in his other playable appearances. He can spin dash, climb walls, and glide, although in this game his glide has him tanked down like a rock about twice as fast as the Genesis version, which makes it notably worse because you can't really glide very far over gaps due to this rapid decline. I truthfully prefer to stick to playing as Sonic in this game for this reason, as he gets better vertical mobility as a result, and believe it or not, most of these levels are actually designed with a vertical layout in mind, similar to how the Knuckles Chaotix level maps were, only 5 times as short. I mean, these stages are remarkably short. They're practically over before they even start. I mean, if you know what you're doing, you can blast through most of these levels in less than 30 seconds. It's as if the memory storage of the game was dedicated all to the graphics, to the point where the system is pushed to its limits so much that the levels have to suffer because of it. They're short, dull, easy, and ultimately uninspired. This couldn't be more obvious than in the blatant uncreativity in the names. Green Hill, go figure, Yellow Desert, Red Volcano, Blue Marine, and Silver Castle. God, why even give the zones names at this point? Just call the whole game Color Location Zone and then make 10 acts and call it a day at that point. Did I mention how ugly this game looks, by the way? Because it's ugly. And don't even get me started on Blue Marine Zone.
Oh my god, and I said Labyrinth Zone was bad in the many alternate forms we've seen it in so far. I stated that Sonic 1, Game Gear Sonic 1 and 2 water levels were bad. Oh no, they don't even compare to this. This is the worst water level I've ever played in a single video game in my entire life. This is arduous. This is cumbersome. This is monotonous. The physics are slower than molasses. The entire level design is a giant tube maze. The invisible currents are everywhere that force your progression into a linear path you cannot visually identify. The enemy placement is offensive. You're always at risk of drowning, and air bubble spawning is super unreliable, even more so than in past games. And worst of all, the music is repetitive as hell.
This game is mocking you as you play it. Silver Castle ain't much better, given that it's even more maze-like than before, and the hazard placement sucks, but at least there aren't any water physics. Honestly, if you're gonna play this game, just play the first 3 zones and then stop, because the last 2 of the game aren't even worth it. Although honestly, I recommend you don't play this piece of trash at all, because if you do only play the first 3 zones, you'll be done with them in less than 15 minutes. At that point, you've just wasted less than 15 minutes of your life that you could have spent on doing a more fulfilling experience instead, like watching my YouTube videos. Special stages are in the game, and this time around they're still similar to the Chaos Emerald monitors that were obtainable in Triple Trouble, except that they've been replaced with giant rings like Sonic 3 instead of monitors. And yes, like Sonic 3, there is no ring requirement, so that's nice at least. Act 1 stages are green and Act 2s are brown. The green ones are basically worthless though, because you only get an extra life if you beat them, whereas Act 2 rewards you with a Chaos Emerald, which is unusual because Triple Trouble already got it right by the act number not mattering, but Sonic Blast decided to revert backwards, and now this suffers because if you miss a Chaos Emerald, that's it. Game over, man. You gotta start the entire thing all over again. Luckily, all getting the Chaos Emeralds does in this game is unlock the true final boss, which is, by the way, the worst boss in Sonic history up to this point. It's so terribly designed between the spiked platform and the spiked capsule that Eggman is in? Or is it a computer monitor? I don't know, but either way, the hitboxes on these spikes are outrageous, and the game literally gives you 99 rings to do this. Almost as if the devs knew how miserable this final boss fight was because of how stupidly busted it is to get hit, that instead of designing a reasonable final battle, they just upped the number of hits Sonic or Knuckles could take in the fight. The rest of the bosses in this game are fine though. What's really cool is that the boss fights require you to hit Eggman's cockpit instead of just anywhere on the machine like 3D Blast, which makes the boss fights last longer and require more precision than the previous Game Gear titles, which, if you knew what you were doing, could easily be cheesed depending on the boss. You've probably noticed that I haven't acknowledged the story yet. Well, that's because there isn't one. Okay, well, there is. The story is that Eggman built an evil fortress to take over the world and Sonic needs to stop him. And Knuckles is there too, I guess. I was reading Sonic Retro to try and find more detail on what's going on in this game, and the site claims that supposedly Eggman zapped a Chaos Emerald Sonic had with a laser, shattered it into 5 pieces that are seemingly different colors, even though the emeralds are established to be one color, yet the special stages have these colored emeralds that are all colored the same color as the color of the zone they're in, so where's the color consistency here? Oh, right, the story. Yeah, so Eggman zapped the emerald with a laser and then went home to his castle, and Sonic has to go get the 5 pieces and beat up Eggman because he broke the emerald. Thing is that none of this supposed story is in the manual, and I can't find a single source that proves this is the plot of the game, so for all I know, this was just made up. Or maybe I missed the source somewhere and couldn't find it, who's to say? Prove this for me in the comments or something, I'd love to have an answer for this. I've seen people call this game Sonic and Knuckles 2, but honestly, that's just an insult to Sonic and Knuckles. Speaking of that though, what's really weird to me is how this and Sonic Labyrinth were essentially flipped. I mean, when you think about it, Sonic Labyrinth is way more similar to 3D Blast than Blast is. The isometric perspective, the collection-based progression through the levels, well, actually that's about it. But those are 2 similarities shared between these games compared to Sonic Blast's, one of those being the graphics, which even then hardly even look like 3D Blast graphics anyways. Heck, I think this would have been a better time to release with Knuckles Chaotix, given that both games feature Knuckles. Sega could have made 1995 the year of Knuckles or something, but hey, I don't know. Now, I have a fun theory about this game that's probably 100% likely to not be true, but remember how I mentioned the game's graphics are similar to Donkey Kong Country in the sense that they were in a pre-rendered 3D style? Well, the end of this game features Sonic or Knuckles standing on a ledge looking out over the horizon at the bad guy's fortress falling, which happens in Donkey Kong Country 2. And interestingly enough, within Donkey Kong Country 2, there's a video game hero challenge for Cranky Kong where Sonic's shoes and Earthworm Jim's gun are seen resting next to a trash can labeled No Hopers, which can be interpreted as a direct direct potshot from Nintendo, or more likely Rareware, at Sega, because this game was released back during the peak of Nintendo and Sega's ongoing feud in the console gaming market. Is it possible that Sonic Blast is Sega's response to this? Almost like they saw Donkey Kong Country 2 do this and were like, oh yeah, well we can make a pre-rendered 3D platforming game too, and we'll do it on our Game Gear no less. And the result was the abysmal garbage that is Sonic Blast. I mean, this game released a year after DKC 2, and back in the 90s, game dev cycles were a hell of a lot shorter than they have been in the later decades. I mean, heck, Sonic 2 was made in less than a year. Spinball had a dev cycle of 2 months. Maybe it's not a reference. I mean, the sunset cliff ending is a super common trope in games, which is why I'm not really attributing this as clear evidence that Sonic blasted their response. Just an interesting coincidence is all.
But coincidence or not, the game is still abysmal and there's no denying that. Similar to Sonic Chaos and Sonic Spinball, Sonic Blast also had a plug-and-play variant released for it. It's terrible. I really don't have much else to say. It looks graphically inferior and it appears to run worse too, so don't even bother with it. Just giving it an honorable mention and leaving it at that.
So, Tales in the Music Maker must have been at least a little bit successful in North America to warrant another Pico game coming out 2 years later in 1996. Sonic the Hedgehog's Game World. This game was actually released in Japan 2 years prior, around the same time as Tails' game, and I have no idea why it took so long for it to make its way to the States when the other one did. But regardless, Game World is a less education-focused title, and it sadly just serves as more of a mini-game collection than anything else. I mean, really, I don't know what this title is teaching kids about a specific subject. It's more just an amalgamation of basic games to play for fun, if you can call them that. Wait, I'm sorry, Amy, what did you say to me? Okay, that's what I thought you said. The Sega Pico, teaching kids to swear since 1996. Yes, as was the case with Tales in the Music Maker, I was unable to get this game to emulate properly, so I ultimately had to settle for this YouTube channel's brief playthrough of the game. Given that they managed to show off the entire game in under 20 minutes, I think that really speaks to how shallow this game truly is. I don't need to play this one to see how simple, uninteresting, and downright monotonous playing all these different minigames might be. I mean, take this car race game for instance. Yeah, that was the whole game. Doesn't that look fun? Between poorly executed basketball shooting to some sort of crane game to watching Eggman's eggs get jumbled around, I can't really say this is a game I could find myself enjoying. Although, admittedly, it's pretty amusing how Eggman sounds whenever he loses. Oh my god, is the game threatening me now? What? Dude, I really can't say much about this one beyond its simplicity and lack of appeal. This one is probably up there as one of the games I'm talking the most out of pure obligation rather than curiosity. I mean, if I had to pick between this and Sonic Schoolhouse, I'd probably pick this just because it'd take less time to beat and at least has an occasional voice line that makes me smirk, but man, I had no interest going into it and my suspicions were correct. At this point, I'm just gonna move on now before Eggman breaks into my house at night and finds me in my sleep. The next honorable mention is going to be a bit different than all the others that came before it, because this time around we're actually going to be talking about a completely different franchise that Sonic made a playable appearance in. Christmas Nights, a one-level demo of Nights into Dreams released for the Sega Saturn in November of 1996. I'm not really going to be getting into the gameplay of the game itself, seeing as Nights plays entirely different from how you'd expect a Sonic game to play, so I'm solely going to be focusing on Sonic's portion of the demo, seeing as that's what we're really here for. Although, admittedly, in order to play this, you can't just boot the game up and jump right in. You actually have to unlock the Sonic level by playing the main stage a few times and unlocking Sonic in this tile matching game at the end. Once you do that, then you're able to experience Sonic in Christmas Nights for real, and it's probably noteworthy for being Sonic's first 3D outing on a home console, but there's not much to it, seeing as this is a bonus feature on a demo of an entirely different game. Basically, instead of being normally dropped into the Spring Valley level as Claris or Elliot and taking control of Nights to fly around the stage in circles, you're dropped in as Sonic, who runs along the ground and jumps super high. Controls-wise, he's a little sluggish when it comes to acceleration and turning, but he's definitely faster than the main human characters for what that's worth. Although, given the way the camera was programmed for a character in flight, I find at points that it struggles to really position itself in a manner that's convenient for the player to see everything around Sonic because he's always on the ground. That's not a deal breaker though. Honestly, we have to remember here that this wasn't the main draw of the game, but rather just a side mode, so not as much focus was given to it. The main objective has you running around the level collecting these rainbow spheres as fast as you can to beat the stage, since this is actually more of a time attack mode given there are no enemies on the field to damage Sonic in any capacity. Just collect the spheres fast enough by following this arrow and you'll eventually collect them all to beat the stage, wherein you're treated to a boss fight with a very interesting song attached to it. Sound familiar at all? Well, maybe not to those of you who've only watched this video up to this point, but to those veterans out there, you'd probably recognize it because it's a mashup between one of the boss themes from Nights itself and the final boss battle music from the Japanese version of Sonic CD's soundtrack. So, you know, that's pretty cool, even if the boss fight is pretty easy since you just jump into Eggman and then launch him into the wall until you get to the end of the stage, but hey, it's fun, so I can't complain. Yeah, I wouldn't call this cameo here anything super substantial, it's more just noteworthy for being Sonic's first 3D appearance that wasn't on an arcade machine, but rather playable inside people's own homes. But hey, even if I doubt I'd ever play this game again, it was a fun thing to experience, and I'm hopeful I taught some of you watching that this game even exists in the first place. Getting back in touch with the music of Sonic the Hedgehog once again, there were two more music albums created for him in 1996. The first of these two was titled Virtual Sonic and was an album created for Sega's Virtual Land in Las Vegas, Nevada. Virtual Land was basically just a large amusement complex containing tons of different arcade games by Sega within the Luxor Hotel at the time, and Sega had the goal of releasing like 100 more of these amusement centers across the United States, but sadly those plans fell through due to other corporate changes and deals made with other companies, causing Sega to abandon this by 1998, and about a decade later this facility closed entirely within the hotel anyways. But aside from that, this album contains a few new versions of songs from Spinball and SNK. Although the majority of this album pretty much consists of exclusive tracks which are pretty cool, to quote the album composer Howard Drawson. And you know, yeah, some of these are pretty cool. It's great that Sega didn't just lock this away in a vault somewhere never to see the light of day again so nobody could enjoy these tunes. Thankfully, they had some common sense to sell an already finished product that would take minimal effort on their end and published it instead of using it for some sort of stupid tax write-off or something. There was also another album in '96, the self-titled Sonic the Hedgehog, which also consisted of songs inspired by the world of Sonic, as not a single song from the games is actually featured here. However, this album has several noteworthy songs amongst the more hardcore base of Sonic fans that I couldn't just not play some of these for you. I mean, how could I not present you with the hit single They Call Me Sonic?
They call me Sonic, 'cause I am faster than sound, I keep on jumping around. Blue Hedgehog Sonic, with incredible speed, I'm moving my feet.
Yeah, Europe actually had this trend back in the 90s where for some reason Sega kept on allowing all these techno and trance albums to be created because that was the trend back then, even though, like, aside from this specific album, all of the other ones like Sonic Mixes or Sonic Dance Powers consisted of music by other producers and had absolutely nothing to do with Sonic the Hedgehog. They just sort of licensed the brand name to maybe sell better? I don't know, but either way, this album in particular also gave us Sonic Electronic, and if this one isn't an earworm for you, then you're probably not going to enjoy this album very much. It's just got such a catchy melody to it that it can't help but get stuck in my head. But yeah, anyway, those were 2 more albums released in the 90s. It doesn't stop there, however, because there's also a super obscure Australian exclusive album from 1997 that I'd also like to squeeze in here, titled Sonic Live in Sydney. This album exists as a live recording of an original stage show that was developed for Sega's own theme park in Sydney, Australia, Sega World, which no longer stands as it was torn down many years ago due to its lack of attendance. The stage show is said to have contained live actors performing in costumes that looked like the characters and primarily pulled its inspiration from both Sonic SatAM, as indicated by the designs of Tails and Robotnik and the inclusion of Princess Sally instead of Amy, and featured a basic plot about Robotnik trying to take over the world. Unfortunately, no recorded footage of this show is known to exist at this time, but that doesn't mean it's not out there somewhere on somebody's old VHS tape collecting dust, just waiting to be uploaded to the internet someday. Supposedly, it was later adapted into a puppet show, but we never saw that either, and whether or not it had the same plot is up for debate. For now, it's all lost media aside from the CD release, which contains an audio-only recording of the show.
Sonic, we thought we'd lost you.
Nah, just making a supersonic surveillance of the surrounds.
Sonic, can you tell us about our mission?
Okay, little bro, Sally, here's the juice. Since we defeated Robotnik on planet Mobius, he's fled to Earth with all the Chaos Emeralds and set up his laboratory somewhere right here in Sydney.
Sydney?
Why? Because he wants to control all of Australia.
Australia?
It's pretty bad, all things considered. Very 90s and very cheesy. But hey, I appreciate that it includes musical cues from the games outside of the original 3 songs. Honestly though, this really does nothing for me, and I probably won't listen to this ever again. We won't be coming back to music albums for a long time now, since the next decade and then some only consist of compilations and original soundtracks, so I just wanted to share these albums because they contain original works.
So get into Sega World, the coolest fun park in the cosmos. Take on Aquanova, Mad Bazooka, Magic Motion, and Ghost Hunter. And pick up your Sonic bag. Sega World, under the blue cone on the city side of Darling Harbor. Sega World, if it's in here, it's out there. Totally.
Alright, now Sonic's back, but with the Saturn, and it's called
Sonic X-Treme. This is the blue dude with the attitude going 3D this year.
Really?
Sonic hasn't had a game for 2 years, and this year he's on all 6 platforms. Now Sonic is full 3D. You see all sides of him like nothing you've ever seen before.
You know, it's killing me. Look at this. Woo!
I know, look at the reflections. Look at that character. That boss character is amazing.
They really did a good job with this one.
This is going to be hot for the holidays. It's a must-have.
The sheer multitude of scrapped Sonic games within the first decade of his life is immense, no doubt, but I think there is no bigger canceled title amongst the Sonic fanbase than this little relic right here, Sonic X-Treme, Sega's first attempt at bringing Sonic into a 3D platforming genre, which ultimately resulted in a colossal failure. Tied directly to the ending of Sonic Mars, the scrap title I previously mentioned, Sonic X-Treme is the successor to that idea, which was the successor to Sonic 16, which really makes this title a several-year-long project that went through numerous phases when you really think about it. This title is infamous for how many hoops and loops Sonic had to jump through, only to end up being cancelled in the end, resulting in a whole bunch of hair-pulling development frustration that bore no fruit at the end of the day. This game was meant to be the main console seller, the next big title that was going to push the Sega Saturn forward ahead of the N64 and PlayStation, which were competing in the market at the time. However, a few months after an E3 1996 announcement trailer,
spoiler, the game was ultimately shelved, and everything I share in the next few minutes is all that we know about the title, but does not necessarily reflect how the final product would have wound up. So all we can really do is speculate based on the unfinished materials we have at our disposal, which many archivists and Sonic fans alike have managed to cover over the many decades since the game's conception. Also, for the purposes of this video and the footage you are now seeing, this is a fan-made interpretation I am playing called Sonic X-Treme Unity as an attempt to recreate what Sonic X-Treme may have ultimately been like. So I recommend anyone interested check this fan game out if you want to give it a try yourself. There are other fan projects involved that are very heavily inspired by Sonic X-Treme as well that also might be worth looking into if this sort of thing interests you. What we do know is that this game was meant to be its own thing rather than continuing the story from where Sonic 3 left off, and supposedly like Sonic Mars, the Sonic cartoon cast was considered for the game at one point. Tiara Bubowski, who was originally conceptualized for Sonic Mars, was also intended to be a part of Sonic X-Treme, although to what extent is unknown. Rumor has it that this game had 8 different story concepts considered for it before it was settled on Eggman developing another Death Egg that accidentally warps Sonic to an alien planet where Eggman uses alien species called MIPS to power his badniks. And that's about all we got. The unique aspect of Sonic X-Treme, and the likely reason most fans are fascinated with it, is because of how the game attempts to emulate 3D with a fisheye lens and world rotation that would allow you to change your perspective as you move around in it. The game had an undetermined number of zones, however it seems like the game was ultimately going to settle on 4 based on Sega's Gamers Day event in 1996, which consisted of Crystal Frost, Red Sands, Jade Gully, and Galaxy Fortress. Various prototype builds of the game do exist out there on the internet, but as you can surmise, these are unfinished, broken, and probably can't be representative of what the final game would have been like. Still, if you're interested in the history of Sonic X-Treme, there is a lot to dig into behind the scenes that makes for a very interesting read, so seriously consider checking out a site like Sonic Retro where you can read up on everything we currently know about this cancelled project. I don't necessarily think that I would have enjoyed this game very much based on the fan game I played and the footage I've seen, which, by the way, no offense to the fan game, I actually think it did a great job at replicating the footage we've seen in the trailers and test demos, but I just mean this style of game might not necessarily be my cup of tea. A lot of people compare this to the game Bug for the Sega Saturn, and I didn't really enjoy that for the bit that I played, but that's just me, and I know that game has its fans. Either way, Sonic X-Treme's probably never going to be picked back up and finished, so all we can do is continue to speculate and possibly keep digging for more archived footage and builds that may or may not turn up as the years go on. But a lesser known fact about the Sega Saturn is that Sonic X-Treme wasn't the only cancelled Sonic game for the system. Oh no, we've also got Sonic Saturn and Sonic Pool. Sonic Saturn is an unreleased action platform game that was meant to be a sister release to that of Sonic X-Treme as Sega of America commissioned it in the early 1996 year as another potential system seller. The title was also going to be a 3D game that portrayed Sonic with a fully fledged 3D model, as opposed to the sprite work that was being done for X-Treme. However, unlike X-Treme, which was given much public announcement and footage ahead of the game's intended release, Sonic Saturn was canned way before it ever reached consumers because Yuji Naka, the creator himself, supposedly wasn't thrilled with the concept. That's actually a very consistent theme with a lot of these cancelled games I've been talking to you about, because the same scenario happened with Sonic 16, and even Sonic the Fighters likely would have been denied if Naka himself wasn't fond of that concept. We don't know a whole lot more about Sonic Saturn outside of its initial intents, but we do know a bit more about the supposed bonus round game that was going to be contained within Sonic Saturn, known as Sonic Pool. Sonic Pool was going to be a minigame focused around billiards, in which the player would position Sonic like a cue ball and have him spin dash forward, striking the other balls in the arena and sinking them all into their respective pockets before time ran out. I think this concept for a bonus or special stage in a Sonic game is actually a really novel idea, and a completely different take on any other Chaos Emerald stage we've had prior to that point, assuming the player would get one after completing it. This concept also didn't make it very far, although it is said that after Sonic Saturn's cancellation, Sonic Pool was going to be implemented into Sonic X-Treme. Although outside of this one screenshot, which may serve as evidence of this potentially happening, there isn't much more to go off of, and then Sonic X-Treme was cancelled, and as such there was really nowhere else for Sonic Pool to go. Still, the developers continued working on it for the next couple of months in hopes to include it in something, perhaps the Saturn version of Sonic 3D Blast at one point, but it was ultimately to no avail. Needless to say, Sonic was having a rough time to get on the Sega Saturn, with Christmas Night's demo and the port of 3D Blast being the only appearances of the Blue Hedgehog by the end of 1996. But still, Sega wasn't giving up hope just yet, and 1997 was set to have a whole slew of new projects in store for the Blue Blur. How'd those turn out? Well, let's move on to 1997 now, shall we? Alright, so for this next section here, I'm actually going to be throwing in a whole bunch of different collection type releases all together in one, seeing as 1997 wasn't really the best year for Sonic the Hedgehog on the whole. With the recent cancellation of both Sonic Saturn and Sonic X-Treme, the Sega Saturn wasn't looking too hot, and Sega was still trying to find other avenues to score some profit off of Sonic's success. And when there are no new games ready to release, what's the obvious thing a game company does? They re-release the old games that already sold well before, and that's exactly what Sega did. Starting with the Sonic and Knuckles collection, released exclusively for PC. This little compilation disc contains PC ports of Sonic 3, Sonic and Knuckles, and of course, Sonic 3 and Knuckles. And as a kid, this was actually one of my very first Sonic games, right after the other two that I mentioned earlier. But this was coincidentally my third ever Sonic game, and go figure it was Sonic 3. Totally intentional. So, you know, in a weird way, I did have the authentic experience of Sonic 3 being my third Sonic game, but the first two weren't exactly the ones most other people would have expected to establish my love for the franchise. Either way, the Sonic and Knuckles collection on PC is a compilation that I played countless hours of as a kid. Whether it was booting up the main story of Sonic 3 and Knuckles and playing through Angel Island Zone over and over again as every character, occasionally going further into Hydro City Zone, and on the rare occasion even making it to Marble Garden, which is the furthest I ever got. Yeah, I never got farther than that. I never saw Carnival Night or any stage that followed until I discovered Let's Plays in 2010. Unless, of course, I would boot up the Sonic and Knuckles version, and then I would play through Mushroom Hill Zone and never go past Flying Battery. Yeah, despite the fact that S3 and K has like over a dozen different zones, I never played past the third one because I sucked as a kid and I was worried it would be too difficult. So instead, I just memorized Angel Island Zone and played that level over and over and over again like a million times. Yes, I can assure you that my most played Sonic Zone is, beyond any doubt, Angel Island Zone Act 1 and 2. I was a kid, I don't know, I can't even explain it much beyond that nowadays. I don't remember what I was thinking, I just really liked how the level started out lush and bright and green, and then it just slowly burned more and more as you progressed through the stage. Oh, and of course, I loved running from the plane as it dropped bombs near me. That was always thrilling, especially when Tails would continually get blown up by it. I've always loved booting up Sonic and Knuckles though, mostly because I'd get to see a different intro screen and play the Mushroom Hill Zone level, which I couldn't experience from the Sonic 3 side. And while I didn't play it as much as Angel Island, I was still pretty fond of the level. Nostalgia aside, I actually discovered while recording this footage that the game also came with Blue Sphere in the options, which I never actually knew as a kid, so that's pretty cool, but I have no nostalgia connection. That aside, going back to this port now left me with a rather middling perspective. I absolutely cannot deny my memories of this game on PC are positive as a kid, but looking at it now, it's definitely inferior to the Genesis version. There really are no extra added features to be found here. It's the exact same game as before, except with low quality music. Here, have a few comparisons. Yeah, somewhat of a lesser known fact is that the PC version of S3 and K actually had 3 of its zone's themes replaced, those being Carnival Night, Ice Cap, and Launch Base. This is assumed to be because those zones were tracks that Michael Jackson and his team were heavily involved in the most, and so they were ultimately omitted from the game and replaced with other tracks instead, likely just as a way for Sega to avoid legal issues. This won't be the last time I'll be talking about this music piece across the rest of the series, but just keep a note in the back of your mind that we'll be coming back to this point again long in the distant future. But yeah, everything being MIDI kinda lessens the quality of the sound, but given that this was made for Windows 95 at the time, I basically get why, hardware limitations and all that. I still own the physical disc of the game, as you can see right here, but unfortunately given how much time has passed since the days of Windows 95, modern computers can't really run this sort of thing. So I had to learn how to set up a virtual box of Windows 95 and pull out my old discs from like decades ago, and that was a whole process. But on the plus side, I can play all my old Windows games now on my modern day PC. Maybe that'll evoke more video opportunities in the future. Tonka, anyone? So in summary, the Sonic & Knuckles collection is just kinda there. It's not really worth playing at all, unless you have nostalgic attachment to it like I do, but really just stick to the Genesis version. I wish I could be more positive on it, but hey, if there is one thing I can give it, it's this. The Sonic & Knuckles collection also came with another application that you can install directly onto your computer called Sonic the Screensaver, and it's exactly as its name implies. It's a screensaver. This doesn't really qualify as a game, seeing as it's just a compilation of artwork and little animation scans of the Sonic characters moving around on screen and deleting or restoring the various images that appear over the monitor while it's left on sleep mode unattended. It's nice. It reminds me of the good old days when screensavers were more of a thing, and I mean, they kinda still are, but I haven't had one on my PC since the mid-2000s. I actually remember my grandfather had one on his Windows 95 PC back in the day, which was a fish aquarium, and I used to be mesmerized by that thing for hours on end. I actually dug up and found the footage to include in the video right now, so hopefully some of you watching this that are around my age or older are having nostalgic flashbacks triggered in the back of your brain as you once witnessed the exact same screensaver 25 plus years ago. I love doing that sort of thing. But anyways, don't really have much more to add here. It's just a neat little add-on that's completely separate from the main game that I thought was cool to mention. Also, I want to mention that when each image is loaded in color, it actually plays a song from Sonic 1, 2, 3, and K or CD, which is nice too, but it doesn't last for very long. The next compilation we're talking about here is the Sonic Classics 3-in-1 collection released for the Genesis in 1997. There's really not much to this one though, it's literally just Sonic 1, 2, and Mean Bean Machine crammed onto a single cartridge with minimal modifications made to the ROMs contained within it as far as my research showed. Basically, the game boots up, you get this menu to pick a game, and then you're sent to that game with no way to return back to the menu without turning the entire thing off. So like, yeah, I guess it's a good deal for a consumer that doesn't own any of the 3 games, but there's nothing new here whatsoever. I guess a fun fact is that this is the only other Genesis cartridge that can unlock the full Blue Sphere game rather than just one level, but yeah, that's it. That's all I've got. Luckily, the last compilation here has a lot more meat on its bones to bite into. Sonic Jam, released for the Sega Saturn because apparently every platform aside from the Game Gear got compilation titles all around the same time frame. Sonic Jam is basically the penultimate combination of the 2 compilations that came before it and then some. You've got Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Sonic & Knuckles, and the lock-on combinations of the games that came along with Sonic & Knuckles, all bundled together in one package complete with a fully rendered 3D opening cutscene. Sonic Jam is noteworthy because these games are not actually direct ports of the original Genesis code. No, in fact, they are completely rewritten for the Saturn's hardware. And while the base games are the same, Sonic Jam added additional features such as an easy and normal mode, which rearranged some of the enemy and obstacle placements, as well as fixed various bugs and introduced the spin dash into Sonic 1. I didn't play any of the games in either of these modes, however, but from what I've read, easy mode actually completely removes acts and lessens the boss fights to only 3 hits, so it doesn't sound like I'm missing much there anyways. And interestingly enough, even though the Sonic & Knuckles collection omitted the themes for Carnival Night, Ice Cap, and Launch Base from Sonic 3, Sonic Jam does no such thing, as the songs are still in their original forms here. But the main reason I'm talking about Sonic Jam here isn't for these ports, it's for the additional bonus mode known as Sonic World, which is included as a neat side feature for the player to blast through in about 30 minutes or so. Within this world is a fully playable 3D environment that works much better than Christmas Night's level and contains a variety of recognizable set pieces such as rings, springs, checkpoints, flickies, and so on. Tails even flies around the level and Sonic can latch onto him and catch a ride for a bit if he so chooses, which is really cool. Within this hub exist several landmark buildings that house different bonus features like art, music, and movies, some of which are very interesting. This thing houses all sorts of Japanese commercials for the Genesis Sonic games, and even some strange bonus animations such as the clip for Sonic Ride that I talked about earlier, as well as this part 2D, part CGI hybrid cartoon where Eggman dresses up as Sonic and attempts to ruin his reputation. And it works. There's also a mission mode here where you're tasked with like collecting rings and hitting checkpoints, and if you complete them all, you unlock the credits. It's neat. It's like a nice little side distraction, and it's probably the main appeal of Sonic Jam, given it was most people's exposure to seeing Sonic playable in 3D for the very first time. That wasn't a fighting game. It's said that this little hub world even serves as the basis for Sonic Adventure, which is coming up pretty soon. Honestly, I dig this sort of thing. I'm a person who loves hub worlds, and whenever you've got something like this that's fleshed out with neat features and stuff to do, I am all for it. I know not everyone likes hub worlds, but I love them. This is really cool, and just seeing all the history and neat features housed here in this area is just the coolest thing, as simple as it might be. So yeah, honestly, I can at least say that if you've ever wanted to experience Sonic's true first 3D outing in a game that was designed for him, check out Sonic World within Sonic Jam. It's pretty short, so it's not asking for much of your time, but it's fun for what it is, so I can't really beg for much more. Sonic R, short for Sonic Racing, is a 5-track racing game where you can play as 4 different characters and, as the name suggests, you race to be the first person to cross the finish line. At first glance, this game sounds extremely short, dull, and lame. And while the first part may be true, this game is extremely short. This game, to me, is anything but lame. A racing video game where you race on foot through racetracks that almost double as platforming levels? No way, dude, that's super cool. I feel like there's this general consensus about Sonic R where everybody comes out and says, you know, Sonic R isn't that great of a game and has these problems because X, Y, and Z, but I still like it. It's a guilty pleasure. Maybe I'm wrong, but at this point it feels like Sonic R is everybody's guilty pleasure. Does that even make it a guilty pleasure anymore? I mean, if we all unanimously agree that despite this game being super basic, everybody enjoys it, then like, let's praise it. Come on. Sonic R is a god tier video game, and we all just need to embrace the reality instead of trying to deny it. Who cares if the game is easily beaten in 30 minutes? Who cares if the character roster is horribly unbalanced? And who cares if there's only 5 tracks in the game? Sonic R is incredibly fun. And I'm not just saying that because the PC version was my second ever Sonic game after the PC port of Sonic 3D Blast. I'm going to be using the Saturn version as the basis first since the PC port came out a year later, but I have poured weeks of my life into Sonic R as a kid. Like literal weeks. Total. Like, if I could put all the stats and metrics of my life and put them on a spreadsheet, you would see that I am in the top 0.01% of people who have played Sonic R the most when it comes to total play hours. This game is simple, short, and yet I managed to find so much enjoyment out of it, I can't even begin to describe it all. The character roster is pretty interesting. The courses are fun to just zoom around in and fully support the Sonic level design philosophy by offering so many different paths to get to the finish line, and they even promote exploration by having multiple different objectives you can find throughout the level, such as challenge tokens and chaos emeralds. The 5 levels of the game are Resort Island, Radical City, Regal Ruin, Reactive Factory, and Radiant Emerald. Notably, all of these tracks start with the letter R, almost like R is the motif of the game or something. And the music, don't even get me started on the music. Who doesn't love this game's soundtrack, honestly? The Eurobeat songs accompanied by TJ Davis's vocals are just a thing of art. There's no way around that. I think we can all agree that no matter what, the game's soundtrack is its shining quality. And if you disagree, 3, it seems to me like you just can't feel the sunshine. You might have to work it out, you know? Make it happen, maybe go back in time. Gotta keep that dream alive after all. The first stage, Resort Island, is the easiest course in the game as you run around this bright, colorful area with a lot of open space to the tune of Can You Feel the Sunshine, which is probably the most iconic song from this game, only possibly less popular than the main theme, but they both seem to be unequivocally admired for their sheer presence in Sonic's musical history. The second level of the game, Radical City, is my favorite, personally. It may be your basic figure 8 racetrack, but honestly while playing it, it never felt like one to me. And I think the shortcuts help a ton in that regard. Living in the City was also my favorite song in the game when I was a kid, but nowadays I love all of them equally to where I can't really pick a favorite except for one, which is definitely my least favorite. The third stage is Regal Ruin, an ancient temple-themed level that has sphinxes with echidna heads on them similar to Knuckles, and as a kid, I found that to be the most challenging course because of the sharp angular turns built into the track design combined with this final curve where it's sloped because I used to always fall in the water at this part. Back in Time is the song that supports this track, and this one I feel is more of a sleeper hit that just sort of snuck up on me in the last few years. I used to not care for this song, but that's changed as I've gotten older. Reactive Factory has an awesome aesthetic to it that I really enjoy. I don't know why because I'm usually not thrilled by pure gray, but this level being surrounded by a ton of water just makes me think of like a large aircraft carrier or something like that, and as a kid, I thought aircraft carriers were like the coolest thing ever. I even had a little plastic toy one that I'd use all the time and I'd put my planes on it and it was super cool. Work It Out supports this stage and it's so upbeat you may as well start working out to it like one of those exercise workout videos or something, you know? Lastly comes Radiant Emerald with Diamond in the Sky, and this is admittedly my least favorite level and stage in the game. It's the Rainbow Road of Sonic R, but I dislike this course because it completely does away with the multiple pathways aside from two 50-ring gates which don't really add much, making this track incredibly linear, incredibly boring, and easily the most unexciting one to race on. It's a visual bore because the whole stage looks the same the whole time and doesn't do anything interesting, and there's no possible variation of daytime cycle or weather effects, and the song doesn't really do anything for me either. I can't explain why. I mean, really, the song is fine, it just doesn't capture me in the way that all of the other songs do, and I mean all of the other songs. Now, of course, the main theme, Supersonic Racing, and credits theme, You're My Number One, are different stories entirely. Both of these songs slap harder than Donkey Kong's Forward Smash and easily complete this game's soundtrack. What a masterpiece in Sonic's music history, truly. I used to just sit on the title screen every time I started the game up just to hear the theme. It's that good. Fun fact, by the way, did you know you can actually control the R on the title screen and spin it around however you want with the control pad? I used to do this all the time as a kid, especially when I tried to line it up so that the R reflected the bright, vibrant red perfectly. That was always fun to do. Now, before I get into the second half of my review, I'd like to switch gears and footage over from the Saturn version to the PC version, which was released in 1998, seeing as A, it's my nostalgic choice of course, and B, there's actually a modded version of the PC game that basically becomes the definitive way to play Sonic R. This mod creates fixes like improving controls, better sound effects, better lighting, and more. So what you're looking at right now visually is not the original PC version, but rather an upgrade, and I wholeheartedly recommend you all use this version if you are ever going to play Sonic R for yourself in the modern day. So with that out of the way, let's continue. The base PC version of Sonic R introduced a couple of new features that were not present in the Saturn version, most notably a weather and time of day system. Now, it's possible that each of the 5 racetracks take place on a sunny day, a cloudy day, sunset, nighttime, in the rain, and interestingly, in the snow. What's special about the snow weather is that when you have it on, the racetracks actually have the water freeze over completely, making it possible for you to run along the surface without sinking in below, unable to jump out of or move faster until you hit land again. This implementation adds an entirely new facet to the gameplay, as you have new routes to consider with certain characters and different controls to adapt to, which provides for an added challenge if you so wish. I'm the type of person where I could play through all 5 stages with all 10 characters in the game and still not get bored of it though, so I could do the exact same thing again with the snow turned on and play through everything for a third time. I don't know, man, no matter how much I play this game, I just don't grow bored of it.
Ready, set, go!
I could sit here and spend the next hour of the video just recounting all of the fun and silly things I used to do while I ran around in this game, but I don't want to bore you with all of my personal stories, so I'll just stick to the main topic here. The playable characters you have to choose from are the main 4 for starters: Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy. Sonic is the fastest of these options and has the ability to double jump, but has more difficult controls. Tails is the slower option with better controls and has the ability to fly temporarily, and Knuckles serves as a balance between the two along with his signature gliding ability, although he can't climb walls anymore, not that you'd really want to because of how slow that normally is. All 3 of these characters also have the ability to spin dash and roll into a ball as well, although aside from a few slopes there really aren't many opportunities to use these abilities. Amy though, she just sucks. She's stuck in this car and it's super slow and turns like shit, but it does come with a boost ability that recharges over time, and it can hover over water whereas the other 3 characters sink down into it, but yeah, overall she's the worst character in the game. Aside from the main 4, you can also unlock Eggman, who becomes playable after you beat all 5 tracks in first place during Grand Prix mode. He can't do anything outside of hover over water and hit an opponent with a homing missile that barely does anything, but it does remove shields for what that's worth. Speaking of power-ups really quick, scattered throughout the various points on the racetrack are these panels that can award the player with rings, speed shoes, which are really good for giving you a boost of speed, and 2 different kinds of shields. A water shield, which allows you to walk on water until you hit land again, at which point the shield disappears, and the lightning shield, which attracts rings to you, and these help spice up the gameplay a bit here and there. The crucial detail one needs to know when sitting down to play this game is that the controls are indeed a little rough at first. Turning is a bit stiff and the game operates on tank controls rather than traditional ones, so in order for Sonic or other characters to move forward, you have to press and hold the up button to move forward. There is no acceleration button. Characters also can't reverse, so if you need to turn around, you can't just back up, you physically need to turn the character around 180 degrees to pull it off. It's a bit weird to those unfamiliar with it, I'm sure, but I'm so used to it that the controls really are just second nature to me. There are also drift buttons that should also be taken full advantage of, as it will improve the angles at which you turn quite considerably, so don't be like me as a kid and not read the controls to figure out this is even in the game, because yes, I played the entire game until I was well over 18 years old, not knowing that there were drift buttons in it. Yeah. Would you believe me if I told you this game had a story, by the way? Yeah. Turns out Eggman set up a trap for Sonic in the form of a World Grand Prix, a race that is sure to prove who's the fastest thing alive and award the winner with Chaos Emeralds. Sonic sets off to beat Eggman, Tails joins in, Knuckles never turns down a challenge, and Amy will be there too. Words taken directly out of the manual, not mine, by the way.
Ready, set, go!
But yes, I said 10 characters and I've only talked about 5, so let's cover the other half of the roster now, as you've clearly seen them appearing in the footage provided. Those challenge tokens that I mentioned earlier, well, they obviously serve another purpose besides just encouraging you to explore the level and find all of them. If you collect all 5 and complete a race in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd place, you get the chance to race against a secret character: Metal Sonic for Resort Island, Tails Doll for Radical City, Egg Robo for Regal Ruin, and Metal Knuckles for Reactive Factory. Until 2023, Metal Knuckles and Tails Doll would never appear in a single Sonic game after this, so we will not be seeing them for a very long time. Metal Sonic has a high single jump and can temporarily hover over water, although if you do what I do and jump as soon as you touch the water, you can basically just stay above it infinitely. Pretty good, and definitely one of my favorite characters. Tails Doll is similar to Eggman in that he hovers and can float higher for a brief period of time without losing momentum, but that's all there is to him. Metal Knuckles is my favorite character in the game, although his ground speed was nerfed by the improvement mod to balance him, because Metal Knuckles was the second most broken character in the game, seeing as he's basically just a faster Metal Sonic and he can glide on top of that. Being the second most game-breaking character of all, he's basically the go-to. And lastly, there's Egg Robo, the enemy that Knuckles fights against during his storyline in Sonic and Knuckles. This robot is faster and controls better than Eggman and has the same missile attack, but he has Metal Sonic's water hovering ability rather than Eggman's infinite hover. Plus he can't jump, so he's really not all that great. If he could jump though, he'd probably be one of the best by far. And the final unlockable character is, of course, you guessed it, none other other than Super Sonic, who can be unlocked by acquiring all 7 Chaos Emeralds across all 4 racetracks. He is the fastest character and has the double jump with improved height, and he can hover over water, so he's basically just the best character in the game by a landslide, but that's not to say it's not super fun to race through the time trial mode as him and see how fast you can complete each racetrack. I'm no speedrunner, but I feel like if I gave it enough practice, I could get really good at this. And speaking of other modes, the game provides you with 4 different options outside of Grand Prix. There's time attack, which is just as the name implies, but there's also reverse time attack, where you get to run around the courses backwards to get the best time. Honestly, this is a feature that I wish would be in more racing games. Like, imagine if instead of mirror mode, Mario Kart had a reverse mode, where you got to race all the tracks backwards. Honestly, making a racetrack backwards seems like such a simple thing, and maybe you could argue it's lazy, but I don't know, man. I used to hop on Double Dash and try to race all the tracks backwards all the time, so clearly kid me loved the concept, and I still do to this day. Making a racetrack backwards, if designed well, can turn it into a completely different course than driving forwards. It's more interesting than mirror mode, 100%. It honestly surprises me that this isn't a more common idea implemented into racing games. Instead, we always get mirror mode, which isn't nearly as fun or different. I'd rather race a course backwards than race a course that's just flipped, you know?
Ready, set, go!
There's also the balloon mode, where you have to find 5 balloons hidden throughout the stage. This is another great mode that really promotes the exploration piece of these levels. Like, okay, yeah, I know the levels are small and simple, but dude, I've seen every nook and cranny of all 5 tracks, and I enjoyed every single second of it. This is a fun mode that, again, I wish existed in more racing games. Although, in general, I wish there were more on-foot racers like this, and I wish more tracks were designed with the mentality of Sonic R's track design. Heck, why haven't modders and fan gamers made a Sonic R game where they either created a wholly original levels or like ported other games' racetracks into Sonic R? Dude, if someone ripped like a bunch of Mario Kart courses and then put the Sonic R gameplay over that layout, I'd play the hell out of that. Seriously, why hasn't it happened? Well, actually, it kind of has. There's Sonic Battle R, which is an awesome fan game you should all check out. It's basically this exact concept I just gave you, and I love it. I'm not a shill or anything. I just genuinely enjoyed this project a ton. Out of every Sonic fan project I've ever played, this is the one I've probably played the most. I've been enjoying this game since like 2019. Okay, anyways, that tangent aside, lastly there's tag mode, where you can run around the courses with 4 AI opponents just like Grand Prix mode, but unlike that mode where you're racing to the finish, now your goal is to tag all 4 opponents and knock them out by running into them, which is another fun twist on the formula. This was always my favorite mode as a kid, and I would have a blast just chasing around everyone and running into them. It's so simple, but again, it promotes another fun way to play the game. Honestly, where I think Sonic R makes up for its lack of course diversity is in these side modes that just continue to invent new ways to run around the tracks. There's also a 2-player versus mode, which features both Grand Prix and Balloon Hunt, so if you're looking for fun with a friend, you can also partake in that optional mode as well. All in all, I think Sonic R really has a lot of fun to offer if you look for it. Maybe it's not everybody's cup of tea, and I can respect that, but for me at least, this game is like top 5 material right here. Not my favorite Sonic game ever, but I say that unironically. I really adore this game. It will forever be an all-time favorite in my eyes, as imperfect as it may be. All I need is you, Sonic R, for always and forever.
What the heck, I may as well cover this too. Even though these technically aren't video games, Sonic the Hedgehog has had his fair share of cartoons over the course of his history, and I may as well talk about them as well, why not? Don't expect fully in-depth reviews, as this is a video game focused video first, but given that I'm all about Sonic here, I'll at least give my brief thoughts on these. I mean, it's not hurting anything, right? So Sonic had 3 major cartoons during the 1990s, all conveniently produced by Deke Entertainment, in which Sonic was voiced by none other than Jaleel White, a typically forgotten voice of the Hedgehog.
Did I do that?
The first of these television series went by the name of Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, or AOSTH for short, and was a 65-episode series that primarily followed Sonic and Tails as they attempted to stop Dr. Robotnik's evil schemes of the week. This was your typical Saturday morning cartoon-styled show that was very simplistic in its premise, as it was basically just a Sonic and Tails show where they fight against the main villain.
Snooping as usual, I see.
Sure, you had your side cast of characters who mostly fell on the evil side, but there wasn't a lot of depth to this one, as it was basically just a scheme of the week type deal with minimal serialization. But it also did end with a Sonic Says segment that would teach kids about important things like bicycle safety, staying in school, not smoking, and sexual harassment.
Kids, there's nothing more cool than being hugged by someone you like. But if someone tries to touch you in a place or in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable, that's no good.
I personally never got into this series much at all, but at least I can give it credit for being a healthy source of YouTube poop material, which, honestly, most people born after the early 90s probably know this show better for that than its original run anyways. I know I do.
Sonic, he can really move. Sonic, he's got an attitude. Sonic, he's the fastest thing alive.
The second of these shows was Sonic the Hedgehog, which most people referred to as Sonic SatAM since it was a Saturday morning cartoon, and the name Sonic the Hedgehog is so generic and boring outside of the original game title that it basically just makes it difficult to identify, but hey, I won't go on that ramble right now. Either way, this is the series that also introduced the Freedom Fighters, Sonic's gang of pals such as Princess Sally, Bunny Rabbit, Rotor, Antoine, and Tails, of course. These characters also form the basis of the Archie comics cast in its beginning run, and as I alluded to during Sonic Spinball, are also referenced in cameos there. But if you recall, outside of the comics and this TV show, the Freedom Fighters never made their way to a mainline game due to the cancellation of Sonic 16 and Sonic Mars and that whole snowball. This series ran for a measly 26 episodes, two 13-episode seasons, which ended on a cliffhanger no less that fans have clamored to be finished for years now. It's a more serious show than AOSTH, given that it takes place in a future where Robotnik already won, but again, the fact that it doesn't have an ending really hinders it from being a fully satisfying watch.
Sonic Underground! Sonic Underground!
Lastly, in 1999 came Sonic Underground, which, okay, admittedly, despite being something I try not to ever acknowledge existing because of its sheerly absurd premise, ridiculous character designs, and overall unenjoyable writing, the guy who sings this theme song is giving it his all. I mean, this guy seriously goes all out. Props to him.
Sonic Underground! Sonic Underground!
But yeah, this one is typically considered the worst of the three, and I'm totally inclined to agree. In this series, Sonic is born to Queen Alina alongside Sonia and Manic, Sonic's siblings, who then abandons all three of them, leading to the show's concept of the trio having to find their mother again after Robotnik's takeover. The show only ran for one 40-episode season, making it a longer run than Sonic SatAM, much to many people's discontent, and outside of the fact that every episode ends with the Sonic characters singing a musical number, there's really nothing special about this show in my opinion. Honestly, these 90s cartoons just aren't really for me. I grew up in a different era of Sonic, granted, so going back to them has always been difficult for me because this isn't what I'm really looking for in the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise, but again, I at least appreciate Sonic SatAM for what that one was, and I've also read the Archie comics, so I'm familiar with the Freedom Fighters more through that medium than the cartoons, but even then, the first era of the Archie comics is my least favorite anyways, so I'm just really not big on any of these characters. It's not my thing.
Know everything I'm going to do, but that's not going to help you since I know everything you're going to do. Strange, isn't it?
Lastly, though, I do want to give a final acknowledgement to the Sonic OVA, a 2D animated direct-to-DVD hour-long movie that features Sonic fighting Metal Sonic in the famous "You may know everything I'm going to do" scene that gets memed to death. Tails and Knuckles show up here too, with Knuckles wearing his signature cowboy hat while he levitates through the air, and Eggman has taken the president and his daughter prisoner, and it's weird. It's super weird, and its age definitely shows. This was certainly before Sega and Sonic Team truly figured out what these characters were. And it's just such a stark contrast from who we've all come to expect these characters to be like. The voice acting is atrocious, but truly the fights with Metal Sonic are pretty cool, all things considered. Honestly though, the song Lookalike is my favorite thing about the whole film, because it's just catchy as all hell, what can I say? But yeah, that about does it for Sonic's animated escapades, at least during the 1990s. We'll be back to discuss other Sonic shows in the coming years though, so keep an eye out for those. This won't be the last time we visit this medium.
What do you get when you cross a tiger with a hedgehog?
Electronic Sonic!
It's Tiger's new Sonic the Hedgehog handheld game. Sonic fun for kids on the run. Energize yourself with power sneakers and the invincible cube. Use the supersonic spin attack to smash Dr. Robotnik's evil robots. Sonic the Hedgehog, supersonic fun for kids on the run. New from Tiger.
Alright, so this next section's gonna be an interesting one, but one that I've really wanted to try out. So back in the 90s, Nintendo may have dominated the handheld gaming market with their signature Game Boy and Game Boy Color hardware devices that made it possible for kids to take video games on the go, but that doesn't mean there weren't other competitors in the market that were trying to mimic or find alternative approaches to break in and get a share of that consumer money. Tiger Electronics was one such company, an Illinois-based company founded in 1978 that attempted to compete with electronic handheld devices in the form of licensed LCD games, which ended up becoming their largest source of revenue throughout the decade. This was effectively possible due to their extremely low selling price in comparison to the competition and their simplicity for young kids to easily get a handle of. And you know, I admittedly had my fair share of LCD devices as a kid, although I can't think of any by Tiger off the top of my head, but I did have this one Donkey Kong Jr. micro Game Boy device which I ended up playing countless hours of in first grade because my mom wouldn't let me take my real Game Boy Advance to school, so I had to settle for the next best thing. Hey, now that I think about it, that was probably another advantage that Tiger had. Parents were probably more willing to let their kids take their Tiger devices to school rather than a super expensive Game Boy in case it would get broken or stolen or something like that. It wouldn't be nearly as difficult to replace financially. Well, either way, Sega and Tiger ended up forming a deal which resulted in a ton of Sonic handheld devices getting created by the company, and while I don't physically own any of these games, I can at least report on their existence because they were officially released Sonic games, and some copies probably still exist out there in the vast expanse of our world. Some of these games are more obscure than others, but any of the ones that footage exists of online, I will be showing and listing credit of the original YouTuber who uploaded the footage in the bottom corner for reference, because credit is deserved for this, very much so. If anyone's wondering why I'm including these, well, I ran this poll on my community page on my YouTube channel a while back asking the community about whether or not they would personally consider LCD handheld games to qualify as video games, and apparently 4 in 5 people argue that these are indeed video games, and considering I'm trying to be as much of a completionist as possible with this project in particular, I'm including them because they do meet all of the criteria I laid out at the beginning of this video. Based on the definition of video game, it can be argued LCD games are indeed video games, even though I personally don't consider these to be in the same vein as other video games. They're kind of their own thing, but for most people they are considered to be games, just a different form of it, so I'm going to be including them in this video, but I probably won't be doing this in the future. But anyways, let's just run through these really quick, why don't we? Because there's a lot. Allegedly, in 1991, because I can't actually confirm this one with a legit source anywhere, Sonic LCD Risk Game is the first. This is a game with 4 stages where Sonic has to use spin attacks to score points by rolling either forwards or backwards and jumping. The player gets 3 lives and 4 hit points each, and after finishing each stage, it ends in a boss fight with Robotnik. 1992, Sonic the Hedgehog, a game we actually have footage of. This one sees Sonic blazing through 6 stages, beating Badniks and making it to the end of the level by using his supersonic spin attack to defeat all the enemies and fight Robotnik at the end of the stage. 1993, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, set in Oil Ocean for some reason, has Sonic playing through 7 stages featuring the standard running, underwater sections, and actually loop-de-loops, which is interesting, but it's the same idea of get to the end and beat Robotnik to win the game. Honestly though, between this and the first game, it really
really is difficult to fully understand what's going on most of the time. 1994, Sonic Spinball. Honestly, this one seems easy to comprehend as you basically just use the left and right bumpers to play an LCD pinball game against a background seemingly inspired by the machine, which is cool with me because at least it's not Showdown. There's a whole point scoring system implemented too, if you're into that. 1994, Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Contains 6 zones and is the same idea as Sonic 2. Run to the end and don't get hit too many times. This one seems to feature a Tails ability that will call him in to lift the player up as an assist, while the pickup button causes Sonic to pick up items because apparently just overlapping them isn't enough anymore. There's also bonus stages apparently based on the gumball machine, and best of all, this whole thing takes place against a blue sphere background with Angel Island music playing. It's ear-piercing to say the least, but at least it has more depth to it than prior titles for what that's worth. As an honorable mention, this one was re-released in 2020 of all years as a sort of nostalgic thing that Hasbro wanted to do. Hasbro owns Tiger Electronics, by the way. It's cool. I don't know how many people actually wanted these things to come back, but it's interesting they did it nonetheless. I mean, the game is practically the same as the original though, so it's not getting a separately numbered entry. 1994, Amazing Sonic, part of Tiger's Pocket Arcade line, is reportedly difficult to play as you attempt to navigate 12 maze-like levels across this background, which I'm not actually sure is a reference to anything that I know of, but maybe I'm just missing something obvious. Honestly, couldn't believe I found footage of this game. Felt like this was one of the most obscure ones out there, but yeah, here it is. I have no idea what's going on here, but then again, that's true with most Tiger Electronics games now, isn't it?
Are those video games in your pocket? Because if they are, they go in the box.
New Pocket Arcade from Sega. The only handheld games with flip-out screens. So they're here, they're gone, and they're back. Amazing Sonic with 5 games, 12 levels each. This game is serious.
1994, the year that keeps on giving. Sonic Blast. Completely unrelated to the Game Gear title of the same name, this was also a part of the Pocket Arcade series that featured Sonic being launched from his tower and then bounces around while you place launch pads to keep him from falling to the bottom of the screen. This one was easily the most obscure game out of all of these that I really struggled to find much proof of. Also, on the subject of the Pocket Arcade series, Sonic 3 and 3D Blast were also released in the Pocket Arcade format, with the former being the already discussed title and the latter being the one I'm discussing now. 1997, Sonic 3D Blast, a 7-stage game which does take place in an isometric background at a green grove as Sonic has to dodge a cannon shooting at him while destroying a badnik to rescue Flickies. The same basic premise of 3D Blast is here, but obviously nowhere near the level of complexity. And of course, you fight Eggman at the end. 1998, Sonic. Yeah, literally. This was a keychain game which plays exactly the same as Sonic 1 and 2 and 3 with slight differences, and I feel like I'm just starting to be a broken record at this point. Do the nuances really matter in this case? I mean, they just named the game Sonic. Like, if they're not going to give an effort in the name, then why should I give an effort describing it? You run to the end and fight Eggman. 1998, Sonic R. Yes, Sonic R had an LCD game too, because we're still not done with these. This one has you on a generic background that can maybe pass as Resort Island, but you essentially just move left or right as you run through a course in an endless runner style that mobile phones would later popularize. The game contains 5 levels and is as mediocre as all the other games, I'm sure. Skipping ahead a bit with these last two, we have 2000, Sonic Underground, based off the TV series of the same name, and features a standard move, jump, and spin dash buttons, with the goal of being to destroy SWAT bots and get to the end of the stages like all other games. Also in 2000, Sonic Adventure. Yes, even Sonic Adventure, which I'll be getting to later, got an LCD game released in 2000 as part of Tiger's arcade series, which it's pretty clear what they were going for given the device itself was designed like an arcade machine. This one's actually more unique than the rest given that this game actually has a ton of built-in levels and boss fights that follow. Loosely, the same story as the console game. I'm actually kind of impressed with this one more than the rest because of this. It's got 7 total levels and a few boss fights. Now, of course, the device only follows Sonic's story, so no extra playable characters or anything like that. But you know, this one's actually kind of cool. I think this one could sort of justify itself back then with being a legitimate game that you can actually play through with an actual end goal to understand. I respect this one. Out of all of these, it's certainly the best option available. Still not a fan of these sorts of games in general though, but hey, that's all the Tiger Electronics games released through the year 2000 that I could find, and the only reason I went ahead is because I didn't want to create another section for 2 games, so here we are. Also in 1992, Sega released their own LCD game called SegaSonic the Hedgehog, completely unrelated to the arcade title of the same same name. Why are these things continuing to copy the names of real games? I don't understand. Anyways, in this game, the player is required to dodge missiles by tapping the left and right buttons to dodge from side to side. Seems pretty simple in all honesty, but the game did come in 3 different colors, so that's cool, I think. These were found in UFO catcher machines in Japan only, so the US never saw the release of this title. These LCD titles aren't going to be the only time I'm doing a compilation section like this, as there are other categories of games in the future that sort of fit into this boat as well. I mean, yes, I could just continue to talk about these in the same order as the regular games, and I thought about doing that, but ultimately that would just screw up the pacing of this video and become cumbersome to edit, as I just have to stop everything and be like, okay guys, we're moving on to the next game. Oh, but first let me say 2 sentences about this one LCD game on its own in a separately edited section or something like that. Kinda dumb. So instead I'm going to be sectioning things like this off as I see fit and just sort of addressing all of them when I can find the best time to do so. There won't be too many of these sections if I do it this way, so I see this as the best way to go about it. That, and I've been trying to put off the next game as long as possible, but I guess there's no avoiding it now, is there? Alright, let's just get this over with. My god, we're here. I've heard stories about this game, but never experienced it for myself until now, but oh my god, the legends were true. I wanted to insert all of the LCD games in that last section as a way of setting up for this next title because it was a good preface to what you are about to see. Tiger Electronics didn't just stop at LCD games. Oh no, those weren't good enough to try and get themselves into the gaming market. They decided to go higher with an American exclusive handheld device meant to be a rival competitor to Nintendo's Game Boy nearly 10 years after the Game Boy had been out on the market, and set up an established library and was selling like hotcakes, and other handheld devices had been manufactured in color no less, such as Sega's own Game Gear, which we've discussed several titles for already, so the fact that this thing's in black and white is like, wow. Tiger's attempt at breaking into the scene was with none other than their Tiger Gamecom, and no, I have no idea why there's a dot there in the middle of it, but it makes it confusing because it implies that this thing is meant to be a website rather than a handheld gaming device, so already the item's naming choice was terrible. This thing was noteworthy for having a touchscreen, which I guess was a neat novelty at the time, but outside of that, this thing was a hunk of trash. Terrible graphic and sound quality, blurry screen resolution, no backlight, no color, and yet somehow Sega still licensed their IP to Tiger for them to develop this game themselves in-house. Remember Sonic Jam on the Saturn? Well, Tiger basically took the concept of that game, ripped artwork from Sonic R for the cover art, and reused sprites from Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 and Knuckles to recreate a pseudo Sonic 2, pseudo Sonic 3, and pseudo Sonic and Knuckles.
Guys, I kid you not, this is real.
Yeah, despite sharing the same name as the Saturn collection and attempting to replicate the same concept of a compilation, all 3 of these games are wholly original and entirely unplayable. I mean, unplayable. I'm sure there are like 20 people out there in the world that can say they've officially beaten all 3 of these games, but that's not an achievement because my goodness, do not waste your time on these.
All 3 of these games are colossal garbage. I mean, I shouldn't even have to say anything. The footage of what you're seeing right now speaks for itself.
The graphics are terribly compressed, the level design is borderline inexcusable, the physics are irrefutably the worst physics in any Sonic game known to man. I mean, just look at me trying to crawl up this slope. It is excruciating. It doesn't matter which game you pick between the 3 available options. All of them play the exact same way aside from a different level motif. Sonic 3's in particular is noteworthy for being nearly impossible to complete, at least as Knuckles. I managed to get to this point, which is similar to that giant tunnel thing you run around in Angel Island Act 1, where the game just straight up failed to carry Knuckles up the cylinder. No matter what I did or what buttons I pressed, he refused to run up the cylinder, making this level impossible for me to complete. This is absolutely inexcusable for a game to be released in this state. Or maybe they knew it wasn't finished, but Mr. Tiger Electronic himself said ship it anyways, so so he's to blame. I don't know, either way it's insulting that Tiger thought this game was good enough to release. Incredibly hard to believe there's a single sane person out there on this planet that could look at Sonic Jam for the Gamecom and say they actually enjoyed it unironically. If anyone ever says that, we all know they're a lying contrarian. I mean, just listen to the beauty of a soundtrack we were given to accompany these levels.
My goodness, and people want to insult Sonic Labyrinth? Please.
Best advice I can give you is if you do decide to make the decision to try and beat this game for yourself, pick tails and fly over everything. It's slow, it's monotonous, but at least it's better than suffering through this sorry excuse for a platformer. It's honestly insulting that these pseudo games get to have the privilege of using assets from the Genesis classics. It's a good thing most people out there don't even know this game exists. They're probably better off for it. And if your introduction to Sonic Jam on the Gamecom for the first time was through this video just now, I want to formally apologize to you for ruining your perception of all of life as we know it. I am sorry I subjected you to such heinous torture. So moving on, I really don't have much to say about this one, but unfortunately there really wasn't a good spot for me to slot it in, so I'm just tacking it on to the end of that other dumpster fire I just got done talking about. Sega Smash Pack Volume 1 was a compilation of 12 different Sega games on prior systems ported over to the Dreamcast, one of which just so happened to be Sonic 1. Ironically enough, despite being titled Sega Smash Pack Volume 1, there was never a Volume 2, or any subsequent volumes for that matter. Kind of audacious to just assume there would be more made, kinda like Doug's first movie. There's not really much to say about this though. It's just Sonic 1, but worse. It plays mostly the same as before, but I think I'm better off just letting the music do the talking.
Yeah, what honestly happened here? This emulation is terrible and the sound is just grating. Wow, I genuinely can't believe my ears.
Thankfully, despite this poor outing, this wasn't Sonic's only venture on the Dreamcast in 1999, because in September of that year, everything was about to change. Drastically.
And we'll be getting to that in part 2 of my coverage over the entire Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. As for now, I really hope you enjoyed this first part of my video series, and I hope you consider subscribing and becoming a channel member so you can be privy to future videos. I put a lot of work into this one, and I'm going to continue to do so with every subsequent part after this, so I really appreciate any and all support that is given. It really helps me and the channel out immensely. That being said, I'd really like to hear what your favorite classic Sonic game is, so please leave a comment down below and let me know. And with that said, I'll see you guys in part 2. Until next time. Shadow Streak, signing off.